Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. The Zerg Emperor of the End of the World. Chapter 61. Take care, brother. The next day, the military camp was full of generals to see Wang Jin off. Lu Yuanwei patted Wang Jin on the shoulder. This mission was extremely dangerous, and he could only say this. Wang Jin, you must come back safely. He Xin hugged the crying Wenwen, and her eyes were red again. Wang Jin hated this kind of scene the most. He said with a smile, it's not a life and death separation. A small zombie king can't stop me. I'm leaving, you just wait for my good news. After Wang Jin finished speaking, he resolutely turned around and got into the car. The expressions of these people made Wang Jin very uncomfortable. He was going to make extra money, but you all cried like rain. People who didn't know would think he was going to die. Boom, the dump truck started, passed through the base where the crowd was boiling, and drove out of the base under the gaze of many people. It was very deserted outside the base. There was no survivor who usually went out hunting. The army had issued a strict order not to allow anyone to leave the city, so as not to attract the attention of the zombies and bring disaster to the base. After the survivors learned that there were more than 500,000 zombies nearby, they did not dare to leave the city even without the army's order. No one had the courage to take risks with 500,000 zombies. The dump truck was moving along the way, and there were fewer and fewer signs of human activities. Wang Jin knew that he was far away from the base and could only rely on himself next. City S was nearly 100 kilometers away from the base. Wang Jin drove the dump truck very fast. If everything went well, he would arrive in the afternoon. Wang Jin was very familiar with the area around the base. He hunted around here every day. He knew the road within a radius of 30 kilometers with his eyes closed, so Wang Jin drove the dump truck recklessly and increased the speed to the maximum to hurry. But after leaving the base, Wang Jin was in the dark. He could only slow down and walk a distance to look at the map. It was not easy to find the right road on the abandoned road covered with weeds. By the afternoon, Wang Jin had driven more than 70 kilometers. Because a lot of time was wasted in finding the way, Wang Jin's plan to reach S City in the afternoon failed. Now he had to continue moving forward, drive another section of the road before dusk, and strive to reach S City before nightfall. Wang Jin's calculations were good, but the sky did not go as he wished. Wang Jin's road to S City was blocked by a strange tree. Tisk! Wang Jin stopped the dump truck and frowned at the woods in front of him. There was something strange. There was a huge forest covering several kilometers in front of him, which completely covered the road and blocked Wang Jin's way. Moreover, these trees were different from what Wang Jin usually saw. These trees were not tall, only about 7 or 8 meters. There were no leaves on the trees, only thick and long vines hanging down, and the vines were covered with thorns, which looked very strange. On the ground of this forest, Wang Jin also saw some half-buried bones and a lot of rotten fur, which made this forest look very strange and gloomy. Bang! Wang Jin opened the car door and walked down, wanting to see if there was any other place to pass. Suddenly, a fragrance came. Wang Jin felt that the fragrance was like a dream, and there was a feeling of being addicted. His feet unconsciously walked forward, his mind was in a daze, and his body instinctively wanted to smell more fragrance and find the source of the smell. Roar! At this moment, 2 velociraptors bit Wang Jin's trouser legs, and their ferocious heads desperately arched Wang Jin. Hey! Being messed with by the velociraptors, Wang Jin's mind suddenly woke up, and cold sweat instantly left from his forehead. What's wrong with me? This fragrance is weird. At this time, Wang Jin saw that a hare was attracted by the fragrance and jumped towards the strange forest. When it was close to 10 meters of the forest, the vines on a tree moved, and countless vines stabbed like poisonous snakes. The hare attracted by the fragrance did not react at all, and was tied up like a dumpling by the vines in the blink of an eye. The thorns on the vines penetrated deeply into the hare's body, and blood began to be absorbed by the thorns. The vines seemed to have life. Wang Jin could even vaguely see the blood vessels in them, and the blood of the hare was still flowing. Under the severe pain, the hare finally reacted, but it was too late. Its struggle was useless. The vines had already tied it tightly. How could its weak body be an opponent? In just a few minutes, the hare was sucked dry of blood and became a mummy. It fell under the strange tree, fertilizing the land and making the strange tree grow better. Seeing this scene, Wang Jin finally knew where so many corpses on the ground came from. He quickly covered his nose with his hands, returned to the dump truck, closed the windows, and drove the dump truck backwards. This kind of tree relies on fragrance to lure animals to approach, and then kills and absorbs nutrients to grow and grow. This is very similar to a plant called Nepenthes before the end of the world, but Nepenthes feeds on small insects such as mosquitoes and flies, while this strange tree feeds on various animals of humans, which is more brutal. Fortunately, there was a swarm of insects protecting him, otherwise he would have been in danger. Wang Jin touched the head of the velociraptor and thought to himself that he was lucky. The insect swarm has great resistance and strong adaptability. The fragrance of the strange tree can lure Wang Jin, but it cannot lure the insect swarm, so Wang Jin can escape. The wild is too dangerous. Even if Wang Jin has the insect swarm in his hand, he can't guarantee that he won't fail. There are tens of thousands of strange trees covering several kilometers. Wang Jin asked himself that there is no way to solve it. Now the only way is to take a detour. It was originally expected to arrive in S City in the evening, but now it seems that he will have to wait until tomorrow. After finding a new way, Wang Jin drove the dump truck around the strange tree forest and found an open place to camp before nightfall. At night, Wang Jin sat alone in front of the campfire, holding a piece of roasted tiger meat jerky in his hand, surrounded by hundreds of vigilant insect swarms. It is very dangerous to spend the night in the wild, especially for people like Wang Jin, who are alone and burning a campfire, and are the targets that mutant beasts like to attack. However, Wang Jin has the capital to be arrogant. When the mutant beasts saw the hundreds of insects around them, they were already scared to death. How could they dare to approach and seek death? If there are people who don't know how to live or die, Wang Jin doesn't mind adding some crystal cores to his wallet. Eating the delicious barbecue, Wang Jin leaned comfortably on a velociraptor, looking at the stars in the sky, as if he was back to the time when he was alone. From the fear and confusion at the beginning of the end of the world, to struggling to survive alone in H City, a zombie nest, and finally leaving the city until now, he has a few partners and is strong enough to fight against a group of 10,000 zombies. No need to rush around for food, worry about eating this meal and not having the next meal, no need to be nervous all day, afraid that you will become the dinner of zombies at any time. Two beautiful figures flashed through his mind, and Wang Jin's mouth curved. This is the life that should be in the end of the world. Roar! The velociraptors on the periphery suddenly roared, and Wang Jin also felt that a velociraptor had lost contact with him. This would only happen to dead velociraptors. What kind of mutant beast dares to come hunting despite the threat of the insect swarm? Wang Jin muttered to himself, and stood up and connected to the host's vision to check. In the host's vision, Wang Jin saw a long body, a triangular head, and a green body at the gathering of the peripheral velociraptors. There was a pair of forelimbs on the chest, a row of hard serrations on the forelimbs, and a hook at the end, which looked like two sharp swords. This mutant beast was not big, only about 5 meters, but it moved like the wind and was cruel. The velociraptors known for their swiftness were not good enough in front of it, and were cut into two by its sharp forelimbs. Mantis. Wang Jin recognized the identity of this mutant beast at a glance. It was an enlarged version of the mantis, a super warrior among insects, and the king of insects who was invincible in single combat. Even if it's a mantis, I can't handle you with so many insect swarms here. Seeing the mantis killing the insect swarm recklessly, Wang Jin was angry and controlled the insect swarm to surround the mantis. One by one, the velociraptors pounced over, and hundreds of hydralisks opened their abyssal mouths, spewing bone spurs at lightning speed. Facing the siege of the insect swarm, the mantis didn't run away. It screamed arrogantly twice, and green light came out of its body. Its speed increased rapidly. With a pair of forelimbs like a big knife, the velociraptors that pounced on it were all chopped into pieces. The reaction when facing the bone spurs made Wang Jin stunned. The mantis actually swung its two big knife forelimbs quickly and chopped off all the bone spurs that were shot. This broke the speed of sound. How could it be possible? What Wang Jin thought was impossible really happened. The mantis's forelimbs were waving, and even left a trail of afterimages. None of the hundreds of bone spurs could get close. Level 2 mutant beast. When Wang Jin saw this, he immediately knew that this mantis was undoubtedly a level 2 mutant beast. The green light that just appeared made the mantis's speed and agility increase sharply, which must be its superpower. Such combat power. It is worthy of being a super warrior among insects. Wang Jin's eyes were hot. With such strong combat power, the crystal core must be not simple. If he got it. Although the mutant tiger was large in size, Wang Jin believed that the mantis could definitely defeat the mutant tiger. At least the mutant tiger had already fled in panic when facing so many insect swarms. This mantis actually dared to fight the insect swarm head-on, and it was not at a disadvantage. But the insect swarm is not so easy to deal with. Wang Jin's eyes turned cold, and he summoned all his insect swarms. One by one, the velociraptors began to step on the corpses of their companions and pounce on the mantis. No matter how fast you are, the insect swarm will occupy the space you can hide, leaving you nowhere to hide. Because there were too many velociraptors, one after another, pounced on the mantis from all directions, launching an all-round attack without dead ends. The hydralisks also dispersed, no longer firing bone spurs in the same direction, but surrounded the mantis, spitting bone spurs from the front, back, left and right, and the number of bone spurs increased from 100 to 300. Facing the real attack of the swarm, the pressure on the mantis increased greatly in vain. No matter how fast it was, it could not resist the crazy attack of so many swarms at the same time. Some velociraptors began to approach the mantis, biting the mantis's not-so-hard body, and the bone spurs could also penetrate the blockade of the mantis's double knives, opening blood holes on its body. Hiss! The mantis screamed and panicked. The poison from the stingray made it move slowly and stiffly, but it relied on speed to survive. Faced with this situation, the mantis immediately used its animal instinct and ran away. This mantis was extremely fast, and it was as fast as a gust of wind when it ran. Wang Jin could only see a green shadow flashing by, and the mantis had disappeared from his sight. The swarm of insects had no way to deal with the fleeing mantis. The opponent was too fast. As long as it wanted to escape, the velociraptor could not catch up. The mantis had not been fighting for long, and the poison was not much. With the resistance of the second-level mutant beast, it could still withstand it, and the speed was not greatly affected. Wang Jin was unwilling to send the swarm of insects to chase for a while, but seeing that the opponent was running farther and farther, the host in the sky could not keep up, let alone the swarm of insects on the ground, so he had no choice but to give up the pursuit. Originally, Wang Jin wanted the crystal core of this mantis, but now he got nothing, and dozens of velociraptors died. It was really a big loss. Wang Jin secretly hated it. If he hadn't been on a mission, he would have searched nearby and killed it to get its crystal core to get revenge. Because of the mutant mantis, Wang Jin didn't sleep well all night. He was still unhappy when he got up in the morning. Looking at the traces of last night's battle and the dead velociraptor, he felt very upset. He thought that he would come to destroy this scourge when he was free. Powerful mutant beasts usually have their own territory and will not leave at will. He still has a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Wang Jin felt a little better. With this mood, Wang Jin continued to drive on the road. After spending several hours, he finally arrived near the suburbs of S City at noon. The midday sun was extremely scorching. Wang Jin parked the dump truck outside S City, put on his backpack, and approached the suburbs under the protection of the swarm. The road was blocked by a large number of scrapped cars, human corpses, luggage bags scattered on the ground, and banners on both sides of the road with antivirus words were seen. This is S City. Resist the virus, and the future of mankind is bright. This sentence was written on a crooked banner, and Wang Jin tore it off and threw it away fiercely. This is really ironic. Humans are now almost killed by zombie mutants. Where is your light? Is it on this banner? It's useless to shout slogans loudly. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about these troubles, Wang Jin walked carefully and gradually walked towards the suburbs. There were too many zombies outside the city. Wang Jin found through the host's vision that there were more than 20 zombies within 10 kilometers, and the size of each zombie group was more than 10,000 people. Because of the host, Wang Jin could find the zombies in advance and avoid them, without worrying about being surrounded by zombies. With this advantage, Wang Jin traveled quickly and arrived at a residential building in 2 hours. He looked at the map in his hand. According to the information provided by the military, there were 3 special forces stationed in this residential building. Wang Jin connected the host's vision and found several hidden figures in the residential building. In the host's vision, these 3 humans were also observing him. Wang Jin laughed secretly. The other party thought he was hiding well, but he didn't expect Wang Jin to have been watching their every move. After observing that there were no zombies nearby, Wang Jin walked to a residential building, shook the map in his hand, and shouted to an empty window, "Friends inside, I am the reinforcement sent by Commander Meng, please come out and see me." 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. After half a minute, an unbelievable response came from the window. "How did you find us?" "Keep it secret." Wang Jin smiled, took out a letter written by Meng Quan, shook it and said, "This is your commander's letter, you will understand after reading it." After taking out the envelope, Wang Jin soon saw 2 figures walking down, and there was another figure standing guard at the window. Wang Jin vaguely saw the reflection of the weapon lens through the host's vision. It seems that the other party has not relaxed his vigilance. "Hello, please let me see the envelope." A capable soldier wearing camouflage uniforms, with a painted face and a rifle on his back walked up to Wang Jin and stretched out his rough, calloused palm. Next to him was a soldier 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear. His uniform seemed to be burst by his strong muscles, and his arms were almost as thick as Wang Jin's thighs. Wang Jin took a look at the 2 men and felt that there seemed to be a murderous aura in their bodies. This was the sequelae of killing many people, which is what people often call murderous aura. Ordinary people can't find it, only people with the same aura can feel it. Touching the head of the velociraptor, Wang Jin reached out and handed the envelope to the other party. The capable man took the envelope, opened it and read it carefully, while the strong man next to him was cautious and alert, staring at the velociraptor next to Wang Jin with his big eyes to prevent Wang Jin from suddenly taking ruthless action. Sure enough, it was sent by the division commander to support. After reading the envelope, the man nodded to the strong man, shook hands with Wang Jin, and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Fei, the instructor of the Special Forces Sharp Knife Company, and this is Shang Yang, the Special Forces Combat Instructor." Qin Fei pointed to the strong man next to him and introduced him to Wang Jin. Shang Yang also stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wang Jin and said in a muffled voice, "Hello, nice to meet you. You are a mutant. Do you control all these mutant beasts?" Wang Jin shook hands with the other party and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Wang Jin. Commander Meng Quan sent me to assist you in investigating the sniper of the Zombie King. These mutant beasts are all controlled by me. Don't worry. Are you alone? Where are your companions?" Seeing Wang Jin alone, Qin Fei frowned. "Even if you are a mutant, what's the use? The Zombie King is protected by millions of zombies. How can you complete the task without enough manpower?" "I'm enough." Wang Jin patted the head of the velociraptor and smiled confidently. The velociraptor also showed its sharp fangs at the right time and roared in protest. "Depend on these mutant beasts." Qin Fei pointed at the more than 100 velociraptors around Wang Jin, looking a little dissatisfied. He didn't know that Wang Jin had more velociraptors and hydralisks that he hadn't summoned yet. "Depend on me to find your position, how about that?" Wang Jin glanced at the window and pouted. "Where is your companion above? Why don't you come down to meet me? If I have bad intentions, I won't appear here and let you aim at my sniper rifle." Qin Fei's face changed and he looked at Wang Jin deeply. It was okay for him to find the position of himself and others before, but now he can even find the most hidden sniper. Is this guy a super master? It doesn't look like it. Brother is awesome. You actually found it. Shang Yang looked at Wang Jin with admiration. Wang Jin nodded casually, pretending to be indifferent, without any shame of cheating with the host. "Come up with me." Qin Fei did not dare to underestimate Wang Jin. He waved to Wang Jin and took Wang Jin to the residential building. After entering the residential building, Wang Jin found that this place was very unusual. There were hidden and deadly traps all around. If you were not careful, you would trigger the traps and be in danger of your life. Wang Jin also followed Qin Fei's footprints step by step to avoid triggering the traps. Shang Yang wiped off the traces of the previous activities and sprinkled some pungent powder to eliminate the smell of humans. Then he returned to the residential building. It seems that the other party can survive in the dangerous city. There is a reason. On the 5th floor of the residential building, Qin Fei opened the door with a click and walked in first. Wang Jin followed closely. After entering the room, Wang Jin first saw a thin man lying on the window with a heavy sniper rifle in front of him. Seeing Wang Jin coming in, a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle looked at him. Wang Jin actually had the illusion of being stared at by an eagle. This thin man is definitely an ace sniper. This is Li Ying, the Special Forces sniper instructor. Qin Fei pointed at the thin man and introduced him to Wang Jin. Wang Jin nodded. Hello, I am Wang Jin. The division commander sent me to assist you. Hello. Li Ying's voice was hoarse, and he only said 2 words briefly. It can be seen that he is a taciturn person. After Shang Yang closed the door, the 4 people in the room quieted down. Qin Fei walked to a cabinet, took out a few pieces of paper with something drawn on them, and broke the silence. This is the image we drew when we observed the Zombie King from a distance with a telescope. Take a look, so that you can help us next. Wang Jin took a few pieces of paper and saw a strange-looking zombie drawn on it. This zombie was like a child, only about 1.2 or 1.3 meters tall, with short limbs but a huge head. His forehead was bald, and only circles of red lines appeared under his scalp. The Zombie King's face was wrinkled, and his eyes were silver-white without pupils, like a blind man. After seeing the picture of the Zombie King, Wang Jin's image of the Zombie King collapsed. Originally, I thought the Zombie King was huge and ferocious, but I didn't expect it to be a zombie version of Big Head Sun. Is this really the Zombie King who can control millions of zombies? I can't tell at all. Seeing Wang Jin's strange expression, Shang Yang beside him laughed softly. Is it very unexpected? Don't doubt it. The image you see is definitely the Zombie King. We were the same as you at the beginning. If we didn't see that the other party could really control zombies, we would have thought we had found the wrong target. Shang Yang is right. This is indeed the Zombie King. We have carefully observed it several times in the past few days. This Zombie King can not only control ordinary zombies, but also stronger first-level zombies and second-level zombies. It's very powerful. Qin Fei also affirmed it and said an unexpected surprise. Second-level zombie. Wang Jin turned his head and looked at the other party with a curious face. I haven't met a level 2 zombie yet, so I don't know how strong it is. According to Wang Jin's observation, zombies of the same level cannot beat mutant beasts. Of course, Wang Jin is talking about carnivorous mutant beasts, not herbivorous ones. Yes, level 2 zombies. These zombies are much stronger than level 1 zombies, and there are fewer of them. There are only a dozen of them in total, all of which are summoned by the Zombie King to protect them. Qin Fei's face was full of lingering fear. It seems that these level 2 zombies should be very strong. Wang Jin frowned when he heard this. Wang Jin had never seen a level 2 Zombie King, so he thought that their strength was not much worse. There were more than a dozen level 2 zombies around the Zombie King, and Wang Jin thought it was difficult. You know, in the wild, Wang Jin only found 2 level 2 mutant beasts after so long. Although the level 2 mutant beasts are powerful, there are also few of them. The number of level 2 zombies is also not large, but now more than a dozen zombies comparable to level 2 mutant beasts have appeared to protect the Zombie King. Wang Jin felt a headache, and he was in trouble. Compared with the zombie swarm, Wang Jin cares more about these top forces. Although his swarm is now large in number, he has no effective way to deal with the top forces. Usually, he wins by the number of swarms, but now he is fighting with the Zombie King. Once the swarm is entangled by ordinary zombies, he will be in danger of losing his life without restraint. Wang Jin, I think this is the case. You will go with us to the Phoenix district of S City tomorrow. The Zombie King often moves in that area. Let's go there to observe and find more information about this Zombie King to prevent the zombie swarm from spreading to the base. Qin Fei interrupted Wang Jin's thinking and told everyone the next move. Go to the center of S City and find out the reason why the Zombie King controls the zombie swarm to go out. Okay, Wang Jin nodded after listening. He was still a little excited. He didn't expect to escape from H City for more than 2 months. Now he has to enter the city again to meet the surging zombie swarm. Brother, don't worry. We have a safe passage and generally won't encounter any danger. Shang Yang patted the table, signaling Wang Jin not to be nervous. Wang Jin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was not nervous. Before, he was just a worker bee with low combat power and could live in H City for 2 months. Now that his strength has increased so much, could he still be afraid of the city? He is not going backwards as he lives. The strong are not only strong in appearance, but also in their inner will. Only in this way can they survive better in this doomsday. Wang Jin, you just came here, can you tell us about the situation of the base? We haven't contacted the base for more than a month. Qin Fei suddenly interrupted, and the others also had the same anxious expression. Their roots are in the army, and they must be very concerned about the situation of the base. Okay. Wang Jin naturally would not refuse, and immediately told the recent situation of the base, which took half an hour to finish. Mutant Alliance, Kong Guan, if I go back to the base, I must kill them. After listening, Shang Yang angrily slapped the table, and the solid wood table was cracked, showing how angry he was. A group of greedy guys. They actually want to plot against the base. Qin Fei was also indignant. He didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a while, the Mutant Alliance actually hooked up with Kong Guan, and also expanded the army to improve its strength. Sima Zhao's intentions are known to everyone. He deserves to die. Li Ying's eyes were like a venomous snake. He stroked the heavy sniper rifle in his hand and said with a sinister face, "When I complete the mission and go back, I will make Luo Cheng taste the feeling of being targeted by a sniper rifle and unable to sleep at night." Okay, let's deal with this zombie king first before talking about other things. If we don't deal with the zombie king, maybe even the base will be gone. What's the point of talking about the Mutant Alliance and Kong Guan? Wang Jin shrugged his shoulders and understood their feelings. He was the same at the beginning. However, he was angry, but the main task now was still the zombie king. Don't put the priorities in the wrong place. We understand that we will find them to settle this grudge after we complete the mission. Qin Fei calmed down and said to Wang Jin, "You must be exhausted from rushing here today. Take a good rest and recharge your energy. Set off for S City tomorrow morning and strive to complete the mission as soon as possible." "We will succeed," Wang Jin said, found a room, ate some dry food he brought with him, and lay down to rest, facing the danger of tomorrow in the best condition. The Falcon is in place. The 3 lone zombies in front have been cleared. Keep moving forward. Repeat. In an alley, Li Ying, carrying a heavy sniper rifle, pulled the dagger out of the zombie's head, and slowly laid the zombie's smelly body down to avoid making a sound and attracting the zombies. Lone Wolf received, King Shang covers behind, Wang Jin follows. Qin Fei made a gesture, rolled his body swiftly, and entered the alley from the street. Wang Jin followed closely with a machete on his back, and used the cars on the road as cover with his hands and feet, avoiding the sight of the zombies on the street and entering the alley. After Wang Jin and Qin Fei entered the alley, Shang Yang took advantage of the moment when the zombie turned around, passed through the zombie's visual blind spot, and came to the alley safely to meet Wang Jin and others. This is already the outskirts of S City. Wang Jin and his team set out in the morning and carefully avoided zombies all the way to here. It must be said that Qin Fei and his team are highly skilled, and their various tactical moves are textbook classics. Although Wang Jin's skills are not weak, he is much worse than them in terms of concealment, ambush and surprise attack. After all, he is a wild person. Wang Jin has not received systematic training. To reach this level is already a genius. In the alley, Wang Jin and his 4 companions opened a sewer entrance, entered the sewer with night vision goggles, and rushed to the Phoenix community with the stench. Everything seen through the night vision goggles is green. Wang Jin, who has experienced the sight of the Zerg, has a foundation. Although he is a little uncomfortable, it does not affect the overall situation. Fighting is still possible. The sewer is full of stench, sewage is flowing, and all kinds of cockroaches and rats are running around. Even if the end of the world comes, these tenacious creatures have no tendency to decrease in number, which is much happier than humans. Wang Jin stepped on the sewage with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The original color of his military boots could no longer be seen. The camouflage uniform he had just put on was full of stains. With the oil paint on his face, he looked like an African refugee instead of a soldier on a desperate mission. The stench, sewage, and various cockroaches, fleas and small insects crawling on his body, it was difficult for ordinary people to live in such an environment, but Wang Jin did not react. When Wang Jin lived alone in H City, he had experienced everything. Apart from other things, the cockroaches crawling on his body were once one of Wang Jin's staple foods. Wang Jin crawled in the sewers a lot, whether it was to avoid zombies or to find food, so Wang Jin did not feel uncomfortable in the sewers. Qin Fei and the other two were very surprised at Wang Jin's adaptability. They originally thought that Wang Jin was a mutant who would perform very poorly in enduring the harsh environment. Unexpectedly, on the contrary, Wang Jin once again exceeded their expectations. The sewers are spread all over the city, which can be said to be the underground roads of the city. You can reach any area of the city through the sewers. This is what Wang Jin and his team are doing now. Going from the sewer to the Phoenix district can reduce the danger to themselves and others. After all, the closer to the city center, the more zombies there are. Even if you have the ability to fly over the eaves and walls, you can easily be discovered by the zombies everywhere. Qin Fei and his team have a city planning map and understand the layout of the sewers, so they can find the Phoenix district in the sewers that are connected in all directions. Otherwise, even if you think of this method, you will be confused by the maze-like sewers and cannot find your goal. Along the way, Wang Jin and his team walked in the sewers for several hours and finally arrived at their destination, the Phoenix district, where the zombie king often moves. Stay still for now. Qin Fei signaled everyone to stay calm, holding a small mirror and sticking it out through the exit of the sewer manhole cover, turning the small mirror to observe the situation outside. Qin Fei quickly took back the small mirror, waved to everyone, and whispered, "There are 2 zombies at 1 o'clock, and there is a zombie at the window on the 2nd floor of the building on the left. Xiangyang and I will act together to deal with these 3 zombies. The 2 of you enter the tallest building on the right and clear the zombies inside. Be careful not to make too much noise." Understood. Wang Jin pulled out the machete. This situation is not suitable for summoning velociraptors. They fight without any severity, and the sound of fighting will attract the attention of the zombies. Xiangyang, you deal with the 2 zombies at 1 o'clock, and I will deal with the window of the building. No big deal. Xiangyang pounded his chest, making a dull sound, and laughed confidently. Then, action. Qin Fei quietly opened the manhole cover, jumped out of the sewer, and ran towards the zombies coming out of the window. The moment Qin Fei jumped out of the sewer, Xiangyang also jumped out of the sewer immediately, and ran behind the zombies with his tall body. When the zombies turned their heads, he pinched the necks of the zombies with his big hands, twisted them hard, and broke the cervical vertebrae of the zombies, and the heads fell down weakly. Xiangyang had just dealt with the zombies, and Qin Fei, who was running, also threw out a dagger. When the zombies in the 2nd floor window were about to roar, he accurately hit the zombies in the forehead. With brains splattering, he killed the zombies with 1 blow. The roar that the zombie blurted out had no outlet, which prevented the roar from attracting the attention of the nearby zombies. While Xiangyang and Qin Fei were dealing with the threat, Wang Jin and Li Ying also came out of the sewer and ran quickly towards the tallest building in the surrounding area. At the gate of Daxia, 2 zombies were wandering unconsciously. Wang Jin was 1 step ahead of Li Ying and rushed past at the fastest speed. The machete flashed past, and the head of a zombie left the body and rolled to the ground. The headless corpse fell down with blood spurting out. Li Ying was not to be outdone. When Wang Jin turned around and prepared to kill another zombie, the other party had already inserted the dagger into the zombie's eye socket and killed the zombie. After looking at each other, Wang Jin and Li Ying nodded in unison and covered each other to enter Daxia. In the building, Li Ying pulled out a silenced pistol and began to call out the remaining zombies one by one. Wang Jin's shooting skills were extremely poor, so he didn't embarrass himself. As always, he used a machete to kill the zombies, and his efficiency was completely no match for others. The dozen zombies on the 1st floor of the building were quickly dealt with. After waiting for Qin Fei and Xiangyang to come in, Wang Jin began to clear the zombies floor by floor. The higher the floor, the fewer zombies there were. There were no zombies on the last few floors. Zombies will instinctively join the zombie group. After all, there are only a few zombies scattered in Daxia. Wang Jin and his team solved them all without much effort. After clearing all the zombies in the building, Wang Jin and his team came to the top floor of the building. The wide view here is conducive to finding the traces of the zombie king. It is already noon. Wang Jin and his team ate some dry food on the rooftop. Each person monitored a direction, waiting for the zombie king to appear. The waiting time is boring. Wang Jin is wearing thick camouflage clothes. Under the scorching sun, sweat soaks his whole body. The air he exhaled was hot. Wang Jin drank half a bottle of water in a short time. He looked at Qin Fei and his men, all of whom were lying on the ground motionless, holding binoculars and observing everywhere. They didn't wipe their sweat even when it flowed into their eyes. They were indeed professional special forces. Time passed quickly. From noon to afternoon, Wang Jin and his men still found nothing. Qin Fei, when does this zombie king usually appear? Wang Jin asked through the intercom, and his eyes kept patrolling the surroundings. He found that except for occasionally seeing some scattered zombies wandering around, there were groups of zombies rushing past. Not to mention the zombie king, even the shadow of the zombie king was not seen. It's hard to say. We have only seen the zombie king 3 times in the Phoenix district, twice at noon and once in the afternoon. Sometimes we waited for a day and the zombie king didn't appear. Qin Fei's voice came from the intercom. He didn't dare to guarantee when the zombie king would appear, or even if he would appear. As he was talking, Xiangyang suddenly discovered something. He shouted excitedly on the intercom, "Come here, I found the zombie king. I found the zombie king." Wang Jin's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and ran towards Xiangyang. After arriving beside Xiangyang, Wang Jin picked up the telescope and looked forward. As expected, he found something thousands of meters away. I saw a group of hundreds of thousands of zombies surging thousands of meters ahead. The huge number of zombies squeezed the road like a black torrent. In the center of the zombie group, there were a large number of first-level zombies. Among them, there were more than 2,000 giant zombies, and as many as 10,000 lurkers. Wang Jin's scalp was numb. With so many first-level zombies, his swarm was no match for them. This was not over yet. In the center of the first-level zombies, there were more than a dozen ferocious zombies. Among the dozen zombies, 3 were 10 meters tall, with muscles as hard and protruding as rocks, arms as thick as beams, fists as big as bathtubs, and the bloody mouth on the huge head could easily swallow a living person, which was very scary. Wang Jin was shocked to see these zombies that were 10 meters tall. He confirmed that they were undoubtedly second-level giant zombies. First-level giant zombies could not grow so big. Around these second-level giant zombies, there were 10 strange zombies with 4 limbs on the ground, 3 meters long, with scales the size of copper coins, sharp claws, and a long tongue that kept stretching and retracting. These zombies crawled and wandered on the wall like geckos, and their claws easily sank into the reinforced concrete wall, helping the strange zombies to fix their bodies and crawl on the wall. Even if it was hard steel, these strange zombies could easily crush it, as if it was not hard steel but soft tofu, which shows how sharp the claws of these zombies are. Seeing these strange zombies, if Wang Jin guessed correctly, these zombies should be the evolution of the first-level lurkers, the second-level lurkers. These second-level zombies are in the center of the zombie group, protecting a zombie that is as short as a child and sitting on the head of a second-level giant zombie. This short zombie has a big head and a small body, silver eyes, and a bald head. After seeing the picture given by Qin Fei, Wang Jin knew that this is undoubtedly the zombie king. The zombie king can really control other zombies. Those powerful second-level zombies are controlled by him to protect himself. Wang Jin looked at the scene in front of him and muttered to himself. He was very shocked. Such a zombie king is not easy to deal with. Being protected by hundreds of thousands of zombies, and even more powerful first and second-level zombies, Wang Jin's strength is not enough. Yes, these powerful second-level zombies are the most difficult to deal with. We are not even a match for them. Qin Fei looked at the astonishing number of zombies and the terrifying second-level zombies among them, and was very emotional. This mission is not so easy to complete. If the number of zombies was not too large and the spread was too large, I could have shot it in the head within 1,000 meters. Li Ying held up a sniper rifle and looked at the zombie king in the distance with resentment. This zombie king is too cautious. Every time he goes to a place, he will let the zombies scatter and patrol, and he will not let go of the building. We want to snipe at a high place and it is impossible to succeed. The zombies will be discovered, Xiangyang said, and he hit his thigh hard and complained to Wang Jin. This zombie king is so cautious. Wang Jin was speechless. He is so powerful but still so cautious. Zombie king, are you worthy of your status? Let's go. The zombies are coming towards us. Let's go back to the sewers first and catch up after they pass, Qin Fei said, and took Wang Jin and his group back to the sewers. Staying on the building would only be discovered by the zombies. The sewers are the only safe places where the Zombie King controls the zombies. Soon Wang Jin and his group returned to the sewers, waiting for the zombies to pass and then following them from a distance. In the sewer, a rumbling sound sounded above Wang Jin's head, and dust fell down. That was the noise caused by the passing of the zombies. The power of hundreds of thousands of zombies is so huge that the streets are in a mess wherever they pass, and countless feet trample on them. There are also powerful first and second level zombies, and cracks even appear on the street. Wang Jin stayed quietly in the sewer, thinking about how to deal with the Zombie King. It is definitely not possible to fight head-on. The only way is to lead the zombies away and find the Zombie King alone. In addition, you can also find a way to calm the restlessness of the Zombie King, but Wang Jin thinks this is more troublesome. It is better to find an opportunity to kill the Zombie King. After all the zombies have passed through the sewer, after observing and confirming through the small mirror, Wang Jin and his 4 companions quickly climbed out of the sewer and followed the zombies carefully. The zombies went southwards, hundreds of thousands of them spread over several streets. Wang Jin and his team could no longer find the Zombie King and could only passively follow the zombies. Although the zombies were numerous, they moved very slowly because there were a large number of ordinary zombies. It was easy for Wang Jin and his team to follow them. They just had to pay attention to clearing the scattered zombies on the streets. Qin Fei, where is the Zombie King going? Wang Jin asked Qin Fei curiously. The Zombie King had walked so far, so he must have a purpose. He would not just go out for a ride. Maybe he is going to Pearl Lake. We have followed him several times before. Wherever he goes, he will stay for a while and then return to the city. Qin Fei explained to Wang Jin. It seems that they know a lot about the Zombie King. Pearl Lake is an artificial lake with a large area. It ranks among the artificial lakes in China. Shang Yang introduced Pearl Lake. It is actually a big lake. Where is this Zombie King going? Have you found anything? Wang Jin asked, puzzled by the behavior of the Zombie King. This Zombie King would not take a bath like humans. Qin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, I don't know. The Zombie King will disperse the zombies after arriving at the artificial lake. We don't have the opportunity to get close to investigate. The telescope can't see that far. Wang Jin's heart moved. He still has the host as a reconnaissance weapon. Why not come and see what the Zombie King is doing? The host zombie flying high in the sky is helpless, and it is best to use it for reconnaissance. Let's keep moving forward. I will have a way to investigate the Zombie King later. Wang Jin said to everyone and set off to keep up with the pace of the zombies. Wang Jin, do you have a way? Qin Fei and the other 2 were delighted. Thinking that Wang Jin was a mutant, maybe there was some special way to observe the activities of the Zombie King. You will know in a while. Wang Jin didn't say much. When they arrived at the place and summoned the host, they would naturally understand. City S was once a place where millions of people lived, and the area was naturally not small. Wang Jin and his team followed the Zombie King from the city center to the suburbs. It took 2 hours. When Wang Jin and his team saw a huge lake, the zombies stopped and spread out in all directions. The zombies were scattered everywhere, and no one could get close within a radius of thousands of meters. Seeing this, Wang Jin immediately summoned the host to avoid missing the opportunity. In the stunned eyes of Qin Fei and Shang Yang, the huge host of tens of meters slowly floated into the sky, and the blood-red eyes looked at the center of the zombies. Wang Jin, this is your reconnaissance method. Qin Fei trembled and looked at the host with a terrifying body in disbelief. When did the powerful mutant beast become so worthless? I have never seen such a big mutant beast. Its combat power must be very strong. Shang Yang looked at the flying host. Like many people, he thought the host had amazing combat power. Using flying mutant beasts for reconnaissance, the chance of success has greatly increased. It's okay. We can find the secret of the Zombie King today. Li Yu's stiff face showed a smile. Compared with the host, he was more concerned about whether he could find useful information about the Zombie King. Wang Jin smiled but said nothing. There was no way to explain this thing, so let them misunderstand it. Anyway, everyone in the base was like them, thinking that the host was their trump card and had amazing combat power. Wang Jin's failure to explain would increase people's awe of him. The stronger the strength in the end times, the more popular it would be. Wang Jin was happy to be misunderstood by others. The huge host not only made Qin Fei and the others see it, but also attracted the attention of many zombies. Many zombies roared and rushed towards the host, but they had no way to deal with the high-flying host. They watched the host fly higher and higher, gradually becoming a small black dot, and finally entering the stratosphere and disappearing. At the same time, Wang Jin connected the host's sight and began to observe the zombie king's every move. Through the host's vision, Wang Jin clearly saw that the zombie king stayed by the lake, controlling the zombies around him to throw stones at the pearl lake. Several giant zombies even lifted several meters square stones and threw them into the lake, causing huge waves. While throwing stones into the lake, more than a dozen zombies deliberately walked into the pearl lake, allowing the lake water to gradually submerge their bodies. What the hell is this zombie king doing? Wang Jin was puzzled. Throwing stones and letting zombies enter the lake, Wang Jin racked his brains to figure out what the zombie king was doing. Boom! Just when Wang Jin was puzzled, Pearl Lake suddenly changed. A dark back shell suddenly emerged from the lake and quickly approached the dozen zombies that fell into the water on the lakeshore. Although Pearl Lake was huge, this aquatic creature was faster. It swam from the center of the lake to the lakeshore in less than half a minute, exposing its body and pouncing on the dozen zombies. Turtle, Level 2 Mutant Beast. Wang Jin only saw the appearance of this creature now. It turned out to be a turtle nearly 20 meters long, with a big back shell and small eyes on its head. Seeing the size of this mutant turtle and its swift and fierce movements, Wang Jin was sure that it was a Level 2 mutant beast. It turned out that the things the zombie king did just now were not without reason, but for this mutant turtle. Others would startle the snakes by striking the grass, but you were striking the lake to startle the turtles. The mutant turtle was extremely fast in the water and extremely ferocious. The dozen zombies in the water were eaten up in the blink of an eye. After eating the zombies in the water, the mutant turtle's small eyes were full of greed. It soon set its sights on the large number of zombies on the shore. Its huge body was ready to move, as if it wanted to go ashore to catch zombies for a full meal, but it was afraid of the terrifying number of zombies. Yay! Yay! Seeing the mutant turtle appear, the zombie king excitedly made a strange cry. His thin body anxiously turned around on the head of the second-level giant zombie. His little hand suddenly pointed at the mutant turtle by the lake and controlled the zombies to go down to the lake to catch turtles. Under the control of the zombie king, the zombies on the shore jumped into the pearl lake violently, like dumplings, and grabbed the mutant turtles. The rioting appearance of the zombies scared the mutant turtles. They shrank their limbs and were about to sink to the bottom of the lake. But the zombie king obviously forgot that zombies can't swim. The zombies that entered the water sank to the bottom before they got close to the mutant turtles. They were submerged by the lake water and did nothing except make a few bubbles. The fierce attack of the zombies was thus invisible. Seeing this, the mutant turtle became bolder and happily swam to the place where the zombies fell into the water, eating the zombies that sank to the bottom. Wang Jin almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Are you courting death, Zombie King? Even if you are anxious, you don't have to let the zombies die. Although this pearl lake is just an artificial lake, it is still easy to submerge zombies. Unless you want to fill up this pearl lake, you may have to fill it with millions of zombies in the entire city to succeed. Ya. Seeing that his offensive failed, the zombie king screamed in anger, pointed his little finger at the triumphant mutant turtle, and launched another attack. This time, the zombie king learned his lesson and no longer sent ordinary zombies to die in vain. Instead, he sent out his strongest subordinates, 3 10-meter-tall level 2 giant zombies, determined to catch the mutant turtle. Boom! 3 10-meter-tall zombies jumped into the lake, splashing huge waves, and took big steps to catch the mutant turtle. The 10-meter-tall level 2 giant zombies could not be submerged by the lake water, but the resistance of the lake water still greatly reduced their speed. Before the giant zombies approached, the mutant turtle proved that its nickname of a shrinking turtle was not for nothing. With a stroke of its short limbs, its neck retracted into its shell, and it fled to the center of the lake at a very fast speed. Even though it had the advantage of the lake water, the mutant turtle did not dare to fight the giant zombies. It had grown such a big body in vain. The mutant turtle was extremely fast in the water, and the giant zombies could not catch up with it even if they rode their horses. They could only watch the other party run away after a full meal. Dumb. Seeing the mutant turtle escape successfully, the zombie king shouted angrily, and his small body rolled around randomly, looking very angry. When the giant zombie who returned in vain returned to the shore, the zombie king shouted angrily a few times, and no longer stayed, but controlled the zombies to return. At this time, Wang Jin noticed that a second-level lurker who had just returned from the wild was holding a small bowl in his mouth, and ran to the zombie king quickly, raised his head respectfully and handed the small bowl to the zombie king. Seeing the small bowl, the zombie king became excited, quickly took the small bowl, opened his mouth and poured the contents of the bowl into it. Through the host's vision, Wang Jin could clearly see what the zombie king ate, which was the mutant beast crystal core that Wang Jin was familiar with. Many of the crystal cores were still stained with blood, and it seemed that they had not been taken out of the mutant beast's head for a long time. Most of these crystal cores were level 0, and a few were level 1. Hundreds of crystal cores were eaten by the zombie king. Wang Jin felt distressed. If they were converted into gas ore, there would be thousands. What a prodigal son. After eating the crystal core, the zombie king cried out in satisfaction, threw away the small bowl, and ordered the zombies to return to the nest with strange cries. After observing for a while, Wang Jin did not find any other useful information, so he retracted his sight and withdrew from the shared vision with the host. As soon as Wang Jin opened his eyes, he saw Shang Yang's big head stretched over and asked anxiously, "Wang Jin, how is it? Have you found any information?" "There is a major discovery. Let's talk about it when we go back." Wang Jin nodded. He gained a lot today. All the scenes he saw before gave Wang Jin a clue about how the zombie king controlled the zombie riot. That's right. It's getting dark now. It's not safe to spend the night in the city. Let's go back to the suburbs first. Although Qin Fei was also anxious, he knew the situation clearly. Now was not the time to talk. It was right to go back to the safe suburbs first. The wild was the world of the zombies. It was too dangerous to spend the night in the city without a stable and hidden residence. Let's go. There is a sewer 30 meters ahead. Let's go back from there. Li Ying pointed to the sewer entrance. Everyone no longer hesitated and quickly entered the sewer. They walked quickly in the sewer and finally returned to the suburban residential building just before nightfall. Under the night, the zombies in S City are surging. These zombies who have no energy during the day are excited to wander around at night, looking for all kinds of meat, whether it is cockroaches or mice, they are all delicious snacks for them. The survivors who survived by chance were all worried and dared not breathe, for fear of attracting the attention of the zombies walking around and bringing disaster. Don't think that there are no survivors in the city. Many people, like Wang Jin at the beginning, cannot escape the city and can only survive in the city full of zombies. These remaining survivors can only wait for opportunities, either escape the city or be eaten by zombies, there is no second choice. At this moment in a residential building in the suburbs, in an empty room on the 7th floor of an inconspicuous residential building, all the windows are covered with opaque black cloth, and a candle is lit in the room, illuminating 4 uncertain faces. The 4 men were wearing camouflage uniforms, sweating and dirty. They were Wang Jin and Qin Fei who had just come out of S City. "This is the information I got. What do you think?" Wang Jin took a breath, took off his equipment, and told Qin Fei and the others what he saw today, wanting to see what they thought. "The zombie king actually wants to catch a second-level mutant beast and eat a lot of crystal cores. This scene seems familiar. What good will this do him?" Shang Yang said strangely. "The behavior of the zombie king is too abnormal. Other zombies eat meat, but you eat crystal cores in an alternative way. Eat crystal cores and capture second-level mutant beasts. Is it possible?" Qin Fei's eyes lit up and thought of a possibility. The crystal core contains a lot of energy. Mutants rely on absorbing crystal cores to improve their strength. Could it be that this zombie king, like mutants, can absorb the energy of crystal cores to improve their strength? It's very likely. Li Ying also thought of this possibility. Like Qin Fei, they all looked at Wang Jin, waiting for Wang Jin's answer. They believed that Wang Jin had already known the answer. "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" "I don't know." Seeing that everyone looked like they were sure of winning, Shang Yang scratched his hair in distress, but still couldn't think of the idea. Wang Jin clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and smiled and said, "In fact, the problem is very simple. Think about what we mutants rely on to improve our strength and absorb brain core crystal cores. The behavior of this zombie king swallowing crystal cores to capture the second-level mutant beasts is obvious. Xiangyang, now you understand it. So that's it. This zombie king relies on swallowing crystal cores to improve his strength. Then he captures the second-level mutant beasts for that second-level crystal core. Xiangyang suddenly realized that after Wang Jin's prompt, he finally thought of the idea. Wang Jin nodded, and seeing everyone's happy expression, he said the problem that had troubled everyone for a long time. Yes, according to this speculation, it is also easy to explain why the zombie king controlled the zombies to riot out of the city. It is nothing more than hunting mutant beasts for him to collect crystal cores. The dozens of zombies with a scale of tens of thousands are the hounds of the zombie king, helping him, the master, to collect crystal cores in the wild to improve his strength. So the problem lies here. It seems that the zombies near the base are also hunting mutant beasts and accidentally wandering to the base. Xiangyang found the problem that had troubled him for a long time, and he felt relieved and happy. Although the zombies near the base went for mutant beasts, if they found the base, they would still launch an attack. We humans are the favorite food of zombies, and zombies will not leave 100,000 humans alone. Qin Fei has not relaxed yet. The problem has been found, but if a solution is not found, the base is still very dangerous. We need to find a way to lure the zombies away. The best way is to find the mutant beast crystal core to attract the attention of the zombies and lure them away from the base. Li Ying came up with an idea, and Xiangyang and Qin Fei agreed. As long as the zombies near the base are led away, how the zombie king hunts the mutant beasts will not be their business. We will go back to the base now and tell the division commander the intelligence, and use the crystal core to lure the zombies away from the base. Qin Fei was about to make a decision, but Wang Jin suddenly interrupted Qin Fei and said that he had a different opinion. Wang Jin frowned slightly, looked at the excited expressions of the crowd, and expressed his own ideas. You are only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Even if the zombies are led away for a while, only the zombie king needs the crystal core, and the zombies will not stop going out for a day. The base can lead them away once, twice, 4 or 5 times, but it can't always be like this. The zombie king will see the trick. Judging from the way he caught the mutant turtle, his wisdom is not low. So, Wang Jin clenched his fist and waved it fiercely, saying, we must cut the grass and root it out, kill the zombie king, and eliminate future troubles. Puff! Xiangyang heard Wang Jin's words and spit out the water he had just drunk. He said in disbelief, Wang Jin, you are not crazy, the zombie king is protected by hundreds of thousands of zombies. Are we going to die with our strength? Wang Jin, don't be reckless. The zombie king is not so easy to kill. Let's solve the crisis of the base first and consider other things. Qin Fei also disagreed with Wang Jin's idea. This was too crazy. Since there was already a way to deal with the zombies, why bother doing it again? Only Li Ying's eyes lit up after hearing Wang Jin's words, and he nodded in agreement. Wang Jin is right. As long as the zombie king is not eliminated, our base will not be safe for a day. As a sniper, I understand the truth that if you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it. Seeing that everyone was divided into 2 factions, Wang Jin straightened his chest and said confidently, as long as you believe in me, I am sure that I can kill the zombie king successfully. You don't have to worry about losing your life in vain. I won't be stupid enough to fight the zombie king head on. Qin Fei and Xiangyang looked at each other, looking at Wang Jin's confident expression. Could it be that there is really a way to snipe the zombie king? They racked their brains and couldn't figure out where Wang Jin's confidence came from. Tell me your method, Wang Jin. As long as you are 50% sure, I will do it with you. Li Ying stood forward fiercely, looking at Wang Jin with a sharp eye. My method is to lure the snake out of its hole. Wang Jin picked up a pencil and drew on the table, explaining, if you want to attract the zombie king out of the city, ordinary crystal cores alone are useless. Only by using the second-level crystal core that the zombie king cannot refuse to lure him out of S city can we be sure to fish the zombie king out of S city. What you said makes sense. Judging from the zombie king's actions of capturing the mutant turtle, the zombie king must be very concerned about the second-level crystal core. Maybe this second-level crystal core can greatly increase his strength. The question now is, where can we get the second-level crystal core? Do you want to take advantage of the mutant turtle in Pearl Lake? Li Ying thinks this method is feasible, but the second-level mutant beast is not easy to deal with. Now they only know that there is a second-level mutant turtle in Pearl Lake, and he doesn't think Wang Jin can deal with the mutant turtle in the lake. Leave this to me. I have a goal. Just give me a few days and I can get a second-level crystal core, which is enough to be used as bait for the Zombie King. Wang Jin has already thought of the goal. Compared with the mutant turtle in the lake, the mutant mantis last time is easier to take down. Although the mutant mantis is very powerful, the insect swarm can still be dealt with. After all, the insect swarm can't swim. If it goes down to the lake, it will only be eaten by the mutant turtle as dinner. Have you ever thought about it? Even if the Zombie King is attracted out of the city, hundreds of thousands of zombies are not something we can handle, not to mention the large number of evolved zombies. Qin Fei raised another question. Even if the first step is successful, what should we do next? Can we rely on a few people to deal with the Zombie King who is protected by hundreds of thousands of zombies? Wang Jin, I think it is safer to lead the zombies near the base away. Your method is too risky. Shang Yang also said that there is no way to deal with the hundreds of thousands of zombies protecting the Zombie King. What you say is empty. Facing Qin Fei and Shang Yang's doubts, Wang Jin waved his hand confidently and said, I'll take you to a place tomorrow, and you'll understand everything then. Is there really a way? Qin Fei couldn't believe it. There were hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even if all the soldiers in the base were brought here, they couldn't solve it. Can you solve it by yourself? If Wang Jin, you can really solve hundreds of thousands of zombies, then I'll do it with you. Shang Yang stared at Wang Jin with big copper bell eyes, indicating that what Wang Jin said was true and he would take the risk with Wang Jin. Don't worry, I won't let you down. As long as we get to that place, the zombies will definitely be trapped. Then we can just focus on dealing with the Zombie King. Wang Jin made a riddle. No matter how good he said it, they wouldn't believe it. It would be better to take them to experience it in person tomorrow, so that they wouldn't have the time to question it. No matter what method we adopt at that time, we must report this news to the division commander now, and notify the 6 brothers stationed in other directions of S City to gather and provide more support for our next action. Qin Fei knocked on the table. Whether it was to lead away the zombies in the base or to snipe the Zombie King, they needed more manpower, and the news had to be reported to Meng Quan. Leave it to me. Tomorrow I will notify the other brothers to come and join. Shang Yang will go to the base. Li Ying took off his tactical gloves and said to Shang Yang. Qin Fei was the captain among the 3, and they were the only ones to do these errands. I will try to come back and join you as soon as possible. I can't do without such an exciting action. Shang Yang grinned and laughed, and did not take this opportunity to return to the base to hide. I have no objection. Wang Jin shrugged, indicating that he had no objection. Then it's decided. Tomorrow Li Ying will notify the others. Shang Yang, you go back to the base and tell the division commander the intelligence. Wang Jin and I will go to the place he said to take a look. If we are sure, we will take down the Zombie King to prevent him from continuing to cause trouble to the base. After Qin Fei finished speaking, everyone dispersed. After Wang Jin prepared the supplies, he fell asleep. A day of running around had already exhausted Wang Jin. He fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Early the next morning, Wang Jin took Qin Fei and Shang Yang to the wild. Shang Yang happened to return to the base on the way, and Li Ying said goodbye to Wang Jin and others and went to inform other special forces left in S City. With Qin Fei and Shang Yang, Wang Jin first found his own dump truck, and then drove to the wild along the way he came. When the sun rose and it was close to noon, Wang Jin finally brought Qin Fei and Shang Yang to the destination. In front of a strange forest covering several kilometers, it was the fragrant man-eating forest that Wang Jin encountered when he first came to S City. 7 or 8 meter high tree trunks, long vines hanging down, sharp spikes growing on the vines, and half-buried animal bones on the ground, this is what Qin Fei and Shang Yang saw. Wang Jin, is this the place you said you could deal with the zombies? Shang Yang pointed to the strange forest in front of him, puzzled. These trees just looked strange, how could they deal with hundreds of thousands of zombies? Wang Jin, you didn't bring us here to see the tree scenery, did you? Qin Fei's face was a little stiff. What kind of method was it to use the forest to deal with the zombies? Yes, this is the place I used to deal with the zombies. Only when the zombie king comes here, I can let these trees entangle the zombies and create opportunities for us to kill the zombie king. Wang Jin nodded, knowing that they didn't believe it, so he motioned them to pick up the telescope and observe quietly for a while. Although Qin Fei and the others were puzzled, they believed that Wang Jin's strength would not use them to make fun of them. The two suppressed their doubts and picked up the telescope to observe the situation of the strange forest from a distance. The strange forest that Wang Jin had high hopes for did not disappoint him. In just a few minutes, a fox and a wild boar were attracted by the fragrance and strangled to death by vines after approaching the forest. Wang Jin and his team observed for half an hour, during which more than 10 animals were devoured by the strange forest, including some ferocious carnivores. After the observation, Qin Fei and Xiang Yang no longer doubted Wang Jin's idea after hearing Wang Jin's explanation. Tens of thousands of such strange trees can indeed entangle the zombies. In this way, the chance of successfully assassinating the zombie king will be greatly increased. Only by leading the zombie king here and using the secondary crystal core as bait to lure the zombie king to the forest, it is very likely that the zombies will be bound in the strange forest and create an opportunity to kill the zombie king. Haha, how about it? With this forest, hundreds of thousands of zombies will not be so scary. Wang Jin saw the shocked expressions of the two and laughed at the strange forest. Yes, with the strange forest to contain the zombies, it does give us a chance to snipe the zombie king. This time I will take a risk with you, Wang Jin. If it succeeds, we will have face to tell others about it. Xiang Yang also laughed and gave Wang Jin a thumbs up. I agree, but the key now is the secondary crystal core. Can you really get it, Wang Jin? If there is no secondary crystal core as a lure, I'm afraid the zombie king will not be lured out of the city by us. While Qin Fei agreed to Wang Jin, he also expressed doubts about the source of the secondary crystal core. After all, this is different from ordinary mutant beasts. Each secondary mutant beast has amazing combat power. Not to mention one mutant, even dozens of mutants are just a treat for others. Moreover, secondary mutant beasts are very rare. Whether they can be found is another matter. I once met a secondary mutant beast on the way to S City. Give me some time. I am very confident that I can find it and kill it. Wang Jin's eyes were cold. It was time to avenge the last time the mutant mantis shot an arrow. My swarm of insects is not so easy to kill. We are waiting for your good news. Qin Fei stretched out his hand and shook hands with Wang Jin. Don't worry. Wang Jin looked determined. The mutant mantis could not escape from his palm. After agreeing on the method of sniping the zombie king, the two discussed the action plan. Wang Jin sent Qin Fei back to the residential building, and drove to the place where the mutant mantis was found last time, ready to find the mutant mantis and hunt for the crystal core. Xiang Yang also began to return to the base. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. He only had to complete the preparations and cast a net to wait for the zombie king to fall into the trap. After returning to the place where the mutant mantis appeared, Wang Jin summoned the host as soon as possible and used the host to detect the situation nearby. At the same time, a large number of insect swarms appeared around Wang Jin. Some of them stayed to protect Wang Jin's safety, and the rest scattered in the surrounding woods to look for traces of mutant mantises. As a top predator, the mutant mantis has its own territory and will not leave the vicinity too far. With the dual detection of the host and the insect swarm, Wang Jin did not believe that the mutant mantis could escape. A large number of insect swarms entering the woods will inevitably cause another round of chaos, and various animals will flee together. However, this time Wang Jin's mind is not on these mutant beasts. Finding the mutant mantis is the right thing to do. After ordering the swarm to search for the mutant mantis, Wang Jin returned to the dump truck. For the mutant mantis, Wang Jin had planned to settle down here, and all the daily necessities were ready on the dump truck. Time passed in this constant search. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. At the same time, Xiang Yang, exhausted from the journey, also returned to the base and was personally received by Meng Quan. So that's what happened. This zombie king actually needs a crystal core to improve his strength. After listening to Xiang Yang's story, Meng Quan realized that the cause of the matter was the crystal core. He breathed a sigh of relief. It would be easy to solve the problem. He just needed to use the crystal core to lead the zombies away. Meng Quan would definitely not object to Wang Jin's action to kill the Zombie King. This was also for the good of the base. If the Zombie King, this scourge, was removed, the base would be safer and would no longer be frequently invaded by the zombies. Commander, do you have anything else to tell me? I have to go back to S City to meet up with Wang Jin and execute the plan to kill the Zombie King. Xiang Yang saluted respectfully and asked. Well, tell Wang Jin that the Mutant Alliance has become increasingly restless recently. I estimate that the day when they will rebel is not far away. Let him deal with the Zombie King and come back as soon as possible. The base needs him. Meng Quan hesitated for a moment, but still said this. Compared with the base, his face is nothing. As long as he can increase the base's winning rate, it doesn't matter if he asks for help. What? Xiang Yang was furious and said with a dark face. Division Commander, the Mutant Alliance really dares to betray the base. What is coming will always come. The Mutant Alliance has been waiting for this day for a long time. They will definitely take advantage of our distraction by the zombies to attack us. Fortunately, the information you brought was timely. We can lead the zombies away first and relieve the burden of the zombies. After supporting for a while, we will have a better chance when Wang Jin comes back. Meng Quan sighed. The army and the Mutant Alliance are now at loggerheads. The only way to solve the problem is through fighting. Division Commander, why don't I call my brothers and Wang Jin back first, and it won't be too late to destroy the Mutant Alliance and then solve the Zombie King. Xiang Yang said with a look of indignation on his face. No need, just tell Wang Jin about this. Now the priority is to snipe the Zombie King. We can still hold out against Luo Chang for a while. During this time, I will mobilize the army to put pressure on the other side. Luo Chang and Kong Guan will not easily fight us before they have adjusted their subordinates, so we still have time. Yes, I will definitely tell Wang Jin the intelligence. Don't worry, Commander. After solving the Zombie King, our sharp knife company will rush back immediately and become the sharpest bayonet in your hand. I will let Luo Chang understand that on the battlefield, they mutants are just rookies. Xiang Yang had a ferocious face, and the murderous aura all over his body seemed to lower the temperature of the room a few degrees. Haha, then I'll wait for the time when your bayonets are unsheathed. Meng Quan laughed loudly. This is the trump card in his hand, the invincible Special Forces warrior. In Lu Yuanwai's military camp, He Yushi, Jia Ding, Li Yu and others all gathered in Lu Yuanwai's office, looking at Lu Yuanwai and asked excitedly, Brother Lu, is there really any news about Brother Wang? Lu Yuanwai nodded and smiled. I just received the news from the division commander that Wang Jin and his team have found a way to deal with the zombies. You just need to wait for a while and Wang Jin will be back. Great, Jia Ding shouted excitedly. The atmosphere in the base has become more and more tense recently. They are always uneasy without Wang Jin around. He Xin frowned and asked in confusion. Since there is already a way to deal with the zombies near the base, why doesn't Wang Jin come back immediately? Could it be that Wang Jin and his team encountered trouble in S City? After He Xin said this, everyone present became nervous. Wang Jin is their backer. Without Wang Jin, they can't live the happy life they have now. Now, whoever sees them in the base has to nod respectfully and offer them a cigarette, call them brother, call them grandpa. Except for a few forces, He Yushi and his men can walk sideways in the base, all of which is due to the deterrence of Wang Jin's existence. Now, except for the army and the Mutant Alliance, Wang Jin is already the fourth most powerful force in the base. The one ahead of Wang Jin is Kong Guan, which is all arranged by the busybodies in the base. Wang Jin can call the wind and rain in the base with his own strength, and his strength makes all forces fearful. It has to be said that it is a miracle. Now that they heard that Wang Jin might get into trouble, He Yushi and his men were very nervous, both out of emotion and interest, and they were afraid that if Wang Jin got into trouble, they would also be unlucky. It's not what you think. Lu Yuanwai asked everyone to sit down and explained. The reason why Wang Jin didn't come back immediately is that he has a mission to perform in S City. You can relax. You know Wang Jin's strength better than me. Ordinary dangers can't hurt him. After hearing what Lu Yuanwai said, everyone thought of Wang Jin's strength. Wang Jin, who can even kill a second-level mutant beast, is not afraid of any danger. Thinking of this, everyone's nervous mood finally calmed down. After receiving the news about Wang Jin, everyone quickly left Lu Yuanwai's office. Recently, the friction between the base army and the Mutant Alliance has become more and more serious. I can't rest assured that Brother Wang doesn't come back one day. Outside the office, Jia Ding said with a frown. Who said it wasn't? He Yushi sighed and echoed. Wenwen misses her uncle. Wenwen's big eyes were watery, and she hugged He Xin's thighs pitifully. We can't just rely on Wang Jin. Let's make our own preparations first. If war comes, we must also be able to protect ourselves. Li Yu's face was cold, and only a trace of longing could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Now every survivor in the base could feel that the atmosphere was unusual. Everyone understood that there would be a battle between the army and the Mutant Alliance, and this battle would determine who would be their next ruler. 5 days later, in a lush forest, Wang Jin followed the swarm of insects and moved quickly through the forest, with excitement on his stained face. It took 5 days for Wang Jin to control the host to detect and search day and night, and a large number of insects cast nets in the forest to search and catch. Finally, he found the trace of the mutant mantis this morning. Wang Jin, who received the news, went into the forest without saying a word, without even having breakfast, and quickly rushed to the nest of the mutant mantis under the guidance of the swarm of insects. The host also stayed firmly at the place where the mutant mantis was found and monitored from above to prevent the mutant mantis from escaping and tracking. The vegetation in the forest was dense, and even with the swarm of insects opening the way, Wang Jin was still cut and scratched by branches and weeds. This was because Wang Jin was running forward. If he walked slowly, there would be no such problems. Wang Jin's efforts were not without rewards. Wang Jin, who was extremely fast, only took 3 hours to reach the place where the mutant mantis was found. According to the information sent by the velociraptor, this should be the nest of the mutant mantis. Wang Jin took a look and saw that this place was a small hill. At the bottom of the hill there was a dark cave several meters square. The light could not reach into the cave. Except for the outer edge of the cave, the depths were pitch dark. For ordinary people, if they wanted to fight a fierce second-level mutant beast in such a place, they would definitely be killed by the mutant beast without vision. But Wang Jin was not worried when he saw this cave. Instead, he was happy. For the insect swarm, seeing in the dark was just a piece of cake. The dark environment could make the insect swarm more concealed and launch an offensive raid more effectively. Moreover, the space in the cave must be small, which could effectively reduce the mutant mantis's hiding space. After all, the mutant mantis fought by speed, and head-on confrontation was not its strong point. As long as the mutant mantis was blocked in the cave, Wang Jin would be 100% sure to kill it. After observation, Wang Jin connected the host's vision and wanted to check the situation inside the cave first. But unexpectedly, it was discovered that the cave was descending, and the further you went inside, the farther you were from the ground. Although the host was good at reconnaissance, it could only detect the situation within 100 meters from the ground, and the depth of the cave was far more than 100 meters. The host was powerless to detect it. No wonder the mutant mantis had not been found before. It turned out that the other party was hiding so deep, Wang Jin thought secretly. The host searched the area of 100 miles several times in the past few days, but still could not find the trace of the mutant mantis. Just when Wang Jin was a little doubtful about himself, the velociraptor accidentally found the figure of the mutant mantis, and then followed the smell to find this cave. It turned out that all this happened here. It was not that the host's reconnaissance was not good, but that the mutant mantis's nest was too deep. Since the host could not lock the mutant mantis, Wang Jin no longer hesitated and directly led the insect swarm into the cave to search for the mutant mantis and hunt it down. It was impossible to see in the cave, but this did not bother Wang Jin. After connecting to the vision of the velociraptor, Wang Jin could see and hear in all directions in the cave without any visual limitation. This cave was not big, only 5 or 6 meters wide. The ground was made of hard rocks, and there was a thin stream in it. There were many small fish with degenerated eyes swimming in it, adding some vitality to this dark cave. As he walked down, the passage of the cave became more and more rugged, and the angle of inclination gradually increased. Wang Jin could not help but slow down his movements, lest he fall half to death before he found the mutant mantis. Following the passage of the cave all the way down, from the time he entered the cave, Wang Jin estimated that he had walked several hundred meters, and was probably more than 200 meters deep from the ground. Roar! At this moment, the velociraptor in front suddenly roared, and Wang Jin was startled and then overjoyed. Could it be that he had found the mutant mantis? Wang Jin ran to the front and saw that a large number of velociraptors surrounded a 5-meter-long mantis with 2 sharp forelimbs like a big knife on its chest. It was undoubtedly a mutant mantis. Faced with the siege of the insect swarm, the mutant mantis was very nervous. The cave behind him had reached the end and there was no way to retreat. He could only stare at the approaching insect swarm and scream intimidation. "You have come to this day." Wang Jin was overjoyed. The mutant mantis whose nest was blocked had no way to retreat. The narrow environment of the cave also made it unable to use its speed advantage. Wang Jin was very confident about this hunt. "Come on!" Wang Jin roared, and thousands of insect swarms rushed up and attacked the mutant mantis with their teeth and claws. The lion-sized, ferocious velociraptors roared and rushed towards the mutant mantis at a speed faster than a cheetah. Behind the velociraptors, the hydralisks spit out deadly bone spikes, which are as powerful as heavy sniper rifles, breaking the speed of sound, and fiercely shooting at the mutant mantis with a sharp whistling sound that cuts through the air. The small cave is filled with insect swarms, and the terrifying roars of the insect swarms are heard one after another. In this cave 200 meters underground, the insect swarms began to challenge the king of singles in the insect world. Hiss! Facing the fierce attack of the insect swarm, the mutant mantis's body is covered with green light, and its 2 forelimbs are waving rapidly, leaving a trail of afterimages, killing the velociraptors that pounce on it and the bone spikes that shoot at it. Because the cave was small, the free space was occupied by the swarm of insects. The mutant mantis, which had no place to hide, could only fight the swarm of insects head-on, and its own speed advantage could not be brought into play, which was exactly what Wang Jin wanted to see. So at the beginning of the battle, although the mutant mantis fought fiercely and killed many velociraptors, it could not stop the swarm of insects' surging attack at all. It was suppressed by the swarm of insects and began to be injured under the attack of the swarm of insects. The mutant mantis had just killed a velociraptor, and before it could catch its breath, 3 velociraptors came again in front of it. Although the mutant mantis attacked quickly, it only had time to kill 2 velociraptors. Another velociraptor broke through the blockade of the mutant mantis's double knives and pounced on the mutant mantis and bit it madly. In front of the sharp claws of the velociraptor, the mutant mantis's defense was not enough. The velociraptor's bloody mouth could bite through steel. Now it bit the mutant mantis's body, and immediately bit through the weak carapace on the mutant mantis's body, and the sharp teeth sank deeply into the muscles. As the velociraptor shook its head, a large piece of flesh was torn off by the velociraptor, and a large amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the velociraptor's ferocious body red. The velociraptor not only bit with its mouth, but also scratched the mutant mantis's shell with its sharp claws, leaving several deep scars, and the bright red muscles and severed blood vessels could be clearly seen. Hiss! Suffering this kind of injury, the mutant mantis screamed in pain, and with a twist of its triangular head, it bit the head of the velociraptor that was biting it, killing the velociraptor that caused it great damage. But because the mutant mantis turned its head and was distracted, it did not defend against several bone spurs that attacked it. 3 bone spurs suddenly pierced the mutant mantis, and several blood flowers burst out. There were already several blood holes as big as bowls on the mutant mantis, and blood kept gushing out. Watching the mutant mantis fighting desperately, Wang Jin had already sentenced the other party to death in his heart. Under the siege of the insect swarm, if you don't find a chance to escape but resist in vain, it will only accelerate your own death. Even if the mutant mantis wants to escape, Wang Jin will not give it this opportunity. The insect swarm has already filled the cave, and there is no place for the mutant mantis to settle down. It must be said that this place is really the most ideal combat environment for Wang Jin, otherwise it would be difficult to catch the mutant mantis in the wild if it is determined to escape. The velociraptors rushed to the mutant mantis one after another, taking advantage of the sacrifice of their companions to seize the opportunity to pounce on the mutant mantis, scratching and biting a lot of wounds, and weakening the enemy's combat effectiveness bit by bit. In conjunction with the attack of the mutant mantis, the hydralisk also swam close to the mutant mantis to increase the accuracy of its shooting. With the velociraptors dragging the mutant mantis in front, the hydralisk can safely output boldly and cause huge damage to the mutant mantis. The toxins of the hydralisk's thorns are even more deadly. A small number of mutant mantises can still withstand this highly toxic poison. Now, As more and more thorns hit, a large amount of toxins accumulate, and the mutant mantis's body can no longer resist, and it begins to be affected by the toxins. The mutant mantis's body gradually stiffens and numb, and the reaction speed of the brain becomes slow. Many attacks that can be avoided and resisted are also harmed by the toxins. It reacts a step slower and is attacked by the swarm, further aggravating its injuries. This is a vicious circle. As the battle continues, the mutant mantis will only become weaker and weaker, and the number of swarms is still so large that the mutant mantis cannot kill them all. The Velociraptor and the Hydralisk, these two basic combat units of the Zerg, can be said to be a golden combination. The tacit cooperation between the two sides can make any enemy terrified. Now the mutant mantis has tasted the power of this golden combination. Under the fierce attack of the Velociraptor and the Hydralisk, the mutant mantis gradually loses its strength, and its resistance is greatly reduced, becoming a battle of trapped beasts. Wang Jin, who saw this, knew that the situation was already decided. The mutant mantis was just struggling to death. If the swarm continued to attack for a while, it would be able to take down the mutant mantis. Sure enough, under the continuous attack of the swarm, the mutant mantis screamed continuously, and more swarms of insects pounced on it and bit it, looking like a huge group of insects. At this time, except for a pair of sharp and hard forelimbs, the mutant mantis was covered with broken wounds all over its body. There were broken fangs of velociraptors on the wounds, and bone spurs deeply embedded in the body. With the blood flowing out, it looked extremely miserable. No one could have imagined that this was the majestic second-level mutant beast before. Everything ends here. Wang Jin looked at the dying mutant mantis with a cold smile on his lips. If he had known this would happen, why would he have done it in the first place? Is my bad luck so easy to find? As the Hydralisk hit the mutant mantis with another round of bone spurs, this king mutant beast with a radius of 100 miles twitched a few times, its triangular head drooped, and its whole body fell to the ground with a bang, and died. Finally done. Wang Jin exhaled lightly. It took 5 days to finally hunt down the mutant mantis. With the second-level crystal core of the mutant mantis, everything is ready now. It depends on whether the zombie king can be hooked. After the battle, Wang Jin quickly cleaned up the battlefield and dug out the crystal core of the mutant mantis. After spending some time, Wang Jin commanded the swarm to move the corpse of the mutant mantis back to the dump truck. This is the corpse of a second-level mutant beast, all of which are money. Bringing it back to the base can exchange for a lot of brain cores, so it can't be wasted. After everything was sorted out, Wang Jin drove the dump truck back to City S. The Zombie King must be impatient. Wang Jin curled his lips. Zombie King, I, Wang Jin, have reserved your brain core. Rumble. The dump truck was driving fast on the road, constantly knocking away some scattered zombies, crushing them into a real corpse. Because it was close to the city, there were a lot of zombies on the road, and there were also large-scale zombie groups. The dump truck drove carefully all the way, avoiding the zombies, and it took some time to arrive at a residential building in the suburbs. Swish. The brake sounded, and Wang Jin, who was covered in dirt, got out of the car and walked towards the residential building with a backpack on his back. After killing the mutant mantis at noon, Wang Jin drove back to S City without stopping, and finally returned to the residential building in the suburbs of S City in the afternoon. Wang Jin, you're back. Before approaching the residential building, Li Ying waved to Wang Jin from the roof, and reminded several companions in the house at the same time. Living around the city, such vigilance is essential, because you don't know when the zombies will pass by here. If no one is on guard, when the zombies pass by, everyone will be gnawed into a pile of bones by the zombies. Wang Jin nodded, and after carefully avoiding the traps around him with his backpack on his back, he returned to the room upstairs in the residential building. Click. As soon as the door opened, Wang Jin saw Qin Fei, Shang Yang, and Li Ying sitting on chairs, and there were 6 men in military uniforms standing or sitting beside them, looking at him with strange expressions. Wang Jin, these 6 are my brothers, and they are also special forces instructors in the army. I told you before. Qin Fei stood up and pointed at the 6 men in military uniforms and introduced them. The 6 soldiers also stood up and saluted Wang Jin. After closing the door, Wang Jin walked in front of Qin Fei and the others, glanced at the 6 soldiers, and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Wang Jin." I am here to help you solve the threat of the Zombie King at the request of your division commander. Hello, my name is. Hello, my name is. Hello, my name is. The 6 soldiers also introduced themselves one by one, and greeted Wang Jin with a friendly look. Wang Jin was not a soldier, but he risked his life to help them, which touched the soldiers very much. They looked at Wang Jin with a friendly look. Of course, if they knew that Wang Jin had hit Meng Quan's brain core hard, this friendly look would definitely disappear. Wang Jin, have you got the 2nd level mutant beast crystal core? We have already prepared everything here, and only your 2nd level crystal core is missing. After Wang Jin sat down, Qin Fei asked in a hurried tone. They had been looking forward to it for the past few days, and they didn't even sleep well. Finally, Wang Jin came. I lived up to everyone's expectations. Wang Jin smiled confidently, unzipped his backpack, took out a small box and opened it, revealing a thumb-sized, dazzling crystal core. Is this the 2nd level crystal core? It is indeed much larger and more beautiful than the 1st level crystal core. Qin Fei's eyes were bright. As long as he had the crystal core, the plan to snipe the Zombie King would be successful. Yes, this is the 2nd level crystal core. I took a lot of effort to get it. After Wang Jin took a look at everyone present, he put the crystal core back into the box and put it into his backpack. There are many people here, even if they are all soldiers, it is hard to guarantee that someone will be greedy. After all, the 2nd level crystal core can turn ordinary people into mutants. Wang Jin has to be careful. The human heart is the most difficult thing to figure out. Now that we have the crystal core, our plan can be implemented immediately. Li Ying also looked happy. As long as the Zombie King is solved, the base will no longer have to worry about the threat of the zombie group. That's right, we should do it sooner rather than later. How about we do it tomorrow? Wang Jin said. The earlier he kills the Zombie King, the earlier he can return to the base and receive the reward of 50,000 brain cores, which is 2,000 velociraptors. That's exactly what I want. Let's do it early tomorrow morning. Qin Fei shouted to everyone present, with a serious tone and excitement. As long as they kill the Zombie King, they will all be the heroes of the base. This is an irresistible temptation for soldiers who value honor more than their own lives. Yes, the soldiers present stood up and saluted Qin Fei, looking equally excited. Wang Jin, this is the letter that the division commander asked me to give you. Just then, Xiangyang suddenly took out an envelope and handed it to Wang Jin. There was less excitement between his eyebrows, but anger. Meng Quan gave it to me. Wang Jin took the letter and felt a little strange. Why did this old man write to him for no reason? Out of curiosity, Wang Jin quickly opened the envelope and read it carefully. A few minutes later, Wang Jin, who had read the envelope, had a gloomy face. He tore the envelope in his hand fiercely and said angrily, "Can the Mutant Alliance bear it? The zombies are still threatening near the base, and they are planning to fight internally. It seems so we have to deal with the Zombie King as soon as possible and go back to support the base." Qin Fei was also angry. It seemed that they had learned about the incident from Xiangyang. I hope it's not too late. Wang Jin secretly clenched his fists. Whether it was for the personal grudge with the Mutant Alliance or for He-Shin and the reward of 50,000 brain cores, he had to go back to the base. As for whether he would be involved in the war, Wang Jin sneered. Even if the Mutant Alliance did not come to trouble him, he would still find trouble with them. Wang Jin never forgot the original grudge. These fools of the Mutant Alliance, when I return to the base, I will make them understand that war is not a child's play. They are far from showing off their muscles with our army. Xiangyang cursed. He hated this kind of bully organization the most. If they have the ability, they can go fight the zombies and come to S City to snipe the Zombie King. What's the point of being so powerful in the base? Humph, I will make the people of the Mutant Alliance regret coming to this world. Li Ying's eyes were as cold as a venomous snake, waiting to show his deadly fangs to the enemy. That's right, when we return to the base, we will definitely make that bird Mutant Alliance look bad. Yes, yes, other soldiers also echoed, and they all shared the same hatred for the Mutant Alliance and wished to get rid of it as soon as possible. Okay, let's put the Mutant Alliance aside. Let's discuss tomorrow's action plan first and try to perfect the plan to avoid omissions that lead to failure. Wang Jin knew that it was useless to think about these things now. Only by taking down the Zombie King could he and others return to the base faster. If they wanted to hurry up, it would depend on whether tomorrow's plan was successful. After listening to Wang Jin's words, everyone finally stopped scolding the Mutant Alliance and discussed tomorrow's action with Wang Jin, supplementing and perfecting the plan bit by bit, trying to take into account every step of the Zombie King's action, and preparing multiple contingency plans for dealing with emergencies. It was not until late at night that Wang Jin and his team ended the discussion. Everyone was satisfied with the freshly made plan and their confidence in tomorrow's action increased greatly. No one spoke overnight, and the next day came quickly. When the sun rose, everyone in the residential building got busy together. All preparations were for today, and success or failure depended on this one move. Next to the Pearl Lake in S City, on a raised hill, several figures covered with weeds and fallen leaves appeared in it, lying quietly on the ground without moving, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. The zombies passing by would only think that these were weeds and fallen leaves, and would not think that these were their favorite food, humans. Wang Jin, how are the preparations going? Among the people lying down was Qin Fei, who took the walkie-talkie and asked Wang Jin. Everything is done, please report if you find the Zombie King. Hearing the voice coming from the walkie-talkie, Wang Jin sat on the muck truck beside the road and said with the walkie-talkie. Wang Jin, is your muck truck strong? Don't let it break down when you charge. Shang Yang sat in the cab, stretched his head out and smiled at Wang Jin on the roof. It's definitely stronger than you think. Wang Jin patted the thick body of the muck truck and said proudly. These two dump trucks are Wang Jin's hard work. As long as you don't use them to collide with tanks, ordinary vehicles and zombie dump trucks can be easily smashed. The corpse in the car is a second-level mutant beast. Zizi, it looks really scary. I can't figure out how you hunted it. Shang Yang was probably bored waiting, so he chatted with Wang Jin for no reason. Don't you even look at who it is, Wang Jin was just about to brag a few words when Qin Fei's excited voice suddenly came from the intercom. The Zombie King has appeared. Wang Jin, it's time for you to act, remember, pay attention to safety. The Zombie King has appeared. Wang Jin's face lit up, and he slapped the car window and shouted to Shang Yang. Drive quickly, the Zombie King has appeared, haha, I must chop off the head of the Zombie King today. Okay, Shang Yang was also surprised, and stepped on the accelerator with his big foot. The dump truck roared and roared, sprinting towards Pearl Lake. The dump truck was moving fast and soon approached the Pearl Lake. When Wang Jin arrived here, he could see the endless huge zombies without listening to Qin Fei's information on the walkie-talkie. Hundreds of thousands of zombies spread around the Pearl Lake, and the area within a few miles became the world of the zombies. As soon as Wang Jin's dump truck approached, a large number of zombies discovered this rampaging target and rushed over with roars. The scene of hundreds of thousands of zombies rushing up was too exaggerated. Even Wang Jin, who was always bold, felt his heart stop and quickly signaled Shang Yang to turn around. If he rushed forward again, it would not be brave, but to seek death. Wang Jin did not want to die young. Shang Yang was also frightened by the zombies that were surging like a tide. After receiving Wang Jin's signal, he turned around without saying a word, and the dump truck changed from the wild rush at the beginning to a panic escape. In this case, running away is the most correct choice. Anyway, Wang Jin and his team have achieved their goal of attracting the zombies. The dump truck is very fast. Although the number of ordinary zombies is large and looks scary, they can't catch up with the dump truck at all. The evolved zombies that could catch up with the dump truck were all in the center of the zombie group, surrounding the Pearl Lake, and did not chase the dump truck. Wang Jin, who was investigating through the host's vision, saw that over at the Pearl Lake, the Zombie King was controlling the evolved zombies to throw stones into the lake, and he didn't care about Wang Jin and his few humans. Compared with the second-level crystal core of the mutant turtle, Wang Jin and his humans did not attract the attention of the Zombie King at all. Seeing that the Zombie King was not hooked, Wang Jin's mouth curled up. It turned out that he needed a second-level crystal core. The temptation of these people was too low. Although Wang Jin was unwilling to admit it in his heart, in the eyes of the Zombie King, the second-level crystal core was the most valuable thing, and Wang Jin and his people were far behind. Wang Jin secretly hated that he could not recognize the real talent. In this case, he would take out his trump card. I hope that the Zombie King will not let me down. Seeing that the ordinary zombies were beginning to be pulled away by the dump truck, Wang Jin asked Xiangyang to slow down a bit. He stood on the roof of the car, took out a small box, opened it, took out the dazzling secondary crystal core, and waved it desperately in his hand. The secondary crystal core shone brightly, and it looked like Wang Jin was holding a high-power incandescent lamp in his hand. The nearby zombies could see it clearly. This was Wang Jin deliberately stimulating the energy in the crystal core to make the crystal core emit a dazzling light. Only the secondary crystal core could emit such a strong light. Even if the ordinary crystal core was activated, the light it emitted was very weak. The strong light not only attracted the attention of ordinary zombies, but also attracted the attention of the Zombie King. When the Zombie King saw what Wang Jin was holding in his hand, his silver-white eyes instantly widened. He couldn't believe that a human had the secondary brain core he needed. But the gorgeous and dazzling appearance of the secondary crystal core, as well as the energy contained in it, told him that he was not wrong. This human was indeed holding a genuine secondary crystal core. At that moment, the Zombie King ignored the mutant turtle that just appeared, and commanded all the evolved zombies around to chase the dump truck. The Zombie King himself followed on the head of the level 2 giant zombie. With the easier to obtain level 2 crystal core, the Zombie King would not care about the hard-to-catch mutant turtle. Seeing the evolved zombies and the Zombie King chasing him, Wang Jin was delighted, knowing that his plan had succeeded. The Zombie King really couldn't resist the temptation of the level 2 crystal core and fell into Wang Jin's trap. Xiangyang, increase the speed to the maximum. It's time for you to show your real skills. Didn't you always brag about being a car god before? Don't give up at the critical moment. Wang Jin laughed loudly, slapped the car window and shouted at Xiangyang. As long as he can lead the Zombie King to the strange forest, today will be the day of his death. But the most important thing now is to escape. Don't become the dinner of the zombies before you reach the forest. Watch me. Xiangyang also laughed loudly. Under the rapid pursuit of a large number of evolved zombies, he showed his best state, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, turned on the maximum speed of the dump truck, and raced with the zombies. It must be said that Xiangyang's driving skills are superb. The heavy dump truck was played by Xiangyang like a racing car. Drifting through the curves one by one, obstacles on the road were easily avoided. If zombies attacked, they could also cleverly use the sharp blades on both sides of the car body to kill them without affecting the speed of the dump truck. The speeding dump truck was like an angry bull, knocking away zombies on the road and smashing abandoned vehicles. It soon distanced itself from the first-level zombies, leaving tens of thousands of lurkers and giant zombies behind. Ordinary zombies, not to mention, could only eat the exhaust of the dump truck. However, in addition to the first-level zombies, there were also second-level zombies chasing the dump truck. In order to get Wang Jin's crystal core, the Zombie King had sent out half of his core force to protect himself. Now the closest to Wang Jin's dump truck were 5 second-level lurkers and a second-level giant zombie. Although the giant zombies were mainly based on strength, their bodies were too big. One step could take more than 10 steps of other zombies. Their speed was still faster than that of the first-level zombies. They only fell behind the second-level lurkers and became the second echelon chasing Wang Jin. Level 2 zombies, let me see what you are capable of. Wang Jin looked at the level 2 lurkers getting closer and closer, roared and summoned hundreds of velociraptors, controlled the velociraptors to pounce on the lurkers, and bought time for Wang Jin and his men to escape. Hundreds of velociraptors jumped off the dump truck one after another and rushed towards the lurkers running fast, with a very fierce momentum. But the two sides were not at the same level. The level 2 lurkers were much faster than the velociraptors, and it was difficult for the velociraptors to hit the lurkers with their attacks. The lurkers often tore the velociraptors into several pieces with their claws, and died. Even when facing the siege of multiple velociraptors, these lurkers can dodge up and down flexibly. While dodging, they can also free their hands to attack the velociraptors, biting and injuring many mutant beasts. Occasionally, velociraptors attacked the lurkers, and their newly grown scales could also defend them well, so they were not seriously injured, making up for the weakness of the level 1 lurkers' low defense. Hundreds of velociraptors were smashed to pieces by the lurkers. The velociraptors that had not formed a large scale could not cause effective damage to the lurkers. In addition, without the long-range firepower support of the hydralisks, the velociraptors were defeated quickly. If it were on flat ground, Wang Jin would have summoned all the swarms of insects to fight against the 5 lurkers. Now that he was in a hurry to escape, Wang Jin could not summon all the swarms of insects, otherwise he would be torn to pieces by hundreds of thousands of corpses. Bang! A big foot suddenly crushed the 2 velociraptors into meat patties, and a large amount of dirty blood and internal organs splashed. A pair of fists as big as a bathtub swung, and more than a dozen velociraptors were swept into the air, and their bones were broken and died. But it was the second-level giant zombies who also caught up and joined the attack on the velociraptors. This made the number of velociraptors die sharply, and they were almost wiped out soon. When hundreds of thousands of corpses rushed over, the remaining velociraptors were all submerged and annihilated. Although hundreds of velociraptors failed, they also successfully delayed the speed of the lurkers, giving the dump truck a chance to distance itself. This distance was not enough to get rid of the threat of the zombies, but Wang Jin and his men still had a backup plan. As long as they blocked these second-level zombies, the dump truck would be safe. Ordinary zombies and first-level zombies could not catch up with the dump truck. Yay! Yay! Seeing Wang Jin and his men running away, the zombie king screamed in anger and commanded the zombies to speed up and catch up. After dealing with the velociraptors that blocked the road, the zombies roared and rushed towards the dump truck. The second-level lurkers used all 4 limbs to gradually approach the dump truck. The speed of these super assassins was too terrifying. Even if the dump truck reached the highest speed, it was still slowly caught up by the other party. We're almost there. Wang Jin checked his watch, looked at the surrounding environment, and reminded Xiang Yang. Well, I can smell the gasoline. Xiang Yang shrugged his nose and responded to Wang Jin's words with a smile. As soon as Xiang Yang finished speaking, Wang Jin saw dozens of gasoline barrels scattered 100 meters ahead, and a large amount of gasoline was scattered around. The strong smell of gasoline could be smelled from a distance. These were the achievements of Qin Fei and his team. During the 5 days when Wang Jin was hunting mutant mantises, Qin Fei and his team captured a small gas station, and the remaining gasoline in it was used here to stop the zombies. After the dump truck passed through the gasoline area, Wang Jin lit a torch and let a velociraptor bite the torch and approach the gasoline area, waiting for the zombies behind to come. Dust flew, roars shook the sky. Wang Jin didn't wait long before he saw a large-scale zombie group crowded in. The 5 lurkers and a giant zombie were running in the front. There were a total of 6 level 2 zombies, which posed the greatest threat to Wang Jin's dump truck. Enjoy this feast of fire that I have prepared for you. A trace of cruelty and danger appeared on Wang Jin's face. After all 6 level 2 zombies entered the gasoline area, he coldly spat out 2 words, ignite. After receiving Wang Jin's order, the velociraptor rushed into the gasoline area without hesitation and threw the torch onto the ground full of gasoline. As soon as the torch touched the ground, it immediately ignited the gasoline, and the red flame rolled up and spread rapidly around until the gasoline barrel was ignited. Boom boom boom. The ignited gasoline barrel exploded suddenly, and the flame flew in all directions in a circular shape, igniting more gasoline barrels and causing violent chain explosions. The entire gasoline area with a radius of 100 meters seemed to have become an erupting volcano, with the rising flames reaching more than 10 meters high. The red light of the gasoline barrel explosion continued to come from the flames, annihilating all the creatures in it. Not to mention the level 2 zombies that were directly blown up in the gasoline area. Even many zombies outside the gasoline area were hit by the shock wave of the explosion. Their brains were shaken into paste, and their bodies were torn apart by the exploded iron sheets, and finally their bodies were roasted to death. The zombies outside were like this, not to mention the zombies in the Sea of Fire. Even if they were level 2 zombies, in such an explosion, Wang Jin didn't think they could survive. Haha, we succeeded, these fools were blown to ashes by us. Xiang Yang laughed loudly when he saw this scene through the rearview mirror, his majestic body swaying left and right in the cab, excited. The pride and glory of being able to kill the level 2 zombie that he thought was invincible made his heart almost jump out, not to mention how excited he was. Yes, we can do it. Wang Jin stopped talking before he even finished the word, gong. He stared at a huge figure coming out of the flames in amazement. The figure that came out of the flames was 10 meters tall, with countless burned wounds of all sizes all over his body. One of his arms was broken at the shoulder and disappeared. It was a level 2 giant zombie. It was not dead. Wang Jin wiped his eyes in disbelief. Is he kidding? He is not dead even like this. Shang Yang was also stunned. He stopped twisting his body instantly and stammered, how can this weird, strange thing not be killed by explosion? Is he a cockroach? This giant zombie has a very high defense, even comparable to the mutant giant tiger. Looking at this scene, Wang Jin thought to himself that this level 2 giant zombie has much higher defense than the level 1. Mumble. Seeing that most of the second level zombies he sent to chase were dead or injured, only one giant zombie survived, and it was also missing an arm and its strength was greatly reduced. The zombie king shouted angrily, and his silver-white eyes looked at Wang Jin on the roof of the dump truck with hatred. 5 second-level lurkers died at once. Now the zombie king only has 5 second-level lurkers and 3 second-level giant zombies available. Nearly half of the top force has been lost. The zombie king wanted to eat Wang Jin alive. The furious zombie king controlled the zombies to bypass the flame blockade in the gasoline area and reunited to chase the dump truck, determined to kill Wang Jin to vent his anger. Roar! The giant zombie rushed out of the sea of fire and roared, raising his one arm and roaring towards the dump truck, as if he wanted to take revenge. Just chase slowly. Shang Yang, get rid of him. Wang Jin laughed disdainfully. Even if you are tough, you can't do anything about the dump truck if you can't speed up. The other 5 level 2 lurkers had been burned to ashes, and now there was nothing that could threaten the safety of the dump truck. The dump truck started moving at high speed again, keeping a certain distance from the zombies, ensuring that the zombies could not harm the dump truck and not lose it. Chapter 71. There were many abandoned vehicles and scattered zombies on the road, and some bends slowed down the speed of the dump truck. But because the zombie king was afraid of encountering the same thing again, he did not continue to send out second-level zombies to chase the dump truck. This allowed Wang Jin to easily lead the zombies to the destination without worrying about the safety of the dump truck. In this way, more than 2 hours later, Wang Jin and his team had arrived at their destination, a strange forest covering several miles. The lush forest covering several miles was full of greenery and looked very spectacular. No one would have thought that this forest would be a dead place with hidden murderous intentions, quietly waiting for the prey to fall. The dump truck continued to move along the strange forest. After approaching the range of 100 meters, Wang Jin took out 2 gas masks from his backpack. Put it on. Wang Jin handed a gas mask to Shang Yang, and he also put on a gas mask. Next, it was time for him and others to step down and watch the performance of the mutant forest. The dump truck began to slow down and finally stopped slowly. It was only tens of meters away from the strange forest in front. The vines of the strange forest were only a few meters away from the dump truck. Because they had gas masks, Wang Jin and Shang Yang were not worried about being poisoned, but the zombies did not have this benefit. Seeing Wang Jin and his team stop, the zombie king was overjoyed and shouted to control the zombies to rush towards the dump truck. Hundreds of thousands of zombies rushed over with amazing momentum. The tens of thousands of zombies in the lead soon arrived within 100 meters of the strange forest. The strange fragrance was wafting, and these dead mummies could not resist the toxins of the forest. Attracted by the fragrance, they walked towards the forest in a daze, ignoring Wang Jin and his team's dump truck. As soon as the confused zombies approached the forest, the strange trees moved, and the hanging vines rolled up the zombies, and the thorns on the vines pierced into the zombies' bodies, sucking their blood and brains. Ordinary zombies are hard to resist. The vines bind them tightly. No matter whether the zombies bite or tear with their teeth, they can't break the tough vines. They can only be sucked dry by the strange tree and die. The situation of the first-level zombies is better. Under the vines, the first-level zombies can hold on longer and struggle more violently. But their struggles often lead to more attacks by vines instead of escape, which bind them tightly and suck their blood and brains dry. Only a few first-level zombies are lucky enough to escape from the attack of the strange tree. Ya. Seeing the zombies being killed in large numbers by the strange forest, the zombie king roared angrily. No creature has ever dared to fight against his zombies. Today, something wants to fight against the zombies and kill a large number of his men, which makes the zombie king furious. The crazy killing of the zombies by the strange forest, coupled with the temptation of Wang Jin's second-level crystal core, made the zombie king not retreat, but increase the offensive and send most of the zombies around him to raise this strange forest. Hundreds of thousands of zombies surged towards the strange forest like a wave, including tens of thousands of first-level zombies. These swift lurkers and 3-meter-tall giant zombies were the main force against the strange forest. Only they could effectively break the vines of the strange trees, and even the giant zombies could uproot the 7 or 8-meter-tall strange trees and fundamentally eliminate the strange trees. With the evolved zombies as the vanguard, the ordinary zombies were not willing to lag behind, and they all grabbed and bit the vines and tree trunks, and at the same time they were strangled and sucked dry by the strange forest. Because of the attraction of the fragrance, the zombies did not come to trouble Wang Jin and his men, because the zombies were powerless. The zombies would be attracted by the fragrance after approaching the strange forest for 100 meters, and could not control their actions. When they regained consciousness after approaching the strange forest, it was too late and they could only entangle with the forest. Even if the zombie king forcibly controlled the zombies who regained consciousness to walk towards the dump truck, the zombies could not walk far, and would be attracted by the fragrance and walk towards the strange forest again. No matter how the zombie king controlled them, it was useless. Wang Jin looked at this scene with pride, and wanted to attack him. Zombie king, you should deal with the strange forest first. On the battlefield, countless vines in the whole strange forest rolled up, like a group of demons dancing wildly, fighting against the hundreds of thousands of zombies that were rushing in. Thousands of vines flew out, binding the zombies in front, and the spikes pierced deep into the zombies' bodies to drink blood until the zombies died. As the vines flew, the front of the strange forest seemed to form a tight barrier, swallowing the zombies that rushed in. But the strange forest did not come without paying a price. There were too many zombies, and the vines in the strange forest were insufficient, so they could not trap all the zombies, causing the zombies to attack them as much as they wanted. One by one, the strange trees were pulled up by the giant zombies, the vines were broken by the lurkers, or the trunks were bitten by a large number of zombies. In a short time, hundreds of strange trees were affected and killed by the zombies. The battle between the two sides entered a white-hot stage, and no one cared about the dump truck next to them, making the dump truck very conspicuous in this battlefield. It's time to start, Wang Jin muttered to himself. With the strange forest attracting firepower for Wang Jin was able to sit safely on the dump truck and observe the surrounding situation with his feet up. Because most of the zombies were sent out, there were still tens of thousands of ordinary zombies and 8 level 2 zombies left to protect the zombie king, hiding a few hundred meters away from the strange forest. Seeing this situation, Wang Jin took out the walkie-talkie, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Qin Fei, do it." Understood. Qin Fei's voice soon came from the walkie-talkie, and his voice was very serious, but there was no fear. Hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, Wang Jin patted Shang Yang on the shoulder and pretended to be relaxed and joked, "We are going to take the head of the zombie king now, are you afraid?" "Afraid? I, Shang Yang, have experienced all kinds of dangers. It's just a zombie. I'm going to twist off his head now." Shang Yang lit a cigarette for himself and Wang Jin, and slowly blew out a smoke ring. In order to show his courage, he took off his shirt, revealing gunshot wounds and knife wounds all over his body, with a fierce and ferocious face. "Good man." Wang Jin put out the cigarette butt, waved his hand and said, "Turn around and drive, target the zombie king." Boom. The dump truck turned its 4 wheels and turned around to hit the zombie king at full speed. A large number of zombies on the road were knocked away and killed, and the dirty blood was all over the car body, making the dump truck more ferocious. When Wang Jin and his team rushed towards the zombie king, 5 heavy trucks also rushed out on the road behind the zombie king and hit the zombie king directly. The drivers of the trucks were Qin Fei and several special forces. A total of 6 heavy trucks drove towards the zombie king, and the huge movement had long attracted the attention of the zombie king. Seeing the dump truck actually drive out and leave the weird forest, the zombie king was very excited, roaring and rushing towards the dump truck with the zombies. At the same time, a large number of zombies began to rush back, and under the control of the zombie king, they chased behind the dump truck of Wang Jin and others. If they wanted to deal with the zombie king, they only had a few minutes, and they had to do it before the zombies came back. Wang Jin clenched his fists, his eyes were bloodshot, and a few minutes were enough. The dump truck started at maximum speed and crashed into the zombies like a roaring monster. The heavy body of the dump truck gave the dump truck great power. Even if there were tens of thousands of zombies blocking the road in front, the dump truck broke through and slowly approached the zombie king. The dump truck rushed past, and the front of the car was covered with zombie blood. The broken limbs and arms kept flying. The fallen zombies were crushed by the wheels. The zombies stood around with arms, and some even climbed onto the dump truck. The speed of the dump truck began to drop sharply, turning into a turtle speed. The zombies used their bodies to block the dump truck regardless of life and death, making the dump truck slower and slower until it stopped. At this time, Wang Jin and his team were still 700 to 800 meters away from the zombie king. Behind the zombies, the same thing happened to Qin Fei and his 5 dump trucks. They were blocked by a large number of zombies and forced to stop. Bang! The door of the dump truck was opened, and Wang Jin jumped out of the cab with a cold face. Xiang Yang followed closely behind him, carrying a machine gun and following Wang Jin. The surging zombies roared and rushed over after seeing Wang Jin escape from the protection of the turtle shell dump truck. Their smelly bodies burst out at an impressive speed at this moment, biting Wang Jin with their teeth and claws. "Come on!" Xiang Yang roared, and the heavy machine gun began to spit out a foot-long tongue of fire, and the metal storm swept the zombies. One by one, the zombies were blown up in the head and shot to pieces by the machine gun, and they staggered to the ground and couldn't get up. More zombies continued to come, and this number of zombies could not be stopped by a machine gun. But besides Xiang Yang, there is another more terrifying person here. Seeing the zombies approaching him, Wang Jin had a cold face and summoned the swarm of insects without saying a word. He said 2 short words to Xiang Yang beside him, "Follow closely." As soon as Wang Jin finished speaking, the swarm of insects began to rush to the zombie king in front. Wang Jin followed the swarm of insects, drew out his machete and rushed to the zombie king with the swarm of insects. Thousands of velociraptors roared and bit the zombies blocking the road in front, quickly opening a road to the zombie king. Hundreds of hydralisks spewed bone spurs to attack the zombies attacking from both sides around, blocking the offensive of the zombies. Wang Jin was protected by the swarm of insects, followed the pace of the swarm of insects, and ran towards the zombie king at a very fast speed. Xiang Yang carried a machine gun and shot the approaching zombies while walking. Behind the zombies, Qin Fei and several other special forces soldiers also took various guns and attacked the zombies from all directions, attracting the attention of thousands of zombies and reducing the burden for Wang Jin and his frontal attack. Tens of thousands of zombies crowded and attacked the advancing swarm of insects. The swarm of insects was not afraid and launched a fierce counterattack against the zombies. A large number of zombies were bitten to death and dismembered by velociraptors. Many zombies had their heads blown off by hydralisks. Even if they did not hit the head, but shot other parts, the toxins in the bone spurs could kill the zombies alive. Tens of thousands of zombies were no match for the swarm of insects. They could not stop the swarm of insects' offensive pace and were soon killed by the swarm of insects. It was clear that the zombie king was protected by 8 level 2 zombies. Seeing that the zombie king's short body was less than 100 meters away from him, Wang Jin's cold face became excited. Success was within reach, and he was only 1 step away. Ya. Seeing the swarm of insects approaching, the zombie king shrank his small body and hid behind a level 2 giant zombie. He pointed at the swarm with his little hand and sent 2 giant zombies and 5 lurkers to resist the swarm of insects, while he controlled the level 2 giant zombies under him to run away. In the face of life-threatening danger, the zombie king did not have the courage of a leader at all, but turned around and ran away in embarrassment. Want to run. Seeing that the zombie king was going to run, Wang Jin could not do as he wished, and hurriedly led the swarm of insects to chase him. If he did not kill the zombie king, his work these days would be in vain. When Wang Jin was chasing, 7 level 2 zombies blocked his way. The 10-meter-tall giant zombie roared and raised his foot to step on the swarm of insects, while the lurkers jumped around swiftly, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack the velociraptors. Some velociraptors were knocked away and crushed by the giant zombies, and the velociraptors' attacks bit the other party, but they did not hurt at all. The attack of the velociraptor has a good effect on the first-level giant zombie, but it is not so effective against the second-level giant zombie. The sharp claws attacking the giant zombie can only make a shallow wound, and cannot cause effective damage to the giant zombie with a body as high as 10 meters. Faced with this situation, Wang Jin decisively pulled the velociraptor off and replaced it with a hydralisk. Hundreds of hydralisks began to spit bone spurs at a giant zombie on the left. The tall giant zombie had poor flexibility. Facing the bone spur attack that broke the speed of sound, he was stabbed by hundreds of bone spurs before he could make any evasive moves. The giant zombie's tall body showed its disadvantage. The target was so huge, and the giant zombie had no evasive ability, so the hydralisk had few misses. The bone spurs almost all hit the target, stabbing the giant zombie all over his body, like a human being with hundreds of toothpicks all over his body. The bone spurs, which were as powerful as sniper rifles, pierced the giant zombie, causing small blood flowers to burst out. Although the bone spurs did not penetrate deeply, the toxins in the bone spurs had already begun to quietly take effect. The toxins in each bone spur could easily kill 100 elephants. Now that hundreds of bone spurs had pierced the giant zombie, this powerful second-level giant zombie softened and almost fell to the ground. Roar! The giant zombie attacked by the poison roared, his muscles swelled, and suddenly exploded. With a rumbling step, he rushed towards the hydralisk, trying to attack the hydralisk with little melee and evasion ability. Humph! Seeing this situation, Wang Jin frowned and commanded many velociraptors to pounce on the giant zombies, delaying the opponent's speed to buy time for the hydralisk. A large number of velociraptors pounced on the giant zombies, and the giant zombies roared, tearing and stepping on them. Most of the velociraptors that blocked them were stepped on or crushed into meat, with heavy casualties. The giant zombies strode forward unstoppably, and with a huge fist, the velociraptors that were hit were smashed to pieces, flying more than 10 meters away into a pile of soft mud, and died with all their bones broken. Bang bang bang. The velociraptors blocking still worked. The furious giant zombie did not succeed after all. When it was still 10 meters away from the hydralisk, it was hit by another round of bone spurs spewed by the hydralisk. Unable to bear the poison any longer, the giant zombie bent his legs and fell to the ground with a bang. His whole body twitched, black blood gushed out of his 7 orifices, and his tall body became stiff. Finally, when the poison invaded his brain, he slowly lost his life. It was a close call. It was finally solved. It's your turn next. Wang Jin patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The giant zombie put too much pressure on Wang Jin. If he had been attacked by him and disrupted the offensive of the hydralisk, the consequences would be disastrous. After the first giant zombie was solved, Wang Jin aimed at the second giant zombie. With several rounds of bone spurs, this giant zombie also followed in the footsteps of his companions and went to hell to accompany the dead giant zombies. Under the extremely poisonous bone spurs of the hydralisk, the giant zombie had a strong body, but it could only become a large sandbag, and finally fell on the terrifying toxicity of the hydralisk. After killing 2 giant zombies, Wang Jin aimed at 5 lurkers. Compared with giant zombies, these 5 lurkers were not as powerful, but more difficult to deal with. The thorns of the hydralisk were difficult to hit the agile lurkers, and the speed of the velociraptors was also inferior to the opponent. They were confused by the 5 lurkers and it was difficult to catch them. Seeing that the velociraptors failed to chase the lurkers and were killed by the opponent, Wang Jin's face sank. These flexible killers were too difficult to deal with. They often hid back in the zombies after a successful attack, relying on the cover of the zombies to wait for the next attack, and never fought the swarm head-on, which was very annoying. If there was no cover of the zombies, Wang Jin could still rely on the number of the swarm to limit the opponent's evasion space, slowly blocking the opponent and killing him. Now it is impossible to do this because of the existence of the zombies, and time does not allow Wang Jin to deal with them slowly. Hundreds of thousands of zombies are coming back, and Wang Jin must get rid of the zombie king first. So after analyzing the situation, Wang Jin decisively ignored the harassment of the lurkers and led the swarm of insects to chase the fleeing zombie king. These lurkers are experts at harassment, but they are not good at direct combat. They cannot compare with the giant zombies. Facing Wang Jin's pursuit, the lurkers can only harass him and cannot stop Wang Jin's actions at all. The swarm of insects moved very fast. Although the giant zombie under the zombie king was already level 2, its speed was still not comparable to that of the swarm of insects, and it was soon caught up by the swarm of insects. Thousands of swarms of insects swarmed in, and the zombies blocking the road were torn into pieces by the velociraptors. The hydralisk began to spit bone spurs at the zombie king 500 meters away. One by one, the bone spurs pierced the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and stabbed the giant zombie fiercely, but Wang Jin failed to hit the zombie king. When the zombie king saw the bone spurs coming, he actually let the giant zombie hold him in his arms and used the giant zombie as a meat shield to block the attack of the bone spurs. Because the distance was too far, the accuracy of the hydralisk decreased. Only dozens of bone spurs hit the giant zombie. This level of toxins could not kill the giant zombie, allowing it to continue to escape with the zombie king. Wang Jin, who failed to hit the target, followed the velociraptor first, while the slower hydralisk fell behind, waiting for Wang Jin to catch up after dragging the giant zombie. Without the drag of the hydralisk, the velociraptor increased its speed greatly, and soon caught up with the zombie king, no more than 100 meters away from him. From here, Wang Jin could clearly see the fear in the zombie king's eyes. Emotion. Wang Jin was shocked. This zombie king was so smart that he even had emotions. If the zombie king continued to evolve like this, the zombie king's wisdom might evolve to be almost the same as that of humans, or even smarter than humans. After seeing this scene, Wang Jin was even more determined to kill the zombie king. He didn't know what dangers would be if he kept such a scourge. If he let the zombie king develop and evolve like this, his life might be in danger. After all, everything he did to the zombie king was real, and Wang Jin didn't expect the zombie king to forget his hatred. Now, we should take advantage of this great opportunity to chop off the head of the zombie king and eradicate the root of the problem, so as to avoid future troubles. The extremely fast velociraptor was running, and in front of it was a giant zombie that was constantly running away. There were also 5 level 2 lurkers that were constantly attacking around the insect swarm, dragging away and killing a velociraptor that was close to the side from time to time. Because he was in a hurry, Wang Jin did not send the velociraptor to drive away these lurkers. He could only grit his teeth and get rid of the zombie king first. It took the velociraptor half a minute to catch up with the giant zombie and trap it and the zombie king together. Finally caught you. Wang Jin's face was full of joy, and he ran to the front panting, watching the zombie king trapped in the insect swarm constantly roaring intimidation, trying to drive away the thousands of insect swarms around him. The giant zombies beside the zombie king also roared, clenched their fists to protect the zombie king, and followed the zombie king closely, trying to stop the approaching insect swarm. On the periphery, the 5 lurkers, under the control of the zombie king, also launched a more intense attack, frequently attacking the zombie swarm without regard for their lives, and no longer evaded with agility as before. A lurker had just pinned down and bit another lurker to death, but did not turn back in time, but greedily pounced on a velociraptor next to him. However, he did not expect that a large number of insect swarms had surrounded him. Taking advantage of the moment when the lurker attacked the velociraptor, the lurker who did not escape in time was trapped, and hundreds of velociraptors rushed forward. Although the scales on the second-level lurker's body have good defense, they are not as perverted as the second-level giant zombie. Under the siege of hundreds of velociraptors, the scales were quickly scratched and bitten. With its defense broken and surrounded by the swarm of insects with nowhere to hide, the lurker eventually fell under the sharp teeth of the velociraptor and was torn to pieces by the velociraptor. After killing the lurker, Wang Jin no longer paid attention to the lurker, but began to command the swarm of insects to pounce on the zombie king in the center, ready to capture the king first. More than 1,000 velociraptors pounced and bit at them, like a group of the craziest lions. The scene gave people goosebumps and fear. Roar! The giant zombie stepped forward to save the lord, knocked the velociraptor flying, and ignored the velociraptor that was crawling on him and biting him. He crouched down and focused on protecting the zombie king and not letting the velociraptor get close. Looking for death, Wang Jin smiled coldly. He thought he could stop him with this. With a wave of his hand, the group of stingrays that had just caught up opened their mouths. The strong muscles in their mouths contracted and popped out rapidly. One by one, bone spurs whistled and shot at the giant zombies, shooting the giant zombies that did not dodge out of the hornet's nest. Under the attack of a large amount of toxins, their bodies were shaky. Shoot again. Wang Jin looked at the giant zombies that were still blocking the zombie king. He waved his hand again, and a wave of bone spurs attacked again, piercing the giant zombies that arrived. Under the outbreak of an astonishing amount of toxins, the giant zombies still didn't make it. The 10-meter-tall body tilted and fell to the ground with a bang. Horrible black blood gushed out of the wounds all over his body, becoming the third giant zombie to die from stingray toxins today. After the giant zombie died, only a short and thin lonely figure was left at the scene. The Zombie King lost his previous majesty and shrank into a ball with trembling, showing the fear in his heart. Die! Wang Jin mercilessly ordered all the insects to attack. The longer such a scourge survived, the more dangerous it would be. Wang Jin remembered that there were still hundreds of thousands of zombies chasing behind him. If the zombies caught up with him, the identities of the prey and hunter would have to be exchanged. Thousands of ferocious insects pounced on the Zombie King. The short Zombie King looked so helpless and pitiful. Just when Wang Jin thought the situation was settled and the Zombie King would be torn to pieces by the insects, something strange happened. An invisible protective shield appeared in a radius of 3 meters around the Zombie King, protecting him. The velociraptors that pounced on him were blocked outside the protective shield and could not hurt the Zombie King inside. Even the shooting of the bone spurs was the same. The bone spurs that could penetrate the 35mm steel plate shot on the protective shield, which could only splash a circle of transparent waves and could not penetrate the protective shield. The Zombie King's ability, is this a mental barrier? How can the defense be so high? Wang Jin looked at the scene in surprise. He didn't expect that the Zombie King still had a backup plan and could actually control his mental power to add a protective shield. Ya. Seeing that the insects could not hurt him, the Zombie King screamed triumphantly, and a pair of silver eyes glanced at Wang Jin. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. Wang Jin had pushed him to the edge of a dead end. As long as there was a chance, the Zombie King would want to eat his flesh and gnaw his bones. Keep attacking. Wang Jin was a little anxious. Now was a critical moment. If he didn't kill the Zombie King as soon as possible, he would be driven back by hundreds of thousands of zombies behind him. Wang Jin could only run away obediently, and all his hard work these days would be in vain. As if sensing Wang Jin's anxiety, the swarm launched a more fierce attack on the protective shield. One by one, the velociraptors bit off their teeth and scratched their claws. The hydralisks also approached the protective shield to spray at close range to increase their power, but these were useless. The protective shield showed no signs of collapse except for some fluctuations. Hearing the footsteps of a large number of zombies behind him, Wang Jin's face turned black and blue, and his knuckles were pinched white. Did he just give up? If he failed this time, the Zombie King would learn a lesson, and there would be no such opportunity next time. Boom! Just when Wang Jin was desperate and ready to retreat, the roar of a car suddenly sounded behind him. Wang Jin knew that it was his modified dump truck when he heard the familiar sound of the motor engine. Turning his head, he saw a dump truck driving towards Wang Jin at full speed. The driver was a big man as strong as a bear, Shang Yang. Look at my death collision. The dump truck whizzed past. When passing by Wang Jin, Shang Yang roared, pointed to the Zombie King through the window, stepped on the accelerator and crashed straight into it. Well done. Wang Jin's eyes lit up. The huge impact force of the dump truck would definitely break the protective shield, and the Zombie King would definitely die. Wang Jin looked at the Zombie King with a sinister look, letting you be proud, and you will go to hell to be proud in a while. The dump truck rushed towards the Zombie King, and Wang Jin could clearly see the fear on the Zombie King's face. The Zombie King took a step forward and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The dump truck rushed forward, and when it was about to hit the Zombie King, Shang Yang opened the door and jumped out, rolling on the ground for more than 10 times before stopping. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the dump truck flew into the air and overturned on the ground, but the Zombie King's protective shield was still intact. How is it possible? Wang Jin's face changed. Wouldn't such an impact force break this turtle shell? Crack! When Wang Jin thought it was over, there was a crisp sound from the Zombie King's protective shield, and a tiny crack appeared on the intact protective shield. Crack! 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 This crack expanded rapidly, and in less than a few seconds, it spread throughout the entire protective shield. In the Zombie King's frightened eyes, the protective shield shattered and disappeared. Die for me! Seeing this scene, Wang Jin laughed grimly, and the swarm of insects rushed over to drown the Zombie King under Wang Jin's control. Ma! 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 The Zombie King screamed twice, and then there was no sound. Wang Jin took a look and found that the zombie king had been bitten off the head by the velociraptor and was completely dead. Once the zombie king died, the uncontrolled zombie swarms scattered, and the remaining 4 level 2 lurkers around Wang Jin also fled. Without the restraint of the zombie king, these level 2 zombies who had a little intelligence and knew how to avoid danger would not die in vain. So many swarms of insects were not something they could deal with. Xiangyang, are you okay? After dealing with the zombie king, Wang Jin ran to Xiangyang and helped him up. Because he jumped off the fast-moving dump truck, Xiangyang had a large area of scratches on his body, but they were all skin injuries. As long as he was bandaged and recuperated for a period of time, he would recover quickly. It's just a minor injury, it's nothing. Although Xiangyang grimaced in pain, he didn't cry out. He stood up and walked with Wang Jin's shoulder. It's good that you're okay. Wang Jin helped Xiangyang sit down next to a big rock, and commanded the swarm to collect the war supplies. He dug out the brain cores of the zombie king and the second-level zombies, and also dug out the ordinary zombies. The collapsed zombies have dispersed and no longer formed a large-scale zombie group. Wang Jin's swarm is no longer worried about being threatened by the zombies. So after thousands of velociraptors collected the brain cores here, they returned to the mutant forest to collect them under Wang Jin's control. There are more brain cores in the mutant forest. In addition to the 2 second-level giant zombie brain cores, there are also a large number of ordinary zombies and first-level zombie brain cores. These are all left after the zombies fought with the weird forest. Because many weird trees were destroyed and flattened by the zombies, Wang Jin was able to enter the forest to collect brain cores. Unless they were close to the place where the weird trees could attack, Wang Jin commanded the zombies to collect all the brain cores in other places. While collecting brain cores, Wang Jin also sent out a part of the swarm to bring out Qin Fei and others who were still fighting with the zombies. Boom! Not long after, several large trucks drove up behind Wang Jin, and Qin Fei and others got off the trucks covered in zombie blood. After Wang Jin killed the zombie king, the zombies no longer attacked on a large scale. With the help of Wang Jin's swarm, they quickly escaped from the zombies. Are you all okay? Wang Jin counted the number of Qin Fei and his men and found that no one was missing. It seemed that the battle was going smoothly. We are fine. How is Xiangyang? Qin Fei saw that Xiangyang was covered in blood and hurried up to check. He was relieved when he found that it was only a superficial wound. The zombie king has been killed. Let's clean up the battlefield, rest here for a night, and return to the base tomorrow. Wang Jin pointed to the corpse of the zombie king and signaled to Qin Fei and others that it was late now and it was unrealistic to stay up late to return to the base. He and others were exhausted after a day of fighting and needed some time to recover. The zombie king is dead. Qin Fei followed Wang Jin's gaze and cried out in surprise. Although he had guessed something from the sudden collapse of the zombie group, he was still shocked when he really saw the corpse of the zombie king. Others also saw the corpse of the zombie king at this time. The short and thin corpse of the zombie king was lying not far away. Everyone could see at a glance that such a corpse must be the zombie king. We succeeded. Everyone was happy. After all the hardships, they finally solved this scourge. Clean up the battlefield, let's find a place to rest first. It's not safe here. It's dangerous for hundreds of thousands of collapsed zombies to run into us. After Qin Fei was excited, he agreed with Wang Jin's idea. After packing up the spoils, he found a safe place to hide again. Reference mark. 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 At night, at the foot of a hillside, several large trucks and dump trucks were parked here. Wang Jin and his group lit a bonfire and laughed and cheered for the success of today's operation. After eating and drinking, Wang Jin said hello to everyone and drove the dump truck to the wild alone, preparing to count his spoils of the day. The dump truck with some damage on the front was not a problem to drive, and Wang Jin quickly found a place to stop the car and took out the spoils to count. A large box was filled with crystal cores collected by Wang Jin. After counting them one by one, Wang Jin found that there were more than 10,000 ordinary 0-level brain cores, nearly 100 first-level brain cores, 3 second-level giant zombie brain cores, 1 second-level lurker brain core, and the brain core of the zombie king. Haha, I made a fortune. After counting, Wang Jin smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. With so many brain cores, he became rich overnight. And there was a 50,000 brain core bounty from the army when he returned to the base. Wang Jin couldn't stop being excited when he thought about it, and his heartbeat couldn't stop beating rapidly. Second-level zombies and the brain cores of the Zombie King, I wonder how much silicon ore I can get from absorbing them. After calming down a little, Wang Jin took out a few huge brain cores and absorbed them. Wang Jin was full of expectations for these second-level brain cores. Ding, you absorbed a second-level brain core, which was converted into 1,000 silicon ores. Please keep up the good work. Ding, you absorbed 3 second-level brain cores, which were converted into 9,000 silicon ores. Please keep up the good work. Ding, you absorbed a second-level brain core, which was converted into 10,000 silicon ores. Please keep up the good work. These second-level brain cores did not disappoint Wang Jin. The brain core of the lurker was worth 1,000 silicon ores, the brain core of the giant zombie was worth 3,000 silicon ores, and the most important brain core of the Zombie King was worth up to 10,000. After absorbing all the second-level brain cores, Wang Jin's silicon ores had reached 20,000. Continue to absorb. After the surprise, Wang Jin absorbed other brain cores without stopping. More than 10,000 ordinary zombie brain cores, plus nearly 100 first-level brain cores, brought Wang Jin a total of 30,000 silicon ores. Zerg Overlord, Wang Jin. Resources: silicon ore, 50,000. Gas ore, 150. Troops: Worker B2, Zergling, 1,300, Hydralisk, 300, Host 1. Currently summonable creatures: Worker B10 silicon ore, Zergling 25 silicon ore, Hydralisk 75 silicon ore, 25 gas ore, Host 100 silicon ore. Hatching Zerg Hive 100,000 silicon ore. With 50,000 brain cores, Wang Jin was overjoyed. Without further ado, he used them up to summon 2,000 Zerglings. As soon as the 2,000 densely packed Zerglings came out, the chirping of insects in the surrounding woods instantly became silent. In front of so many Zerglings, even insects dared not move and hid in fear. Wang Jin was overjoyed by the 2,000 Zergs. With his own 1,600 Zergs, Wang Jin now had a powerful force of 3,300 Zergs and 300 Hydralisks, with the number approaching the 4,000 mark, and his strength more than doubled. I will receive another 50,000 brain cores when I return to the base tomorrow. I hope you won't let me down. Wang Jin looked towards the base with a fiery look and a jackal-like greed. Although there were 2,000 Zergs, Wang Jin was not as excited as he imagined. Compared with these Zergs, Wang Jin cared more about the core of the Zerg, the mother nest. Mother nest, Wang Jin muttered to himself, feeling a little excited and regretful. The reason why he didn't save the brain core to summon the mother nest was mainly because the base was not peaceful now and the war was imminent. Wang Jin had to ensure sufficient strength to deal with it. Only with sufficient strength, Wang Jin would not take the army or the mutant alliance seriously. By then, it's uncertain who will take over the base. A crazy idea appeared in Wang Jin's mind, and quickly took root and took over Wang Jin's entire mind. With a curved mouth, Wang Jin laughed evilly, and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, who said this is the end of the world? For the sake of resources, I have to wrong you." After taking back the insect swarm, Wang Jin drove the dump truck again to meet Qin Fei and his team. After discussing tomorrow's action with Qin Fei and his team, everyone went back to the car to rest. Qin Fei and his team didn't know what they would bring back to the base this time. They killed a demon that threatened the base today, but inadvertently released a more ferocious devil. There are still 30 kilometers to the base. I am familiar with this area. Everyone follow me. I am going to speed up. 6 trucks were driving on the abandoned road. A young man in sportswear sat in the leading dump truck. It was Wang Jin who returned to the base the next day. After saying something through the intercom, Wang Jin sped up the speed of the road. The dump truck led several large trucks behind it and rushed to the base. At this speed, it would take less than a few hours to return to the base. As the dump truck accelerated, the large trucks behind it also accelerated, trying to return to the base as soon as possible. Who are these? After driving 5 or 6 kilometers, Wang Jin suddenly heard the host's warning in his mind. Through the host's vision, Wang Jin saw that behind a slope in front, there were more than 300 fully armed figures ambushed. Frowning, Wang Jin picked up the intercom and shouted, "Stop everything." Swish. The dump truck slid a few meters and stopped with the smell of burnt tires. After receiving Wang Jin's warning order, the other large trucks also stopped one by one. "Master, why did they stop? Didn't they find us?" A sly-looking man asked the handsome young man from behind the slope, with some fear in his voice. "If we are discovered, the explosives we buried on the road will be useless. Wang Jin is very powerful. If we fight him head-on, it will be difficult for us to deal with him." "Impossible, we have made the surrounding layout perfect. Wang Jin can't find us, you are not afraid, huh?" Wang Jin had seen this handsome young man before. He was Luo Fei, the son of Luo Chang, the leader of the Mutant Alliance, who had a rift with Wang Jin. Luo Fei stared at the man with a ferocious face and gnashed his teeth and said, "I will kill this Wang Jin. My father finally found out the movements of Wang Jin and his men and asked me to ambush him and get rid of Wang Jin, the helper of the army. Otherwise, once we fight with the army, Wang Jin will definitely be our enemy, which will be very disadvantageous to us. Therefore, this operation must succeed and not fail. I, Luo Fei, don't mind killing the chicken to scare the monkeys if I want to escape from the battlefield." The man with shifty eyebrows trembled all over and said hurriedly, I understand, young master, I have absolutely no intention of running away. This time we dispatched more than 300 soldiers, and there are 20 mutants sent by the leader. Even if Wang Jin has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't escape. It's good to understand. This Wang Jin may get off the car to rest. You hide well. When they pass by the place where the explosives are buried, I will blow them up to the sky." Luo Fei held a remote control and looked at Wang Jin through the hidden hole, his eyes full of hatred. "I understand. The soldiers who are dispatched with us this time are all veterans of Kongguan. They are absolutely elite and will not be noticed by them." The sly-eyed man nodded like pounding garlic, not daring to question Luo Fei's words. "Wang Jin, this time I want you to die without a burial place." Luo Fei put his hand on the remote control button, waiting for the moment when Wang Jin would fall into the trap. Unfortunately, Luo Fei didn't know that there is a creature in the world called a host, and their every move had long been discovered by Wang Jin. At the dump truck on the road, as Wang Jin got off the car, Qin Fei and others followed him, and they didn't know why Wang Jin suddenly stopped. "What's wrong with Wang Jin? Aren't we going to the base? It's not too late to rest when we get to the base." Qin Fei walked to Wang Jin and asked Wang Jin in confusion, not knowing what Wang Jin was doing. "A few sneaky rats are about to attack us." Wang Jin curled his lips with disdain. "Just relying on you, Luo Fei, you want to attack me? I don't even care about your father, let alone you, a pretty boy. Someone is ambushing us. Who is it?" Qin Fei's face changed, and then he immediately returned to normal, pretending to talk to Wang Jin normally, but his eyes inadvertently observed the surrounding environment. The same was true for others. They did not doubt Wang Jin's words. With Wang Jin's strength, there was no need to lie to them. Li Ying and the other 3 believed it even more. When they first met, Wang Jin could find their hidden figures, and it was normal for him to find some ambushes now. Who do you think it could be? He dispatched 300 soldiers and mutants, and buried a large number of asterisks. He really thinks highly of me, Wang Jin. Wang Jin chuckled and glanced at the hillside and a road in front covered with dead branches and leaves. Under the fallen leaves, the road had been hollowed out, and a large number of high-explosive bombs were buried inside. With the existence of the host, all of Luo Fei's arrangements were invisible in Wang Jin's eyes. Mutant Alliance and Kongguan. Qin Fei glanced at the hillside and the road. With his many years of military career, he soon found clues. They really rebelled. Shang Yang was furious. Even though he was not well yet, he picked up the machine gun and yelled, "I'll kill them." "Wait." Wang Jin pressed down Shang Yang, who rushed over and said to everyone, "Stay behind, let me deal with these people. I have a personal grudge against Luo Fei, I want to catch him myself." Wang Jin looked at the hillside with a murderous look, his eyes were as cold as the cold winter. Qin Fei and others beside him felt cold in their hearts. Thinking of Wang Jin's terrifying strength, Luo Fei was doomed. "Enjoy the swarm's greeting, Luo Fei, I hope you can hold on." Wang Jin waved his hand, and a large number of swarms began to pour out of the space, covering the surrounding roads and land. More than 3,000 velociraptors and hydralisks appeared. Except for Wang Jin, the other special forces were almost suffocated. They watched this amazing scene in fear. They were surrounded by the swarm of insects. Even if they were special forces, they were only afraid of such a swarm of insects. This was human instinct. Ordinary people would tremble in fear when seeing lions and tigers, let alone a swarm of insects that was more terrifying than lions and tigers, with a number of up to 3,000. Go, kill them for me, just as the first interest Wang Jin, collected from the Mutant Alliance. Wang Jin was very vengeful. Wang Jin remembered everything the Mutant Alliance had done to him. Today, he would collect some interest and use Luofei to pay off the debt. After receiving Wang Jin's order, thousands of ferocious swarms of insects moved, like a black carpet covering the ground, and the swarms rushed to the hillside with roars. The velociraptors crowded around each other, showing their sharp teeth, swiftly crossing the obstacles on the road, and their sharp claws firmly hooked the hard ground on the hillside, and began to climb up the hillside. More velociraptors bypassed the slope and attacked Luofei and his men from behind. 300 tall hydralisks were scattered around, with a total length of 8 meters wandering in the sun, coupled with the abyss mouth that could not be stretched or extended, which made every human who saw them shudder. Many soldiers began to tremble with their guns when they saw the hydralisks. They still had the confidence to fight against the velociraptors, but facing such a huge beast as the hydralisk, they doubted whether the bullets could kill the opponent. Discovered. Luofei's mind quickly turned to this thought. His hands and feet were cold, and he couldn't believe that Wang Jin had discovered them. The arrangement that should have been foolproof had gone wrong. But those terrifying mutant beasts could not be faked. Reality gave him a heavy blow. It was not feasible to play a sneak attack in front of Wang Jin. Now he had no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit and tremble in front of Wang Jin's swarm of insects. A large number of insects swarmed up, and the velociraptors that climbed up the hillside arrived first, turned over to the top of the hillside, and rushed towards the soldiers with wild shouts. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers held various light and heavy firearms and sniped the velociraptors that rushed over. The sound of hundreds of rifles and machine guns was deafening, and the flames were connected into a piece, which greatly blocked the velociraptors that rushed over. Countless bullets flew in, forming a metal storm. The velociraptors that rushed into it were hit by bullets in the body, and their heads were shot and died. There were also 12.7 mm bullets from heavy machine guns, which hit the velociraptors and penetrated them, revealing a fist-sized transparent blood hole. The soldiers shouted one after another, cheering each other up for themselves and their companions, and the officers' commands made the battlefield even more noisy. Nothing more. Wang Jin, who was watching from a distance, didn't care. Did he really think that the swarm of insects was so easy to deal with? Under the shooting of the soldiers, many velociraptors were only injured but not killed. As long as they were not hit in the head, the tenacious vitality of the Zerg allowed them to continue fighting. Many velociraptors were shot with their intestines pierced and their internal organs flowed out of their bodies, but they could still continue to fight. In this respect, the Zerg and the zombies were very similar. Both of them were killing machines that were not afraid of life and death, but the Zerg was stronger than the zombies. One by one, the velociraptors were killed, and many of them broke through the barrage and approached the soldiers' positions. Behind them, there were more velociraptors climbing up the hillside, roaring and rushing towards the soldiers' positions, providing continuous support for the Zerg. Roar! A velociraptor jumped and ran around swiftly, dodging the bullets of several soldiers, rushed into the position quickly, knocked down a soldier, opened its bloody mouth downwards, and bit off the soldier's head, even biting off the steel helmet, which shows the horror of the velociraptor's bite force. Kill this beast. Several soldiers nearby were glaring with rage. Their comrades in arms, who were as close as brothers, fell in front of them. They hated the Zergler to the core and raised their rifles to shoot at it. The Zergler dodged flexibly. Although it was hit by several bullets, it was not seriously injured. The Zergler lived up to its name of swiftness. Once it exerted its speed, it was difficult for these soldiers to hit the head of the Zergler. It was like humans hitting flies. Although it looked quiet, when you start to hit it, most of the flies dodged away, and the same was true for the Zergler. The Zergler who dodged roared a few times and suddenly turned around and rushed towards a soldier who fired a gun. The soldier was so scared that his face turned pale. He held his rifle and shot wildly, but he could not accurately hit the agile Zergler. Finally, the Zergler's claws cut his throat at close range, and he died of blood loss. After killing another soldier, when more soldiers arrived, the Zerglings stopped pestering and used their flexibility to jump down a trench. With a few screams, several unprepared soldiers in the trench were bitten to death, one of whom was a machine gunner who posed a great threat to the Zerg. A spark can start a prairie fire. A single Zergling brought great damage to the army. As the battle continued, more and more Zerglings broke through the soldiers' defenses and attacked the positions, causing great chaos to the army. At this critical moment, the Hydralisks also rushed to the battlefield and began to spit out deadly bone spurs, accurately sending soldiers to hell. Even if many soldiers were not injured in the vital parts and only had a little skin abrasion, they would be poisoned to death by the Hydralisk's toxins, and black blood would come out of their 7 orifices and die. Now the Zerg began to gain the upper hand and press the army everywhere. Bang! A dull gunshot suddenly sounded on the battlefield, and a Hydralisk that was spewing bone spurs suddenly fell to the ground, with a bloody hole as big as a bull in its head, and white brain matter was gushing out. Sniper! As soon as Wang Jin had this thought in his mind, a velociraptor that was slaughtering soldiers softened, and its big mouth did not bite the soldiers under it, and a transparent big hole appeared in its eye socket, and the scenery behind its head could be clearly seen. The soldier who was lucky enough to be rescued had no time to get up, and was scratched in the chest by another velociraptor that ran by, and fell slowly with blood spurting out of his mouth and eyes wide open. Bang bang bang. The dull sound of the sniper rifle was still ringing, and each time it sounded, it could accurately take the life of a Zerg. In a short time, 10 Zergs fell under the sniper rifle. Through the host, Wang Jin saw that the sniper who sniped the Zerg was hiding in a hidden cave, surrounded by weeds, and it was difficult to find. Sniper Qin Fei, who was observing the battlefield through a telescope, reminded Wang Jin, at 9 o'clock, about 250 meters from the top of the slope, he is hiding in a cave. The weeds outside are camouflage. Don't know whether to live or die. Wang Jin snorted coldly, using the host to keep a close eye on the sniper's position and control the swarm to rush towards the cave. The Hydralisk also aimed at the cave, constantly spewing bone spurs into it, suppressing the sniper so that he couldn't raise his head. When the velociraptors arrived, the sniper had nowhere to escape. After sniping a velociraptor, he was pounced on by several velociraptors and bitten to death. Without the strong cover of teammates, the exposed sniper was a lamb to be slaughtered, and could only be eaten by the swarm. 300 soldiers fought here, and the death toll was close to 200. The entire position had collapsed. The remaining soldiers could only flee in vain, and then they were caught up by the velociraptors and pounced on, bitten to death on the ground. The smarter soldiers saw this situation and knew they were powerless. They threw away their guns, squatted on the ground with their hands and heads in their hands to surrender. The other soldiers who were still running away were infected and raised their hands to surrender. As the saying goes, a defeat is like a mountain collapsing. The battlefield is like this. Only when someone runs away and surrenders, others will imitate and surrender. It comes from human instinct. No one wants to die. Only those soldiers with strong will fight to the last moment. A large number of soldiers surrendered, and Wang Jin did not kill them, but guarded them with velociraptors. Wang Jin was not polite to the soldiers who were still resisting. The swarm of insects swept over, and all the soldiers who resisted became the souls of the insects. Hey, why are Luo Chang and those mutants gone? After dealing with the soldiers, Wang Jin suddenly found that something was wrong. Luo Fei, who was originally protected by the soldiers in the middle, disappeared. Could it be that Luo Chang can escape underground? Wang Jin looked through the host's vision and found Luo Chang and others who were driving away in an open space 2 kilometers away. Break through with all your strength. 2 kilometers away, Luo Fei's forehead veins bulged and he roared. Facing the siege of the insect swarm, he had no courage to fight. He had seen the power of these insect swarms, and his troops alone were no match for them. So facing the siege of the insect swarm, he prepared to escape early, letting other soldiers who were unaware of the swarm drag the insect swarm to buy time for himself. Luo Fei was also lucky. His father Luo Chang was worried about his safety, so he gave him one of his capable men, a mutant who could perform short-distance spatial displacement. Through the transfer of this mutant, he could break through the siege of the insect swarm without anyone noticing. At that time, Wang Jin's mind was focused on the front battlefield and he did not pay attention to monitoring the surroundings, which allowed the other party to escape successfully. This was also because Wang Jin was not good at using the host. If Wang Jin could use the host skillfully and observe and monitor the surrounding movements at all times, it would not be so easy for Luo Fei to escape. Although it was a bit regrettable that Luo Fei escaped, Wang Jin was still satisfied with this battle. The group wiped out 300 fully armed troops, and the casualties themselves were less than 100. In addition to Wang Jin's superiority in numbers and strength, the combat capability of the Zerg should not be underestimated. Although many Zerg were injured by bullets and shrapnel, with the strong recovery ability of the Zerg, it will not take long for them to recover completely, and they will not need a long time to recuperate or retire like humans. After the battle, Wang Jin controlled the Zerg to disarm the surrendered soldiers and escort them back to the dump truck. There were more than 30 surviving soldiers, and those who were not disabled were either dead or captured under the Zerg sweep. The Zerg would not leave any wounded. What should we do with these people? Qin Fei asked Wang Jin when all the soldiers were escorted back. Although they were all soldiers, Qin Fei did not have a good impression of these prisoners. Torture them for intelligence first. Wang Jin pointed at the captives and said coldly, "Leave it to you. These people can help us understand the movements of the Mutant Alliance and Kong Guan." Wang Jin has been wandering outside these days and knows nothing about the base. Now someone is delivering it to him. Wang Jin will certainly not miss this opportunity. "Leave it to me." Qin Fei clenched his fist, walked up and brought out a soldier, and said with a fierce face, "Tell me the situation of your troops. Don't think of refusing, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. I forgot to tell you that since I became a Special Forces soldier, no one has been able to last more than an hour in my hands." "Bah, I will never tell you, you fool." The soldier spit at Qin Fei. After being dodged by Qin Fei, he looked at Qin Fei and Wang Jin behind him with an angry face. The soldiers dispatched this time were all veterans of Kong Guan. Although they were captured, they still had the honor that soldiers should have, and they ignored Qin Fei's threats. "Very good." Wang Jin laughed grimly, stopped Qin Fei who was about to step forward with a dagger, looked around at all the captives present, and said disdainfully, "I don't have so much time and patience to interrogate you for the hard bones." Wang Jin said here, glanced at the captive, and waved at a hydralisk next to him. The hydralisk received Wang Jin's order, hissed and approached the captive, opened its abyss-like mouth, and people could clearly see the nearly foot-long fangs inside, as well as the fine and sharp molars and strong muscles. "What do you want to do?" The soldier was very scared. Facing this inhuman monster, no one would not be afraid. "What do I want to do, don't you know?" As soon as Wang Jin finished speaking, the hydralisk's two front limbs suddenly inserted into the soldier's shoulders, lifted the other party amid the soldier's screams, and slowly stuffed it into its big mouth to chew. The screams stopped abruptly, and the soldier's entire upper body was stuffed into the mouth of the hydralisk. As blood and minced meat gushed out and dripped to the ground, this hard bone had fulfilled his wish and taken the intelligence to hell. The mouth of the hydralisk is its main attack method. Although the mouth shape is not the most suitable for biting, the huge mouth and strong muscles in the mouth still give the hydralisk a high bite force. It may not be able to bite steel, but it is easy to bite and eat a human to death. The hydralisk belongs to the long-range army, and its melee ability is not high. During combat, it outputs firepower to support and suppress the Zerg. If it really fights with melee troops in close combat, the hydralisk is not an opponent at all. It can only bully unarmed civilian humans. In terms of close combat, the hydralisk's big size is as bluffing as the host. As the blood-stained hydralisk retreated, Wang Jin looked at the remaining captives coldly, frightening them so much that their scalps went numb and their bodies trembled, and then he said, "There are so many people, I don't believe that you are all hard-headed. If one doesn't say it, I will kill 5. If 5 don't say it, I will kill 10. I will wait until you say it. I want to see whether you are hard-headed or my mutant beast teeth are better." Qin Fei, Li Yu and others stood beside Wang Jin, all speechless. Although this method is simple and crude, it is very efficient and saves time, but the killing is too heavy. They have been soldiers for many years and have captured countless captives, but they have never dared to do this. Wang Jin doesn't care. What's the point of being simple and crude? It's good to get intelligence. Anyway, Wang Jin doesn't care even if all these captives die. He has killed hundreds of people, so why care about these few dozen? Do you want to say it or not? Wang Jin stretched out his hand and pointed to another captive. The captive's face changed, and he stammered and hesitated. If you don't tell me, go to hell. No, I'll tell you. Wang Jin turned hostile on the spot. The soldier wanted to change his words and beg for mercy, but it was too late. Several velociraptors nearby threw him to the ground. With a few screams, the prisoner was dismembered by the velociraptors, and his death once again shocked other soldiers. I'll tell you everything I know. Please don't kill me. I'm so young and don't want to die. This time, Wang Jin just pointed at a prisoner and said a word, and the other party knelt down and begged for mercy, crying and crying, fearing that Wang Jin would be like before and kill him without even having a chance to change his words. Xiao Wang, you traitor. If you dare to betray the intelligence of the regiment commander, I will never let you go even if I die. Many captives were furious and cursed the soldier. More captives were relieved in their hearts while being angry. Some people couldn't help but speak out first, otherwise they would be miserable if they were called out. For most people, in front of life, many things are cheap and can be discarded. Noisy. Wang Jin snorted coldly, and the surrounding velociraptors bared their teeth, showing their sharp claws, biting the two loudest soldiers to death, scaring the other soldiers to immediately retract their heads and dare not speak out. A bunch of cowards, hypocrites, Shang Yang spitted, looking down on the behavior of these soldiers. If they had the guts to shout, why didn't anyone stand up and sacrifice themselves for the regiment commander Kong they called? Wang Jin smiled. Those who surrendered were originally weak-willed. Those who were not afraid of death had become dead souls under the knife in the previous battle. If they were expected to stand up, they would not surrender. Tell me everything you know. I will check with others later. If you are found to be lying, I don't need to say more about your fate. Wang Jin warned the soldier and asked Qin Fei to take him to patrol. Then he picked a few people from the captives and questioned them separately to prevent them from lying. The intelligence soon came out under the questioning of these special forces masters. After hearing the intelligence, Wang Jin looked a little unhappy and said to everyone, "This ambush mutant alliance is definitely well prepared. They plan to deal with me first and deal with the army. Their arrangements in the base should have been completed long ago, just waiting for the results here. Now that their actions have failed, they are likely to launch a rebellion against the base immediately." Wang Jin clenched his fist fiercely. If he had known this, Luo Fei would not let him escape no matter what he said. Now the information of himself and others may have reached Luo Cheng's ears. If the other party is really prepared, they will definitely attack the base during the period when Wang Jin has not returned, and gain an advantage to face the next joint efforts of Wang Jin and the army. After all, their action was unsuccessful, and they had to face Wang Jin's wrath. Instead of waiting for Wang Jin to return to the base and join forces with the army to suppress their mutant alliance, it would be better to take the initiative and gain some advantages. Anyway, both sides will fight sooner or later. What? Others also thought of this problem, and their faces all changed. According to common sense, the mutant alliance is likely to do this. What are you waiting for? Let's get on the car and go to the base for support. Shang Yang shouted anxiously. Thinking that his comrades in the army might have been caught in the war, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly back. Wang Jin nodded and said to everyone, "Get in the car, we'll go back to the base now." What should we do with these soldiers? Li Ying pointed at the group of prisoners with a gloomy face, and his finger was already on the trigger. At this critical moment, he couldn't let these prisoners delay the speed. "Leave it to you." Wang Jin glanced at the other party and scratched his neck with his palm. Now is not the time to be merciful. If there was no war in the base, Wang Jin would still have time to escort them back to the base. However, in this emergency, thinking of his companions in the base, Wang Jin had to simply deal with these slow-moving captives. The best and simplest way was to send them to hell. Li Ying glanced at Qin Fei, and with Qin Fei's nod, he took a few companions to the captives. With the sound of machine gun fire, accompanied by the screams and curses of the captives, a massacre was taking place on this abandoned road. A few minutes later, the gunshots and screams disappeared. After Li Ying and his men, who were splattered with blood, returned to the car. The convoy started again and headed towards the base. Only dozens of bodies still bleeding were lying on the road, staring with eyes wide open, and it was unknown whether they were accusing Wang Jin and others who killed them, or Kong Guan and Luo Cheng who sent them here, or Luo Fei who betrayed them and ran away. It's their fault that they are not as strong as others. This is a world where strength is supreme. As a weak person, you have the awareness of being eliminated. Inside the base, Luo Fei, whose clothes were covered with dirt and sewage and who looked extremely embarrassed, got out of the car and, accompanied by several mutants, walked into the base camp of the Mutant Alliance, a splendid high-end club. Not long after, Luo Fei, with a bright red slap mark on his face, walked out of the club again and headed towards Kong Guan's military camp. At the same time, orders came out from the Mutant Alliance, and troops began to be frequently mobilized. When the base army was just on alert, Luo Cheng and Kong Guan suddenly sent out troops to attack Meng Quan's army with all their strength. The smoke of war sounded in the base, and with the blood and fire, this long peaceful base experienced the greatest turmoil since its establishment. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Prepare for battle. When they were still a few kilometers away from the base, Wang Jin looked serious and warned Qin Fei and others with a walkie-talkie. At this time, the host who flew into the air could already observe the base. In the host's field of vision, the base was full of fire and smoke, and teams of soldiers were fighting fiercely in it. Meng Quan's side was stronger, with more heavy firepower and armored vehicles. The Mutant Alliance and Kong Guan were not bad either. Relying on the cooperation of many mutants and soldiers, they fought the army well. The entire base became a stage for the confrontation between the two sides. The other survivors were trembling with fear and hid in shelters and houses, not daring to go out to avoid being killed by stray bullets and soldiers who were red-eyed. Through the vision of the connected host, Wang Jin saw the whole scene in his eyes and was very anxious. In such a war, Li Yu and He Xin were too dangerous. Once the battle became fierce, I am afraid that Lu Yuanwei would not be able to take care of them. So Wang Jin is now eager to return to the base. With his current greatly increased strength, not to mention stabilizing the situation, at least the safety of He Xin and Jia Ding can be guaranteed. For those who may become his wife, Wang Jin doesn't want them to be hurt at all. Wang Jin drove the dump truck to the highest speed, and so did Qin Fei and his men. They were no less eager to return to the base than Wang Jin. A few kilometers passed in a flash, and Wang Jin had driven the dump truck to the sentry bunker outside the base. Here, the familiar soldiers fell in a pool of blood, and the Mutant Alliance had occupied it. At this time, there were more than 100 soldiers and 5 mutants stationed at the sentry. When they saw Wang Jin's dump truck coming, their faces changed. By the way, this dump truck was known to everyone in the base. Thinking of Wang Jin's terrifying strength, they felt their bladders swell and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. Wang Jin, the leader of the sentry, was a middle-aged mutant. After seeing Wang Jin's dump truck coming, he was tangled in his heart. He didn't dare to disobey Luo Cheng's order, but Wang Jin's strength was probably not his opponent. When he was in a dilemma, Wang Jin's dump truck did not slow down and quickly approached the sentry. Kill them! Wang Jin's eyes turned cold, and he kept summoning the Zerg while driving. As soon as thousands of Zerg came out, they launched a fierce attack on the checkpoint. 300 hydralisks sprayed a round of bone spikes at the checkpoint, and more than 30 soldiers who could not dodge were hit and died screaming. Among them, there were 2 mutants. Roar! As soon as the hydralisks finished spraying bone spikes, the Zerglings also rushed to the checkpoint and slaughtered the soldiers in the checkpoint inhumanely. In front of thousands of Zerglings, these soldiers could not resist at all. Without enough firepower to form a metal barrage to block the agile Zerglings, the soldiers were just a dish in front of the Zerglings. After the Zerglings got close, the soldiers were only waiting for slaughter. In less than a few minutes, the Zerglings swept through the soldiers' defensive positions, leaving only cold corpses. Stormblade. Seeing Wang Jin's ruthless killing, the leading mutant's heart darkened, and he hurriedly used his ability to control a small tornado 10 meters high, covering himself inside for protection. As an important checkpoint at the exit of the base, this leader is quite powerful, and should have reached the strength of a peak mutant of the first level, and is the top existence in the entire Mutant Alliance. A large number of velociraptors surrounded and impacted the tornado, and their bodies were swept up by the strong wind, and then strangled by the wind blades in the tornado, becoming pieces of minced meat. Hydralisks, attack! After eliminating other soldiers and ordinary mutants, Wang Jin sent all his hydralisks to deal with this tricky guy. 300 hydralisks began to turn their heads, adjust the angle, open their mouths, and shoot hundreds of poisonous bone spurs at the tornado. Hundreds of bone spurs were like a small piece of white cloud, hitting the tornado hard. The bone spurs with strong penetrating power lived up to expectations. After being blown off half by the tornado, the bone spurs at the back were deeply pierced into the tornado. Bang! The tornado turned into a breeze and dissipated, revealing the leader who was shot into a hornet's nest with hundreds of bone spurs in his body. In front of the hydralisks, the peak strength of level 1 was not enough. Even the giant zombie of level 2 could not withstand 2 rounds of shooting from 300 hydralisks, let alone this peak mutant of level 1. Enter the city. After clearing the checkpoint, Wang Jin and his team continued to move towards the base. From here, they could already see the tall walls of the base. On the wall of the base, Wang Jin could clearly see that there were soldiers engaging in a fierce exchange of fire. Bullets and grenades were constantly exchanged between the two sides, and the dull sound of heavy machine guns never stopped. The battle was very fierce. The wall is the top priority of the base. Whoever controls the wall controls the initiative on the battlefield. Whether you want to close the door and beat the dog, or want to break through and escape, you need the help of the wall. Therefore, the wall of the base is the core of the battle between the Mutant Alliance and the base army, and a large number of troops are deployed on the wall. Wang Jin drove over and saw that there were at least thousands of soldiers fighting on the wall. Under the wall, various artillery and armored vehicles were also fighting for control of the street to ensure that the soldiers on the wall had enough support. There were soldiers stationed at the gate of the city. Wang Jin saw from their shoulder badges that these were soldiers from Mengchen of the base. This was good news for Wang Jin. He drove the dump truck to the gate and stopped the car. Wang Jin led Qin Fei and others to the hundreds of soldiers at the gate. Before Wang Jin opened his mouth, Qin Fei and others were already holding weapons, impatiently asking a company commander who ran over, "I am the instructor of the Sharp Knife Company of the division commander. How is the base? Is the division commander in danger?" After checking Qin Fei's officer certificate, the company commander saluted respectfully and said loudly, "Report to the commander, the Mutant Alliance and Kongguan started a rebellion an hour ago, and are currently competing with us for the streets, walls, high-rise buildings and other key locations in the base. The division commander is under our heavy protection in the government building and will not be in danger." "Okay, Shang Yang, come with me to see the division commander. Li Ying, go to support the brothers on the wall, and don't let the Mutant Alliance occupy the wall." After Qin Fei finished speaking, he turned to ask Wang Jin, "Wang Jin, you should also come with us to see the division commander." "No." Wang Jin waved his hand and asked the company commander, "How is the situation in the military camp of Captain Lu Yuanwei? Is the Mutant Alliance attacking?" "Not sure. I am a soldier of Captain Zhang in the North District. The South District is a bit far from us, and I don't know the situation there. Find someone to take me to the South District military camp." Wang Jin frowned. Although Meng Quan didn't have the reward of 50,000 brain cores, Wang Jin was more worried about the safety of He Xin and the others. Now that their situation was unknown, Wang Jin was in no mood to find Meng Quan. The company commander looked at Qin Fei, and after Qin Fei nodded, he pointed to a squad of soldiers and motioned them to take Wang into the military camp. Although Wang Jin knew the way, during the war, the streets were controlled by soldiers everywhere and were prohibited from passing. It was okay to meet the soldiers of the Mutant Alliance, and he could force his way through. If Wang Jin encounters Meng Quan's soldiers, he can't just rush in and kill them. "Wang Jin, see you when we are free. I hope we can cooperate with you next time." Qin Fei extended his hand to Wang Jin. "See you when we are free." Wang Jin also extended his hand to shake hands with Qin Fei, with an inexplicable smile on his face. "Let's cooperate again, I hope so." With the soldiers leading the way, Wang Jin avoided a lot of trouble. When he encountered a road blocked by the Mutant Alliance, Wang Jin would just rush through it. If Meng Quan's army had its own soldiers to negotiate, it would take nearly an hour for Wang Jin to finally see Lu Yuanwei's South District military camp. The soldiers in the military camp were in a hurry. Teams of soldiers went out of the camp to fight under the leadership of their superiors, and some injured soldiers were transported back to the military camp for rest. The whole military camp was busy but not chaotic, and the security was strict. "Okay, you can go back," Wang Jin said to the soldiers who escorted him, and drove the dump truck to the military camp alone. "Who is it?" At the gate of the military camp, the soldiers saw the familiar dump truck, guessed something in their hearts, put down their guns, and walked up to ask. Wang Jin opened the car window, stuck his head out and said, "Wang Jin, your boss's friend. It's Mr. Wang, please come in." The soldier saw that it was indeed Wang Jin, and quickly opened the checkpoint to let Wang Jin pass. Because he often interacted with Lu Yuanwei, most of these soldiers knew Wang Jin, a good brother of their boss, and would not stop Wang Jin. Wang Jin handed the other party a pack of cigarettes and asked, "How are my companions? Where is Captain Lu? Your companions have been in our military camp. The Mutant Alliance did not attack our stronghold, so they are safe, please rest assured. Captain Lu just went to the government building for a meeting and is no longer in the military camp." The soldier's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to take the cigarette and quickly answered Wang Jin's question. Wang Jin nodded, retracted his head and closed the car window, relaxed, and drove the dump truck into the military camp. In the barracks of the soldiers in the military camp, Wang Jin drove a dump truck along the cement road. The resting place for thousands of soldiers was not very large. Wang Jin's dump truck quickly drove to the back of the barracks and stopped in front of a barracks with 20 seats. In front of the barracks, in addition to Wang Jin's dump truck, there was another identical dump truck parked next to it. Seeing this dump truck, Wang Jin smiled, got off the car, and walked towards the barracks. Brother Wang, Yushi, who came out to check after hearing the sound of the car, was startled, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground, his eyes bulged, and the hand pointing at Wang Jin shook constantly. "What, you didn't recognize me after being out for a few days?" Wang Jin walked over and patted Hiyushi's shoulder with a smile, saying with a teasing face, "This is not the Hiyushi I know." The real Hiyushi will definitely say now, "Congratulations to Brother Wang for killing all the enemies and returning victoriously. In the future, he will be able to unify the world, last for thousands of years, and live as long as the sky, etc." Hiyushi finally came to his senses and said excitedly, "Brother Wang will be successful immediately. No enemy will be able to withstand a blow when facing Brother Wang. Brother Wang is as bright as the sun and the moon, and he is the best in the world." "Stop, you are still panting after talking casually, right?" Wang Jin kicked Hiyushi with a laugh and tears, interrupting his flattery. If he continued to flatter, he would really not be able to bear it. Others heard Hiyushi's cry and ran out of the barracks to see the scene they had been looking forward to. "Brother Wang, you are back." Jia Ding's fat body was the first to walk out of the barracks and shouted in surprise. "Brother Wang, Brother Wang." Lin Shibin and Du Yuyan also came out one by one, and behind them were He Xin and Li Yu. Wang Jin. He Xin's eyes were filled with tears. She rushed forward and hugged Wang Jin's arm and refused to let go. Wang Jin felt a fullness squeezing his arm. The wonderful touch made Wang Jin's heart beat faster. He stopped pulling his hand and patted He Xin's fragrant back instead. "Uncle, Wenwen misses you so much." A small figure also hugged Wang Jin's thigh, and her little face was crying. This pitiful look made Wang Jin's heart ache. He bent down and picked up Wenwen, took out a crystal princess doll from his arms, handed it to Wenwen with wide eyes, and smiled, "Uncle misses Wenwen too. This is a gift from Uncle. Do you like it?" Wang Jin saw this doll in S City. At that time, he saw that this doll was exquisite and beautiful, so he took it into his arms and gave it to Wenwen as a toy to play with, so that Wenwen would not look for him to play chess when she had nothing to do. After receiving the beautiful crystal princess doll, Wenwen's eyes smiled like crescents, and she hugged Wang Jin's neck tightly, saying happily, "Wenwen likes it, Uncle is so good to Wenwen." Seeing that Wenwen couldn't let go of the crystal doll, He Xin, as a mother, was also happy, but she still said, "You only know how to spoil her. She is so young, you will definitely spoil her into a problem in the future. She's just a child. If I don't love her, who will?" Wang Jin pinched Wenwen's little nose, put her on the ground, and let her play by herself. He Xin rolled her eyes at Wang Jin and asked, "Why did you go for so long?" Did you complete the mission? There was a little trouble, but I finally completed the mission. Wang Jin pointed to the dump truck behind him, so that everyone could see the damage on the dump truck. The last time Shang Yang drove the dump truck to hit the Zombie King, Wang Jin's beloved car was left with a large area of damage and distortion. In addition to not affecting driving, the original mighty appearance had been completely destroyed. Wang Jin, the Mutant Alliance is fighting the base now. Do we want to join the battle? Li Yu walked over with a rifle and looked at Wang Jin and He Shin with a complicated expression. Humph, the Mutant Alliance ambushed me on my way back. How can I not take revenge? Wang Jin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What? The Mutant Alliance dares to ambush Brother Wang. He was furious, wishing he could have a real-life PK with the Mutant Alliance right now. Let's join forces with the army now to destroy this arrogant Mutant Alliance. That's right, go. Everyone was furious, and could not tolerate the provocative behavior of the mutants. Wait a minute. Wang Jin motioned for everyone to be quiet, and said, the Mutant Alliance must be fought, but it's not the time yet. I have to discuss it with Meng Quan and ask for the reward for this mission on the way. It's not the time yet. Li Yu took a deep look at Wang Jin, and a terrifying idea came to her mind. Wang Jin was waiting for the base and the Mutant Alliance to lose both sides. Wang Jin, the clever He Shin also thought of it, otherwise Wang Jin would have no reason not to suppress the Mutant Alliance. Seeing the expressions of Li Yu and He Shin, Wang Jin smiled and did not explain. He walked into the barracks to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, said hello to everyone, and drove the dump truck to the government building. Since He Shin, Li Yu and the others were safe, Wang Jin felt relieved and went to Meng Quan to get his reward. Wang Jin smiled secretly when he thought about the reward of 50,000 brain cores. He really made a lot of money on this mission. He had received 50,000 brain cores before, and now he will receive another 50,000 brain cores. This mission brought him a huge profit of 100,000 brain cores in total. Thinking of this, Wang Jin drove the dump truck faster. As long as he got the brain cores, he could increase his swarm of velociraptors by 2,000, allowing his swarm to break through the 5,000 mark. The military camp is not far from the government building. Wang Jin drove the dump truck into the city center soon and saw the tall main building of the government building from a distance. As soon as he arrived near the government building, Wang Jin found that the government building was heavily guarded, several levels higher than when he came here before. Not only did the number of soldiers for protection increase, but more heavy firepower was deployed here. Wang Jin saw several light artillery near the gate, and armored vehicles were patrolling on the surrounding roads. Military important place, stop. Before Wang Jin's dump truck approached, the gun barrel of an armored vehicle was aimed at him, and a soldier next to him shouted at him with a loudspeaker. Report to your division commander and say that Wang Jin is visiting. Wang Jin got off the dump truck calmly and shouted to the soldiers, while raising his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions. During the war, Wang Jin understood that the soldiers were so nervous and alert, and would not pretend to be awesome to cause misunderstandings. Seeing Wang Jin's actions, the soldiers' faces eased a little. Although they still didn't put down their guns, their fingers had loosened the triggers and they were no longer as nervous as before. Some soldiers also recognized Wang Jin's appearance and understood his relationship with the army. With Wang Jin's explanation, the soldiers reported through the intercom layer by layer, and soon received orders to take Wang Jin to the government building. On the top floor of the government building, Wang Jin entered a study room, which was also the first time he came to the government building. The study room was simply decorated. In addition to Wang Jin, there were two people in the study room, Meng Quan and Lu Yuanwei, who were sitting on chairs waiting for Wang Jin. Haha, Brother Wang, congratulations on your victory. As soon as Lu Yuanwei saw Wang Jin, he laughed and stood up, pulled Wang Jin to sit down, and was in a very happy mood. Wang Jin, this time thanks to you, otherwise the zombies were wandering around, and I don't know how dangerous the base would be. Meng Quan also smiled, with a haze in his joyful expression. Wang Jin sat on the chair, touched his nose and smiled. After all, I am also a member of the base. What's more, I am a money-grubbing person. If I don't solve the Zombie King and complete the task, I will not be embarrassed to come to see you. Alas, it's a pity that one wave has just been settled when another wave comes. The base has just solved the threat of the zombie group, and the Mutant Alliance has rebelled again. I don't know if my old bones can hold on. Meng Quan sighed. Although he had long anticipated the rebellion of the Mutant Alliance, it was still a big blow to him. Lu Yuanwei was furious and cursed. I have known for a long time that the Mutant Alliance is a piece of shit. Now they are really showing their wolfish ambitions. Commander, don't worry. Our brothers are not here to eat and do nothing. We must wipe them out this time and let others know the consequences of going against us. Ahem. Wang Jin saw Meng Quan and the others change the subject and not talk about the reward. He immediately had a bad feeling in his heart and said straight to the point, "It's not too late to discuss the matter of the Mutant Alliance later, but... Is this the reward, Commander Meng?" Wang Jin rubbed his thumb, index finger and middle finger on his right hand together, looking directly at Meng Quan, with a greedy look like a jackal in the depths of his eyes. "Wang Jin, this is my fault. Just half an hour ago, the Mutant Alliance attacked our material warehouse and robbed a large amount of our food resources and other important materials, including the brain core crystals we stored. Therefore, we cannot pay you the reward for the time being. Now we only have 10,000 brain cores on hand, so we will pay you first. But don't worry, we will give you the rest of the reward as soon as we defeat the Mutant Alliance and take back our materials." Meng Quan looked heavy, and his body was slightly hunched on the chair, looking at Wang Jin with an apologetic face. "Pa." Wang Jin's hand holding the teacup trembled, and a few drops of tea spilled out. His face was gloomy as if ink could drip out. He clenched his fists slightly, and turned his head sharply to look at Lu Yuanwei, spitting out 3 words from his teeth, "Really?" Being looked at by Wang Jin, Lu Yuanwei looked a little unnatural, and he stammered, "Really, the commander is right, the Mutant Alliance did rob our material warehouse." After hearing Lu Yuanwei's words, Wang Jin's face darkened, and he closed his eyes for a long time without saying a word. When Wang Jin opened his eyes again, a hint of coldness, a flash of light passed, and in an instant it returned to normal. Wang Jin looked at Meng Quan with a fake smile, as if nothing had happened, and said with a smile, "So that's it. This Mutant Alliance is really wasted. Commander Meng, don't feel guilty. I will settle this account with the Mutant Alliance. Wang Jin, I hope you can understand our difficulties. Here are 10,000 brain cores. You keep them first. When we eliminate the Mutant Alliance, we will give you the remaining 40,000 brain cores immediately." Meng Quan took out a small box and opened it. There were 10,000 crystal brain cores inside, and handed them to Wang Jin. "That's great." Wang Jin took the small box. His face looked normal, but the veins on his palm holding the bottom of the box were already bulging, which showed how angry Wang Jin was. Wang Jin didn't believe what Meng Quan said at all. A place as important as a material warehouse must have a strong defense force, even not weaker than the government building. If the Mutant Alliance could take it down, Wang Jin would be skeptical. But if the Mutant Alliance could take it down within an hour, Wang Jin would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. If the Mutant Alliance had this ability, why would they attack the material warehouse? Wouldn't it be better to directly attack the government building and decapitate it? It has only been more than an hour since the Mutant Alliance and the base started fighting. Wang Jin would not believe that the Mutant Alliance could take down the material warehouse in such a short time. Meng Quan said this just because he was unwilling to pay the remaining brain cores. He even became suspicious and wary of himself, fearing that his strength would surge after he was given the brain cores, threatening the balance of the base. You must know that at the moment when the Mutant Alliance and the base army are fighting for life and death, the sudden appearance of a force that is not inferior to them will cause unimaginable consequences. Meng Quan can think of this, and Wang Jin naturally thinks of it too. Thinking of this, Wang Jin did not rush to turn his face, but looked normal as if nothing had happened. Now he needs time. The longer he delays, the weaker the Mutant Alliance and the base will be. That will be the time for him to come forward. As for the reward, Wang Jin believes that he will be able to get it back with interest at that time. Wang Jin, the Mutant Alliance is now attacking us fiercely. We urgently need your help. If we defeat the Mutant Alliance as soon as possible, we can get your brain core as soon as possible. Meng Quan wanted to join forces with Wang Jin to fight against the Mutant Alliance with him. That's for sure, but I just came back from fighting the Zombie King. My strength has been greatly reduced and I am a little overwhelmed. I may not be able to help much. Wang Jin did not refuse, but first found an excuse for himself. He could not blame himself for not working hard at that time. This was the idea Wang Jin had made before meeting Meng Quan, regardless of whether the previous incident happened or not. Wang Jin, just do your best. Meng Quan's expression froze, and he felt that Wang Jin was a little perfunctory. If there is nothing else, I will say goodbye first. I just came back from outside today and I am very tired. Let me rest for a while. When you need my help, just go to Brother Lu's military camp to find me. Wang Jin planned to say goodbye. There was no point in staying here. Then you should rest early. Go slowly. Meng Quan saw Wang Jin's dissatisfaction in his heart and did not stop him. After Wang Jin left, Lu Yuanwei collapsed, looking at the direction Wang Jin left with guilt, and said uneasily, "Is it really okay to do this? I have no choice." Meng Quan patted Lu Yuanwei's shoulder, stood up and said loudly, "This Wang Jin's strength is too terrible. If he is given a large number of brain cores, I am afraid that we in the Mutant Alliance will not be able to suppress him. You have to know that once a person has super strength and there is no stronger person to suppress him, he will never be willing to be inferior to others. If I don't do this, this base will probably belong to Wang. But if we do this, won't it cause Wang Jin's disgust? The excuses we found can't deceive Wang Jin. All the goodwill we worked hard to build relationships with Wang Jin before has been wasted." Lu Yuanwei was sad and puzzled, and was very confused about Meng Quan's approach. "I don't want to do this either, but Qin Fei who just came back told me that Wang Jin's strength has increased greatly. Originally, we could suppress the other party and cooperate with Wang Jin to better deal with the Mutant Alliance. Now, our plan has been disrupted." Meng Quan shook his head. "There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Wang Jin has grown from a lone wolf to a fierce tiger." Meng Quan no longer trusts Wang Jin because he does not believe that a base can accommodate two fierce tigers, just like the base cannot accommodate the coexistence of the Mutant Alliance and the army. "Didn't I give Wang Jin 10,000 brain cores? This is to comfort him. As long as we survive this round of crisis and solve the Mutant Alliance, Wang Jin will not be able to make waves." Meng Quan sat down again and poured himself a cup of tea. His tone was confident and not very worried. Will it really go this smoothly? Lu Yuanwei did not question Meng Quan's decision, but he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Thinking of Wang Jin's approach to the enemy, Lu Yuanwei couldn't help but feel depressed, and felt that Meng Quan's approach was wrong. Chapter 81. Wang Jin returned to the Lu Yuanwei military camp in the southern district. His mood was different from his previous joy. He was only angry and jealous. The army treated him like a fool. Even if he had evil intentions, he hadn't shown them yet. "You, Meng Quan, blocked my brain core in advance and ruined my good deeds. I helped you solve the threat of the Zombie King. I didn't expect you to play the game of hiding the bow and hiding the bird. I used to give you some favors from the military, but now, you can't blame me when the time comes." After parking the dump truck in front of his own barracks, Wang Jin got off the car with an indignant look on his face. He was very dissatisfied with the army in his heart. Things went against his wishes. He originally wanted to get the brain core and then talk to the army for a while. Now if there is a chance, Wang Jin doesn't mind cleaning up the army. Yushi and others found that Wang Jin, who was still in high spirits in front of the government building, became a different person after returning. He became indignant and his eyes were so cold that people dared not approach him. "Wang Jin, how come you look like this after just one trip to the government building?" Others were puzzled, and Shin asked on behalf of everyone. "Humph, the army has tricked you." Wang Jin briefly talked about what happened in the government building. There was nothing to hide about such a thing. After hearing this, everyone's faces became as ugly as Wang Jin's. Their fate was already linked to Wang Jin. They would rise and fall together. It would be strange if they could look good when Wang Jin was treated like this. "I didn't expect the army to do this." Li Yu couldn't believe it. She was a police officer, and both she and the army belonged to the state's violent institutions. In her heart, the army has always been bright and serves the people. How could they treat Wang Jin like this? Putting aside other things, Wang Jin really killed the Zombie King and resolved the crisis of the base's destruction. The army's behavior was no less than crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, which made Li Yu unacceptable. People are like this. Meng Quan has been standing on a high position for too long and is reluctant to be pulled down, so he began to guard against Wang Jin, just like guarding against the Mutant Alliance. He Xin looked at Li Yu, then at Wang Jin, and said to everyone, Meng Quan originally just wanted to use Wang Jin to deal with the Mutant Alliance, but he didn't expect Wang Jin's strength to grow so fast that his army could no longer safely control it, so he wanted to limit Wang Jin's development and reduce Wang Jin's strength, and even wanted to cut the grass and wipe out the roots. Others felt cold in their hearts. They are still living in the barracks now. If the army wants to cut the grass and wipe out the roots, they will have nowhere to run. In the final analysis, all the problems are caused by Wang Jin himself. When Wang Jin's strength is still weak, he can cooperate with the army to deal with the Mutant Alliance, but when Wang Jin's strength is equal to that of the army, this fragile alliance will naturally break, unless the Mutant Alliance is extremely strong, just like Cao Wei in the Three Kingdoms needs Wushu to compete, and the Mutant Alliance is not strong enough to this extent. Wang Jin and the army will naturally not have to join forces, and will only guard against each other. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Should we turn against the army? He Yushi was very angry about the army's actions. Wang Jin was his boss, and the army's actions were no less than attacking the boss. How could a younger brother just stand by and watch? Jia Ding and others also looked at Wang Jin. If Wang Jin nodded, they would have to take up their guns and fight thousands of soldiers. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid, but as long as Wang Jin gave an order, they had to execute it unconditionally. There was still a possibility of survival if they confronted the army. If they betrayed Wang Jin, they would definitely die. Everyone who had seen Wang Jin's methods believed it. It's not time yet. Wang Jin glanced at everyone present, restrained his anger, and frowned while sitting on a chair, saying, since the army did not directly attack us, it means that there are still concerns. The same is true for us. It is not feasible to act directly and recklessly. We have to wait for the opportunity and plan slowly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's better not to fight head-on. You all go out first, He Xin and Li Yu stay. Wang Jin waved his hand and asked everyone to go out, only He Xin and Li Yu stayed. Everyone looked at the three people strangely. He Yushi and Jia Ding were still laughing obscenely, and finally fled the room in disgrace under Wang Jin's glare. After everyone went out, the room suddenly fell silent. Li Yu and He Xin couldn't help but look at each other, and somehow their pretty faces turned red, and they felt a little nervous. Ahem. Wang Jin saw that the atmosphere was not right, as if he was plotting something bad. He quickly broke the silence and said, I kept you here because I have something to tell you. When I was on a mission this time, I killed a level 2 mutant beast in the wild and got its crystal core. I wanted to give it to you so that you can also become mutants and increase your strength. But after thinking about it, I still don't know who to give it to. So, I want to ask your opinions on who to give this crystal core to. Level 2 crystal core. Level 2 crystal core. He Xin and Li Ying exclaimed in surprise, covering their mouths and widening their eyes, looking at the small box that Wang Jin took out from his arms. After opening it, they found a dazzling crystal core, which should be the level 2 crystal core that can make people become mutants. Li Yu was calm and He Xin was smart, but they were excited to see the level 2 crystal core. This is a treasure that can make ordinary people ascend to heaven and become mutants. No one is not envious of powerful mutants. Not to mention Wang Jin and Luo Chang, Chen Dong's inhuman strength and resistance to blows are enough to make everyone envious. If they also have the opportunity to become such an existence, how can they not be excited? Wang Jin, why do you only give us 2 people to choose from? Don't you consider others? Li Yu was calm. After a few seconds of excitement, she quickly calmed down and asked in confusion. Except for Wang Jin and Chen Dong, the others in the team are ordinary people. Logically, Wang Jin should give them a chance. He Xin also calmed down, staring at Wang Jin with her beautiful big eyes, waiting for Wang Jin to give an answer. Looking at the confused expressions of the 2 women, Wang Jin's answer was very simple. Only 5 simple words came out of his mouth, I believe you. Swish. The 2 women rolled their eyes at Wang Jin at the same time, their pretty faces blushed, with hazy eyes and a little woman's demeanor. Wang Jin saw that his index finger moved, and a fire in his lower abdomen rose, and he almost made a fool of himself on the spot. How have you considered it? Who will absorb this crystal core? Wang Jin quickly changed the subject and let the two goblins continue to seduce him. Wang Jin was afraid that he could not help but turn into a werewolf, and he would not be able to face people. I have considered it. This crystal core will be absorbed by Li Yu. He Xin said, an answer that Wang Jin did not expect. She actually gave the crystal core to Li Yu. Li Yu was about to say something when she was interrupted by He Xin. I know what you are going to say, Li Yu. This crystal core is suitable for you because you are better at fighting than me. You are fighting outside, and I am in the camp. If you absorb this crystal core, you can better help Wang Jin fight. Don't think I am sympathetic. If my fighting power and fighting skills are higher, I will definitely fight for this crystal core, so Li Yu, you don't have to feel guilty. Wang Jin was a little surprised. He Xin was able to resist the temptation of becoming a mutant. From a practical point of view, He Xin's perseverance is not small. Ordinary people can't be so generous, not even Wang Jin. Li Yu stopped talking. She knew that what He Xin said was right. Her fighting power was higher. After absorbing this crystal core and becoming a mutant, she could greatly help Wang Jin in the battle. Li Yu, this crystal core is for you. Eat it. It won't be long before you become a mutant. Wang Jin respected their opinions and patted Li Yu's shoulder. Wang Jin handed the crystal core to Li Yu. At the same time, he looked at He Xin and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "Don't worry, I will find another level 2 crystal core for you." After hearing this, He Xin's pretty face flushed. She gave Wang Jin a charming look, which made Wang Jin's mouth dry and almost rebellious. "Thank you, He Xin." Li Yu's hand holding the crystal core trembled slightly, and she looked at He Xin with gratitude. She knew that He Xin gave the crystal core to herself with great courage and determination. "Stop talking, absorb the crystal core quickly. The base is in such a mess now. The sooner you become a mutant, the better for our team." He Xin lifted her hair by her ears. She wanted to become a mutant, but she cared more about Wang Jin's safety and development. As long as she could help Wang Jin better, she didn't care about paying this price. Li Yu took a last look at He Xin, closed her eyes solemnly, opened her cherry mouth and swallowed the crystal core. It's so hot. After Li Yu swallowed the crystal core, the huge power of the second-level crystal core burst out, stimulating Li Yu to sweat all over, and her skin was as red as a cooked prawn. Under the huge energy impact, Li Yu persisted for a few minutes, and then she couldn't resist it anymore and fainted. Reaching out to catch the fallen Li Yu, Wang Jin observed for a while and said, "It should be that the energy is too huge. Li Yu can't absorb it all at once. She can't bear it and fainted. It is said that absorbing the second-level crystal core will also fail. It depends on whether Li Yu can make it. Li Yu will definitely succeed. Her will is very high. This difficulty is not difficult for her." He Xin is full of confidence in Li Yu. As the third strongest person in the team, Li Yu has never disappointed anyone. Looking at this situation, Li Yu will need several days to absorb it. "I will carry her to the bed to rest first." Wang Jin picked up Li Yu, put her on the bed, and took care of her with He Xin. Li Yu had been in a coma for 3 days. Wang Jin and He Xin took turns to take care of her during these 3 days. Until one day at noon, Li Yu finally opened her eyes and woke up from her coma. "Li Yu, how are you?" Seeing Li Yu wake up, He Xin, who was taking care of her, hurriedly called Wang Jin and asked nervously. My body." Li Yu was about to stand up with the help of the bed, but she couldn't control her strength and broke several pieces of the hardwood bed board, revealing the fine texture on the board. "My strength and speed increased a lot." Not to mention Wang Jin and He Xin, even Li Yu herself was surprised to see this scene, and she stretched her hand in front of herself to look left and right. She was happy with doubts about her sudden increase in strength. This strength increased a lot. Li Yu felt that she was much stronger than the peak mutant of the first level. "Try this." Wang Jin handed over his machete, wanting Li Yu to try her strength. As if by instinct, as soon as Li Yu raised her hand, her eyes turned pale gold, and so did her arms, which were pale gold with beautiful patterns. The hand holding the blade exerted a little force, and the hard steel was like tofu, and was flattened and rounded by Li Yu's pale gold hands. This force was much greater than Chen Dong's. If Chen Dong took action, he could only twist the machete into a twist at most, but he couldn't do it as Li Yu did, kneading the machete as if it were tofu and deforming it at will. Swish. As if Li Yu was not satisfied, he took a solid iron rod as thick as his arm from the corner of the room, and chopped it down with his palm. The iron rod was instantly cut into 2 pieces by his arm, and the blade was smooth, as if it had been cut by laser. Too strong. The iron rod fell, and Li Yu couldn't believe it herself. Did she really do this? Li Yu felt unreal to have become such a powerful mutant after waking up. At this time, Li Yu's eyes turned into a light golden color, and the most conspicuous thing was Li Yu's arms. The metallic golden color looked extremely sharp, and with the beautiful flowing cloud patterns on his arms, it looked like a refined sword that could cut through anything. Mutated Mantis. Wang Jin saw the changes in Li Yu and thought of the source of this crystal core. Isn't the most terrifying weapon of the mutant mantis the extremely sharp four-limb mantis knife? Unexpectedly, this feature was also inherited by Li Yu, which made Li Yu's arms extremely sharp and able to cut through most objects. In this case, Wang Jin thought of the super-fast speed and agility of the mutant mantis. From this point of view, Li Yu may have inherited this advantage of the mutant mantis. Thinking of this, Wang Jin said to Li Yu, try your speed and agility. If I'm not mistaken, strength is not your strong point, your speed is the real advantage. Speed. Li Yu turned to look at Wang Jin, and after seeing Wang Jin nod, he suddenly ran in the small room. Along with the phantom, Wang Jin felt Li Yu's figure disappear in the room. It was not that Li Yu was invisible, but that Li Yu's speed was too fast, and Wang Jin's eyes could not catch her figure, which caused a visual error. A strong wind blew on Wang Jin's face, and Wang Jin blinked subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, a pretty figure stood in front of Wang Jin, which was undoubtedly Li Yu. This speed is too fast. I feel like I am running like the wind. At this speed, even if the machine gun is shooting, I am sure that the bullets will not touch the corner of my clothes. Li Yu clenched her fists and looked at Wang Jin with surprise. Wang Jin, is the strength of absorbing the second-level crystal core so strong? He Xin looked at Li Yu, who had been reborn, with envy in her tone. I estimate that Li Yu's strength is only a step behind that of a level 2 mutant. She can even kill all level 2 mutants by using her speed advantage. Li Yu's strength has increased too much. Luo Fei, who also absorbed a level 2 crystal core, would be killed instantly by Li Yu if he fought with Li Yu. There is no comparison between the two. So I guess that Li Yu's strength is probably related to the crystal core she absorbed. The predecessor of this level 2 crystal core is a powerful and ferocious mutant mantis, which is at the forefront of level 2 mutant beasts and can be said to be the top existence among level 2 mutant beasts. Li Yu's strength increased so much after absorbing its crystal core. Wang Jin explained to them, and at the same time briefly introduced the power of the mutant mantis to them. Hearing that the mutant mantis could easily block the bone spurs that broke through the speed of sound and were as powerful as a heavy sniper rifle, and the speed was as fast as a ghost, even Wang Jin's insect swarm had to take advantage of the terrain to successfully kill it, the two of them took a breath of cold air, and then they realized that Li Yu's strength was far behind that of the mutant mantis. Now the strength inherited was less than 1/3 of the mutant mantis. How powerful was the real mutant mantis, and such a powerful one was killed by Wang Jin. Okay, Li Yu, you should adapt to the increased strength in the next few days. You may be used in a few days. Wang Jin patted her shoulders and instructed Li Yu after Li Yu's excitement passed. What is the situation of the base now? Are you ready to start? Li Yu found the key to the problem as soon as she heard it, and looked at Wang Jin with big eyes. There was no fear in her heart, but only excitement. She could finally fight side by side with Wang Jin. Although the base army and the Mutant Alliance are still fighting these days, the scale is much smaller. Both sides are now ruling half of the city. Maybe they are concerned about my existence and are not really fighting to the death, but are conserving their strength to guard against me. Wang Jin nodded and said, during the 3 days you were unconscious, I discussed with He Xin for a long time and came up with 2 solutions. Let me talk about it. He Xin smiled and interrupted, now the army, the Mutant Alliance and Wang Jin are in a 3-way confrontation. No one wants to lose both and let others gain the advantage, so everyone is very restrained. If we want to be the final winner, we have to start from 2 aspects. One is to increase Wang Jin's strength, and the other is to let the Mutant Alliance and the base army fight and cause great damage. By then, Wang Jin's strength will increase, while the Mutant Alliance and the army will decrease. The base is still under our control. But how do you let Wang Jin increase his strength? And the Mutant Alliance and the army are not stupid. How can they let Wang Jin go and fight? Li Yu asked a sharp question. It is easy to find the problem, but the difficulty is how to solve it. He Xin smiled, very brightly. Haha, good question, we have considered the issue of increasing strength. We originally planned to steal the brain core crystal cores stored in the Mutant Alliance and the army, but the other party was very vigilant and kept all the brain core crystal cores in the base camp, so we had no chance. So we thought of the zombies that besieged the base at the beginning. With Wang Jin's current strength, it is not a problem to deal with tens of thousands of zombies. They can bring us enough brain cores. Although these zombies were led away from the vicinity of the base by the army, it is not difficult for us to find them as long as we spend some time. And we went out of the base to hunt for brain cores, which just dispelled the concerns of the Mutant Alliance and the base, allowing them to fight for control of the base again. Quote, of course, this is not enough. If we want the base army and the Mutant Alliance to fight to the death, we still lack a key person to lead. This person is Luo Fei, Luo Cheng's only son. As long as the disguised army assassinates him, with Luo Cheng's temper, the Mutant Alliance and the army will have no choice but to fight. He Xin smiled, but Li Yu felt a chill in her heart, and a word came to her mind, femme fatale. Li Yu, Wang Jin was originally going to assassinate, but now compared to you, Wang Jin's methods are not suitable for assassination, so this most important step is left to you. I hope you don't let Wang Jin down. He Xin's eyes were cold, and she said coldly, don't be soft-hearted, think about how the Mutant Alliance and the army treated us. When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden, and when the rabbits die, the running dogs are cooked. You don't want your companions to die in vain in their hands. Li Yu, if it doesn't work, I'll do it. Wang Jin knew that Li Yu was a police officer, and it was very difficult for her to do the assassination, and he didn't want to force her. I can. Li Yu took a deep breath, her eyes were firm. Since she followed Wang Jin, she had to do things for Wang Jin, not to mention that Li Yu's original wish was not to drag Wang Jin's feet and fight side by side with Wang Jin. Now that the opportunity has come, how could Li Yu refuse? Luo Fei, leave this scumbag to me. Li Yu regained her cold look and replied to Wang Jin. I believe you. Wang Jin smiled, and the two women looked at each other and laughed. Pack up the things and load them into the truck. He Yushi, check the truck again. As soon as the sun rose the next day, Wang Jin ordered people to pack up the supplies and prepare to leave the city. According to the method discussed yesterday, the sooner the plan is launched, the better. Although the others were confused and didn't understand why Wang Jin wanted everyone to pack up and leave the city, they didn't ask any more questions when they saw that Wang Jin had no intention of explaining. They packed up the supplies and loaded the items onto the dump truck. He Yushi checked the vehicle and refueled the dump truck to ensure the vehicle's driving safety. Although Wang Jin and his team got up early, the army got up earlier than Wang Jin and his team. Many soldiers saw Wang Jin and his team's actions and became nervous and alert. A few days ago, news of Wang Jin's discord with the army came out. Now the soldiers saw Wang Jin's abnormal behavior and were afraid that Wang Jin meant to start a war. Otherwise, why would he pack up his things? Isn't this just preparing to run away after the war? So more and more soldiers surrounded Wang Jin and his team. He Yushi and his team, who didn't know the truth, also became worried and took up weapons to protect themselves. Finally, they resumed work under Wang Jin's scolding. Wang Jin, what's wrong with you? Just when Wang Jin and his men loaded all the supplies into the dump truck and were about to leave the city, Lu Yuanwei received a notice from the soldiers and hurried over. Wang Jin's every move now has a significant impact on the Mutant Alliance and the army, because Wang Jin's strength can influence the battle situation. The base is too chaotic now, I'm going to go out and avoid the limelight first. Wang Jin got off the dump truck and frowned and said to Lu Yuanwei, I know you are on guard against me, and I'm not going to wade into this muddy water of the base. You can fight however you want, just don't involve me. Wang Jin, we agreed to deal with the Mutant Alliance together. How can you be afraid and run away for refuge now? Lu Yuanwei's face sank, and he was a little unhappy that Wang Jin did not abide by the agreement. Haha, agreement. Wait until you take out the 40,000 brain cores before you tell me the agreement. Wang Jin laughed disdainfully, too lazy to argue with Lu Yuanwei, and returned to the dump truck, shouting to Hiyushi and the others, "Drive." The two dump trucks roared and slowly accelerated to the outside of the military camp. The soldiers around did not receive orders, but just wandered around with weapons and observed, and did not stop Wang Jin's dump truck. "Captain, do we need to stop them?" a chief of staff asked. "No, it's better for them to leave, so as not to be enemies with us. You can send someone to drive behind them, and notify the division commander to send special forces to confirm whether Wang Jin really went to take refuge." "Yes, I'll do it now." The chief of staff left quickly, and Lu Yuanwei watched the dump truck go farther and farther, sighed, and muttered to himself, "I hope we won't become enemies in the future." The dump truck first left the barracks and came to the damaged streets outside. Several days of war have changed the appearance of this small county town. The walls are full of bullet holes, and there are potholes caused by bomb explosions on the streets. The survivors trembled and hid at home and dared not go out. Even the originally prosperous city center has become deserted. Only teams of soldiers patrolling with live ammunition walked on the streets. Ordinary people dared not and could not come out, otherwise they would be caught by the soldiers as spies, and you would not even have the opportunity to explain. It is normal to die during the war. Wang Jin and his team were also questioned by the soldiers after leaving the barracks. Fortunately, Lu Yuanwei's soldiers drove behind them. When they saw a soldier coming up to question, they explained for Wang Jin and his team. This was the soldier arranged by Lu Yuanwei for Wang Jin because he was afraid that Wang Jin would conflict with the soldiers. The base is now occupied by the Mutant Alliance and the army in half. Wang Jin and his team naturally chose the road occupied by the army to leave the city. It is impossible to go through the area occupied by the Mutant Alliance. After spending more than half an hour, being interrogated by soldiers 15 times, passing 8 checkpoints, and encountering 5 armored vehicles, Wang Jin and his team finally passed through the gate controlled by soldiers and came to a deserted area outside the city. After going out of the city, Wang Jin and his team were no longer hindered by the soldiers' interrogation. The speed of the dump truck began to increase, and soon they were far away from the base and headed east into the wild. "Brother Wang, where are we going?" Wang Jin was sitting in the car of the leading dump truck, and Hiyushi beside him asked curiously. Wang Jin's plan was only briefly told to them, and the core things were not told to them. So far, only Wang Jin, He Shin, and Li Yu knew the real plan. "Going out hunting like before, but we have to run farther this time." Wang Jin smoked a cigarette and answered casually. Hiyushi scratched his head and asked in confusion, "But why did you tell Lu Yuanwei to go out for refuge? Will they believe it?" "I have my reasons, don't ask too much." Wang Jin blew out a smoke ring, looked at the sky outside the window, and sneered, "Of course they won't believe it, but I have a way to make them believe it. This matter still depends on your help. Let's put on a good show for them." Following Wang Jin's gaze, there is a huge figure floating in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, with long tentacles swaying in the wind, and blood-red eyes all over the body watching the situation within a radius of 10 kilometers. This is the host of Wang Jin's intelligence weapon. At this moment, in the host's field of vision, 3 kilometers behind the dump truck, a military off-road vehicle was observing the traces left by the dump truck on the road, following Wang Jin and his team. There were 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms in the off-road vehicle, and Wang Jin happened to know them. One was the capable Qin Fei, and the other was the sniper expert Li Ying. Both of them had fought side by side with Wang Jin. Unexpectedly, in a few days, the former comrades in arms became enemies and were sent by the army to monitor Wang Jin. In addition to Qin Fei and Li Yu driving an off-road vehicle to follow Wang Jin, there was also a man in black clothes with a gloomy face following Wang Jin on the road 2 kilometers away. This man should be an invisible mutant. He walked in the shadows of trees. Even if ordinary people stood in front of him, they could not see his body. If the host did not have the ability to detect invisibility, Wang Jin would not have found him. The man was very fast, flashing in the shadows, as if he was not walking with his feet but teleporting in the shadows. His speed was not much slower than that of the dump truck. Wang Jin secretly compared Li Yu's speed with his and found that Li Yu's speed was still a little faster. Wang Jin knew that this man must have been sent by the Mutant Alliance to follow him. After all, Wang Jin's departure from the city made a lot of noise, and the Mutant Alliance had a large number of soldiers and mutants in the city to investigate. It was not difficult to find Wang Jin's movements. Although Wang Jin observed that the Mutant Alliance and the army were following him, he was not in a hurry, because this was exactly what Wang Jin wanted. If Wang Jin sneaked out of the city by himself, it would arouse the suspicion of the Mutant Alliance and the army. It would be better to leave the city openly and let them know his movements, and then perform a drama to make them think that Wang Jin really left the base instead of having other intentions. Wang Jin and his team drove the dump truck until noon, and stopped in an open space more than 40 kilometers away from the base. Camping, defense, cooking, and sentry, Wang Jin and his team arranged in an orderly manner. A lot of experience in wild survival made everyone in the team know what they should do now. Although the camp is small, after the arrangement, there are many traps, sentries, defense and retreat routes, which can effectively face various dangerous situations in the wild. After Wang Jin and his team arranged the camp, He Xin also prepared the meals. When there was enough food, Wang Jin never treated his stomach badly, so the food he ate was very rich. Rice was enough to fill him up, and there were 3 kinds of meat: beef, pork and chicken. In addition, the most precious thing was that Wang Jin had a small dish of green vegetables. Compared with the mutant beast meat they ate every day, this small dish of green vegetables could arouse their appetite more. These green vegetables were planted on the roof of the dump truck, and now it was time to harvest. Unfortunately, there were too few green vegetables. Only Wang Jin could have them for every meal, and others could only eat them once every few days. No one had any objection to this. Compared with the starving other survivors, Hiyushi and his friends were already living in heaven. The food they ate every day was equivalent to the food stock of ordinary survivors in 3 or 4 days, not to mention meat. Ordinary survivors had basically forgotten what meat tasted like. The food smelled fragrant, and plates of food were served on the table. Just as Wang Jin and his friends were eating and drinking happily, 3 figures slowly approached outside the temporary camp. The 2 people wearing camouflage uniforms lying on the tree were Qin Fei and Li Ying, and the man wearing all black and hiding in the shadow of the tree was sent by the Mutant Alliance. At this time, they were only 30 meters away from where Wang Jin was eating. Lin Shibin, who was on guard, stood high on the roof of the dump truck, but still did not find anyone lurking nearby. It cannot be said that Lin Shibin's level was poor, but the enemy's strength was too high. The 2 top special forces were agile and could cleverly use the moment you turned around and blinked to move forward. The surrounding trees and bushes became their helpers. The special forces hiding in them almost blended into the environment. Even if you walked in front of him, you might not find that this bunch of bushes and weeds was dressed by a living human. The black-clothed man was more concealed. His ability was to hide in the shadows. Now he was hiding in the shadows of the trees. It would be strange if Lin Shibin could find him. Although Wang Jin was eating, he kept an eye on the every move of these stalkers. With the existence of the host, Wang Jin was like having an extra small reconnaissance satellite. No one within a radius of 10 kilometers could hide from Wang Jin. Seeing the 3 people following him approaching, Wang Jin raised his lips almost imperceptibly, tapped his left fingers under the table 3 times, and poked the chopsticks in his right hand inadvertently in the southwest direction. Hiyushi and Jia Ding, who were sitting opposite Wang Jin, immediately put down their bowls, patted their stomachs and stood up and said, "I'm full, Brother Wang, you guys eat slowly." After that, the 2 of them walked towards the bushes outside the camp in the southwest direction, arm in arm, and looked like they were going to the toilet. What did Brother Wang say? Lazy people have a lot of shit and urine. Look at you guys who just finished eating and went to the toilet. Are you going to be lazy and sleep soon? Lin Shibin teased while standing on the roof of the dump truck. While Lin Shibin was talking, Qin Fei and his team crawled forward again and crawled to the direction where Hiyushi and his team were heading to lurk. The man in black did the same, but he was much more relaxed. He flashed in the shadows of several trees a few times and came to a place less than 10 meters away from Hiyushi and his team. It's none of your business. Just stand guard. Hiyushi and Jia Ding didn't care. They walked out of the camp, unzipped their pants, took out their weapons and started to pee. At this time, 3 people were watching them less than 10 meters to their left and right. Jia Ding, why did Wang Jie leave the base? Hiyushi asked Jia Ding while peeing. The 3 people who were watching him listened to this and their ears perked up instantly. They stared at Jia Ding with their eyes wide open, waiting for his answer. As expected, Jia Ding answered as expected, "You ask the right person. I know this. Brother Wang left the base because the army and the Mutant Alliance had bad intentions towards us. He was afraid that the Mutant Alliance and the army would collude with us. In addition, if the war in the base continues, Brother Wang will definitely be involved. At that time, Brother Wang will definitely lose soldiers and generals. No matter who the winner is, he will be suppressed or even killed. Brother Wang left the base to avoid these things and planned to find a new survivor base to live in. So that's it," Yushi suddenly realized, and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Brother Wang has foresight, otherwise staying in the base will definitely not be good. We should please him. Neither way is good. Leaving the city is the right choice. Only by finding a new base can Wang Jie live a carefree life with his strength. Why bother to get involved in the muddy water of the base?" Quote. That's right. Wang Jie is smarter than you. In addition to his strength, Wang Jie's brain is also top-notch. I know. Have you finished pooping? Let's go. Let's play a game of chess while Wang Jie hasn't finished his meal yet, otherwise we won't have a chance to play soon. Done, let's go. Jia Ding and Yushi turned and left. No one noticed the cunning light flashing in their eyes. Although Yushi and Jia Ding didn't find anyone lurking, Wang Jin's words were definitely correct. There must be someone monitoring and eavesdropping here. After Yushi and Jia Ding left, the three trackers retreated with joy on their faces. They got the answer they wanted, but they didn't know that this was just a play for a conspiracy. Seeing this scene through the host, Wang Jin, who was eating, put down the bowl in his hand, winked at Hixin and Li Yu, and smiled slyly. Hixin and Li Yu also smiled, and everything went according to the script. After lunch, Wang Jin and his team did not rest, but continued to drive on the road. Until 2 days later, Wang Jin and his team were nearly 200 kilometers away from the base. During these 2 days, Yushi, Lin Shibin and others, inadvertently, leaked information about the reason for leaving the city several times, which made the three trackers overjoyed. They thought they had obtained enough information and understood the reason why Wang Jin left the city, so they turned back at noon on the second day of tracking. After all, they had limited time, and as they went deeper and deeper into the wild, the threats were more and greater. Although the three of them were very skilled, they were still very strenuous. If they continued to follow, they might lose their lives if they encountered powerful mutant beasts. Seeing Qin Fei and his team turn around, Wang Jin also stopped the dump truck and stopped rushing. He controlled the host to track and monitor them. After confirming that Qin Fei and his team really left, Wang Jin took the host back. I hope you won't be too surprised when you see me again in the future. Wang Jin smiled happily. Hixin and Li Yu beside him heard Wang Jin's dagger-hiding words and mourned for the three people who followed him. Qin Fei and his team must not have thought that everything they saw and heard in the past 2 days was a show for them. Okay, the matter of leaving the city has come to an end. Now we will start looking for the traces of the zombies. When we gather enough troops, it will be time for us to return to the base. Wang Jin clenched his fist and looked towards the base with mockery in his eyes. When the army led away the zombies, we recorded that this direction is the direction where the zombies move the most. As long as we look for it, it will not be difficult to find the zombies with the huge noise and traces caused by the zombies. Then let's act. Wang Jin climbed onto the roof of the car. At the same time, a huge figure floated in the sky 10,000 meters high, with blood-red eyes scanning all directions, looking for prey for its owner, looking for those living corpses. In the early morning, before the fog dissipated, a group of 10,000 corpses walked slowly in the woods. The corpses were active at night. After a night of hunting mutant beasts and various small animals, the corpses had slowed down their pace and wandered in the woods with a staggering gait. The target corpse group was found, 1.5 kilometers away, with a number of about 10,000. 2 dump trucks stopped by the road 1 kilometer away from the corpse group. Someone in the convoy held a telescope to report the movement of the corpse group. This group of people was undoubtedly Wang Jin and his team. As soon as Qin Fei and his team left the day before yesterday, Wang Jin began to look for the corpse group. After searching for a day and a night, Wang Jin's host finally found a group of 10,000 corpses in the middle of the night. Wang Jin, who got the news from the host, traveled overnight. With the host monitoring the corpse group, Wang Jin finally spent half a night and arrived at the place where the corpse group was in the early morning. Looking at the location of the corpse group, Wang Jin secretly rejoiced that the corpse group was not far from the abandoned road, and the dump truck could drive here. If there was no road nearby, it would be good for Wang Jin to come here at noon. Brother Wang, I've observed that there are no other dangerous targets nearby except the zombies. He Yushi shouted on the roof of the car, with a tone of excitement and fatigue. The excitement was because the zombies were found, and the fatigue was because he didn't sleep well after driving and tracking the zombies all night. Then let's do it. Wang Jin sorted out his equipment, got off the car with everyone, and walked towards the zombies. With the original 3,600 troops plus the 400 newly summoned velociraptors given by Meng Quan, Wang Jin already had 4,000 insect swarms. At this time, Wang Jin no longer cared about the 10,000 zombies. The distance of 1,000 meters passed in a flash, and Wang Jin soon came to the zombies. Standing with Wang Jin were 4,000 ferocious insects. Roar! Without waiting for the zombies to react, Wang Jin's insect swarm took action first. 3,700 velociraptors jumped and roared, rushing towards the zombies like a wave. Behind the velociraptors, 300 hydralisks spewed bone spurs, killing the evolved zombies in the zombies. This zombie group has about 10,000 ordinary zombies, 30 lurkers and 10 giant zombies. With Wang Jin's current strength, it is not a problem to deal with them. The hydralisk with a range of 300 meters took the initiative. One by one, bone spurs flew over the velociraptors and shot into the zombie group with a whistling sound. A total of 5 lurkers and 2 giant zombies were killed, and hundreds of ordinary zombies were killed, giving the zombie group a head start. Hydralisk likes to deal with zombie groups the most. As long as the dense zombie group is shot out, there is no worry about not hitting it. As long as it hits, whether it kills or not, the poison on the bone spurs can send the zombies to hell. Bang bang bang. The spray of the hydralisk is endless. During the period when the velociraptors and the zombie group were in close combat, the hydralisk launched a total of 10 rounds of attacks, killing thousands of ordinary zombies and more than 10 evolved zombies, and weakening the combat power of the zombie group by more than 10%. The 300-meter distance caused the zombies to suffer heavy losses. This is how the zombies without long-range means face the hydralisks. Unless the size of the zombies increases and the hydralisks can be surrounded by a large number, the firepower of the hydralisks is enough to make the zombies miserable. When the zombies approached, the hydralisks, who bullied the zombies with long-range weapons, began to retreat, allowing the Zerglings to rush forward, while the hydralisks kept their firepower behind the Zerglings and shot down the zombies one by one. The Zerglings also collided with the zombies at this time, as if 2 huge waves collided. The roars at the battle site were deafening, and flesh and blood splashed. Wang Jin felt his heart stop when he stood far away, and a surge of excitement surged in his heart. This simple violence can make people excited and frightened. 3,700 Zerglings faced tens of thousands of zombies. It was a one-sided massacre. On average, a few zombies fought against one Zergling. The zombies were not strong enough. Dozens of evolved zombies can't do anything in front of the Zerg. A large number of velociraptors pay special attention to the evolved zombies. As soon as they find an evolved zombie, dozens or hundreds of velociraptors will pounce on it and bite it, and there will be fire support from the hydralisks behind. So these evolved zombies are miserable. They are often eaten and dismembered by the Zerg as soon as they show their heads in the Zerg. All the conspicuous giant zombies have died. Only a few agile and hidden lurkers are still alive. They hide in the Zerg and no longer show their heads easily. Instead, they stab the Zerg from behind to attack the Zerg fighting the zombies. The Zerg is unstoppable all the way. The Zerg can't resist the fierce attack of the Zerg and is killed by the velociraptors. Even if the zombies are fearless, it's useless. In the face of absolute strength, especially in front of the more ferocious and fearless Zerg, the resistance of the zombies is a joke. So far, more than half of the Zerg has been annihilated by the Zerg, and the loss of the Zerg is negligible. Just when Wang Jin thought the battle was about to end, an unexpected incident occurred. A 3-meter-long, 4-limbed, and copper coin-sized scale-covered second-level lurker appeared. The second-level lurker was agile and extremely fast. Several velociraptors that approached it were gutted and bitten to death. When the velociraptors besieged it, it cleverly hid in the zombies to avoid it, and then attacked the velociraptors from other positions in the zombies. The second-level lurker was like a top killer. Every time it killed a few velociraptors, it ran into the zombies, retreated after one strike, and never fought the swarm head-on. The velociraptors had no way to deal with it, not even the hydralisks. The bone spurs it sprayed were either dodged or blocked by the zombies, making it difficult to hurt and hit the second-level lurker. Level 2 lurker. Wang Jin frowned. He didn't expect to run into a level 2 lurker here, and secretly felt troubled. Although the level 2 lurker has limited killing power, it is very annoying to hide and hide. Many velociraptors were not killed by the zombies, but died in the mouth of this guy. Facing this level 2 lurker who can only attack by sneaking, Wang Jin has no good way. He can only wait for the swarm to kill all the ordinary zombies. The level 2 lurker has no space to hide, and then rely on the swarm to drown it. Let me deal with it. At this time, Li Yu walked to Wang Jin and said with a cold face. While speaking, his eyes were still fixed on the level 2 lurker wandering on the battlefield, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Wang Jin thought of Li Yu's skills, and he knew that if he really fought with a level 2 lurker, he would be able to kill her, so he nodded and said, "Be careful. Watch me." Li Yu took out her new weapon, two nearly 2-meter-long green swords. A closer look revealed that the two swords were made of insect bones. The top of the sword was slightly protruding, and the blade was sharp. The handle was a 20-centimeter-long crystal bone, which looked like it was made of the same piece as the blade. These two swords were the two forelimbs of the mutant mantis killed by Wang Jin. Wang Jin saw that it was particularly suitable for making swords, so he took great effort to get it off and trim it to make swords. The forelimbs of the mantis made into swords were extremely sharp. Whether it was stone or metal, the two mantis swords could easily cut it. With Wang Jin's strength, he could cut a car in two with the mantis swords, which showed how sharp the mantis swords were. Later, Li Yu became a mutant. Wang Jin considered Li Yu's situation and felt that only Li Yu could bring out the power of the mantis knife. After all, the mutant mantis relied on speed and the mantis knife to make a living. After Li Yu absorbed its crystal core and inherited its characteristics, his speed and agility met the conditions for using the mantis knife. Li Yu did not disappoint Wang Jin after getting the mantis knife. He used it very well. Perhaps it was because the mantis knife and Li Yu were connected by blood. The 2-meter length of the mantis knife did not become an obstacle for Li Yu, but added more power. Li Yu dancing with the mantis knife was like a human mantis, and could kill people in the afterimage brought by the mantis knife. After getting Wang Jin's consent, Li Yu rushed into the battlefield like a gust of wind, carrying two giant mantis knives. Puff puff puff. Wherever Li Yu passed, zombie heads flew up. After Li Yu advanced dozens of meters, the headless bodies of the zombies behind him slowly fell down. A 5-meter-wide vacuum zone was formed on the battlefield. All zombies in the vacuum zone were beheaded, including the lurkers. Except for Wang Jin and He Xin, everyone else was stunned. Hiyushi looked at Li Yu who was killing zombies like mowing grass, and stammered, "Brother Wang, how can Li Yu be so powerful?" Li Yu is also a mutant. Chen Dong scratched the back of his head, a little puzzled. What? Li Yu has become a mutant? Jia Ding was shocked and looked unbelievable. How could Li Yu, who was the same as them a few days ago, become a mutant? Sister Li has become a mutant, that's great. Du Yuyan clapped her hands and was happy. As a companion who came out of the police station with Li Yu, Du Yuyan was usually taken care of by Li Yu. She was sincerely happy for Li Yu. Wang Jin smiled and pointed to the dump truck in the distance and said to them, "Do you remember the mutant mantis corpse in the dump truck? That mutant mantis is a second-level mutant beast. I gave its second-level crystal core to Li Yu, so there is the scene you see now." Li Yu is now a real mutant. Everyone was envious. Becoming a powerful mutant has always been the dream of every ordinary person, and Hiyushi and others are no exception. Now seeing Li Yu's success, Hiyushi and others have become more eager to become mutants. As long as you follow me, you will all become mutants in the future. Wang Jin gave them a reassurance. For Wang Jin now, it is no problem to hunt down a second-level mutant beast as long as he encounters it. Wang Jin's words are not completely fooling them. Long live Brother Wang. Everyone was overjoyed. They had no doubt about what Wang Jin said. With Brother Wang's strength, it would be easy to deal with the second-level mutant beast. Isn't there a living example now? While Wang Jin and the others were talking, Li Yu also found the figure of the second-level lurker and rushed towards him at a very fast speed. All the zombies blocking the road became dead souls under the knife, adding more achievements for Li Yu. Roar! Li Yu's actions attracted the attention of the second-level lurker. The second-level lurker crouched down and did not dare to fight Li Yu. Instead, he ran around in the zombie group. It seemed that he was ready to carry out guerrilla tactics to the end. Seeing the second-level lurker running away, Li Yu was of course unwilling. With a slender body, he turned around and killed more than a dozen zombies that surrounded him. Then he quickly chased the second-level lurker. The speed was not much slower. There were still a large number of ordinary zombies blocking Li Yu's attack. If there were no such obstacles, Li Yu's speed would definitely exceed that of the second-level lurker. As expected of the ability inherited from the mutant mantis, this speed is really fast. Wang Jin secretly sighed. Because of the obstruction of ordinary zombies, Li Yu was a little slower than the first-line lurkers, and could not catch up with the fleeing second-level lurkers for a while. However, Wang Jin's swarm of insects was not a pushover. Seeing that Li Yu was so strong, Wang Jin also controlled the swarm of insects to encircle the second-level lurkers and narrow its escape range. There are only 3,000 left in the swarm of tens of thousands of zombies, which provides great convenience for Wang Jin's swarm of insects. Thousands of swift beasts divide and surround the swarm of zombies into several small swarms, weakening the group strength of the swarm of zombies bit by bit. The range of activities of the second-level lurkers in the swarm of zombies is getting smaller and smaller, and finally they are blocked by Wang Jin's swarm of insects in a small swarm of hundreds of zombies, and they keep roaring because they can't move forward or backward. You're still alive now. Wang Jin sneered and called more insect swarms over. Like peeling an onion, the velociraptors killed the zombies on the periphery of the swarm one by one, gradually reducing the size of the swarm until the second-level lurker, who had nowhere to hide, was exposed. Go to hell. Seeing the second-level lurker appear, Wang Jin grinned and waved his hand to control thousands of insect swarms to tear this super killer into pieces. Wang Jin, wait, get rid of this guy. Li Yu suddenly squeezed into the encirclement at this time, looking at the second-level lurker with a warlike face. The belligerent nature in his body was aroused, and Li Yu actually wanted to kill the second-level lurker himself. Are you sure? This guy is dead, there is no need for you to take risks. Wang Jin disagreed. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Wang Jin's personality is like this. Things that can be solved simply will never be complicated, not to mention that this matter will risk his life. No, this zombie is very powerful, suitable to be my first opponent after becoming a mutant. Wang Jin, don't stop me. Li Yu looked at Wang Jin with a stubborn look, as if she would force herself to fight if Wang Jin disagreed. Wang Jin smiled bitterly. You are a woman. Do you have to be so violent? Helplessly, Wang Jin could only nod and send more swarms to guard nearby, and rescue Li Yu if there was any danger. With Wang Jin's consent, Li Yu smiled, and jumped more than 10 meters tall, jumping in front of the second-level lurker, pointing a big knife at the other party, and hitting the ground with a big knife, provoking the second-level lurker. The lurker, who had no way to escape, saw Li Yu provoking him. He could no longer hold back. With a force from his strong limbs, his 3-meter-long body rushed towards Li Yu like a sharp arrow, and his big mouth with interlaced teeth opened, from which a thick and long tongue could be seen stretching and retracting. When the second-level lurker charged, Li Yu also moved, and the two mantis knives crossed in a cross, rushing towards the lurker. Li Yu's speed was faster than that of the second-level lurker. Wang Jin only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a man and a zombie had already crossed each other. Bang! 2 mantis knives were half inserted in the ground. Li Yu was half squatting with the mantis knives in her hands. Wang Jin couldn't see Li Yu's facial expression and thought she was injured. He shouted anxiously, Li Yu, are you okay? The surrounding insect swarms also approached Li Yu. Fortunately, Li Yu slowly stood up at this time. She was not injured at all. Hearing Wang Jin's anxious shout, her face was slightly happy, and she said confidently, you should worry about that zombie. As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, a bloodline appeared on the limbs of the lurker who originally looked intact. As the blood gushed out, the limbs of the lurker broke off. It was because Li Yu's knife was too fast and too sharp that this amazing scene occurred. Wang Jin was secretly surprised that the lurker was destroyed with one move. He fought against the second-level lurker with the strength of the first level, and abolished the combat effectiveness of the lurker with one move. This strength is too strong. Although the second-level lurker is not the strongest among the second-level zombies, it is not something that the first-level mutants can deal with. Li Yu's strength is probably not a match for her among the first-level mutants. Wang Jin secretly thought, if the first-level mutant is so powerful, what if he becomes a second-level mutant? I am afraid that he will become the king of singles among the second-level mutants, just like the mutant mantis when he was alive. Not bad. Li Yu pulled out the mantis knife and walked towards Wang Jin. When passing by the lurker opened his mouth and the thick long tongue in his mouth pierced Li Yu. Swish! The knife flashed, and a thick long tongue fell to the ground and kept twisting. The lurker's sneak attack failed, and the thick long tongue was cut in half by Li Yu. Li Yu stabbed the lurker who was rolling and roaring on the ground to death with a knife. The mantis knife passed through the brain effortlessly. After being pulled out, there was no blood or brain stains, and it was still as sharp and smooth as new. Awesome! Wang Jin clapped his hands, sincerely admiring Li Yu's fighting power. With such strength, his team has added another general, which can effectively make up for the lack of the insect swarm to deal with high-end military enemies. Let's clean up the battlefield, Wang Jin said to everyone after Li Yu came back. With the death of the second-level lurker, the remaining zombies became a spent force and were soon wiped out by the insect swarm. After the battle, Wang Jin began to control the swarm of insects to clean up the battlefield. The rotten and smelly zombies were bitten by the velociraptors, and the brain cores with brains were taken out and finally sent to Wang Jin. Wang Jin collected a steady stream of brain cores. It took about 20 minutes. The entire battlefield had been cleaned up by the swarm of insects, leaving no brain cores missing. After counting, this 10,000-person swarm of zombies brought Wang Jin a total of more than 17,300 brain cores, of which 7,000 were provided by evolved zombies, and the remaining 10,000 were provided by ordinary zombies. After quickly putting all the brain cores into a box, Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction, with a slight smile on his lips. 17,000 brain cores can summon nearly 700 velociraptors, greatly increasing his military power, and giving him more confidence to return to the base to seize power in the future. Brother Wang, what should we do next? I see some mutant beasts nearby are attracted by the sound of battle and the smell of zombie blood. Why don't we wait and see and get some crystal cores at the same time? Hiyushi rubbed his hands and pointed his tattooed arms to the outskirts of the woods. There were a few pairs of greedy eyes that were well hidden, but they were afraid of Wang Jin's swarm of insects and dared not come forward to enjoy the zombie delicacies on the ground. You kid, you've become smart. You can even wait and see. Wang Jin stopped collecting the brain cores and looked up at Hiyushi in surprise. He didn't expect that this guy who came from a small gangster family also understood this principle. Hearing Wang Jin's praise, Hiyushi was so happy that he shivered. His yellow hair trembled like the dry grass in autumn, and he grinned happily. Thank you for the praise, Brother Wang. Brother Wang, if a level 2 mutant beast appears later, you must not let it run away. Level 2 mutant beast. Wang Jin laughed dumbly, knowing that Hiyushi wanted to get the level 2 crystal core to become a mutant, and he must have been anxious after seeing Li Yu's amazing performance just now. Standing up and kicking Hiyushi unhappily, Wang Jin laughed and scolded. Do you think the level 2 mutant beast is a cabbage? If you want to encounter it, you can encounter it. You know, Wang Jin's eyes suddenly condensed, and he suddenly closed the box of the brain core. The smile on his face faded and became cold. Brother Wang, what happened? Hiyushi saw Wang Jin's appearance and calmly opened the safety of his rifle. He had followed Wang Jin for so long, and seeing Wang Jin's expression, Hiyushi knew that something unexpected had happened. A few sneaky fellows, don't worry. Wang Jin patted Hiyushi's shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. Humans. Hiyushi breathed a sigh of relief and put the safety of his rifle on. There was no need to make a fuss about just a few humans. Even if they were all mutants, they were no match for Wang Jin. At this time, in the host's field of vision, 3 kilometers away from Wang Jin and his team, 5 humans were moving quickly in the woods. These 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, were dressed in rags and looked like they were not living well. What surprised Wang Jin slightly was that these humans were able to discover the figures of mutant beasts in the woods in advance and take detours to avoid them. The large number of mutant beasts attracted by the battlefield did not pose a threat to them. They got closer and closer to Wang Jin and others without any danger, and stopped only when there was only 1 kilometer left. Brother Wang, are they sent by the base to monitor us? Do you want to kill them? Hiyushi made a throat-cutting gesture and asked Wang Jin, his words full of blood. They should not be sent by the base. Let's see the situation first. You go and inform Li Yu and the others to tell them not to act rashly and wait for my order. Wang Jin waved his hand. Looking at the ragged clothes of these people, they should not be sent by the base. Those who can be sent by the Mutant Alliance and the army to follow him are all masters, and their clothes should not be so bad. More importantly, the Mutant Alliance and the army have already obtained the information they want, so why are they looking for him? So these humans are likely to be a small survival team in the wild, like Wang Jin at the beginning, or there is a base nearby and they are the survivors of the base. No matter what kind of people these people belong to, Wang Jin wants to see what these people want to do. These people may have seen Wang Jin's insect swarm and stopped a kilometer away and dared not approach. However, not long after, Wang Jin saw that these 5 humans seemed to have a quarrel, and then 2 humans ran out of the team and sneaked towards Wang Jin's dump truck. Want to steal something? Wang Jin narrowed his eyes, and his eyes revealed a dangerous light. There was no one stationed in the dump truck, and the actions of these 2 people were obvious. If they wanted to communicate with me, they would definitely not go to the empty dump truck, but walk towards me and others. The dump truck was not far in front of these humans, less than a few hundred meters away from them, and the battlefield where Wang Jin and his men were now was nearly 1 kilometer away from the dump truck. No wonder they dared to attack, because they wanted Wang Jin to not find them. Even if he did, the buffer distance of 1 kilometer was enough for them to run away. These 2 humans may know that Wang Jin will come back after cleaning the battlefield, so they ran very fast. They ran to the distance of a few hundred meters in more than a minute and began to rummage through the dump truck. You don't know how to live or die. Wang Jin squeezed out these words from his teeth, looking at the dump truck with murderous intent. No one has ever been able to steal from me, and you dare to touch the earth on the head of Tai Sui. You are really tired of living. Li Yu, you are the fastest. Catch the 2 thieves in the dump truck. Humph, you can't afford the price of stealing my things. I will use your blood to celebrate my victory today. Wang Jin's voice gradually rose from low to high and roared. Understood. Seeing that Wang Jin was really angry, Li Yu no longer hesitated, carrying 2 giant mantis knives on his back, and rushed towards the dump truck like a bullet. Follow me. After Li Yu set off, Wang Jin also took a step and led everyone to the dump truck. Behind him was a mighty swarm of insects, determined to catch the 2 thieves. The 2 thieves had a clear division of labor. One was responsible for stealing and the other was responsible for keeping watch. Seeing Wang Jin coming with the swarm of insects, the sentry was almost scared to death and immediately notified his accomplices to prepare to run away. Although the 2 acted quickly, they were still 1 step slower than Li Yu and just ran a distance of less than 100 meters. They were caught up by the fast-moving Li Yu. The 2 humans wanted to resist and chopped at Li Yu with machetes. But how could 2 ordinary humans be Li Yu's opponents? Li Yu didn't even look at the machetes. He swung the 2 mantis knives fiercely, leaving a few afterimages, and easily cut the 2 machetes into 2 pieces. Then, he continued to move and slapped the 2 thieves' calves horizontally, breaking their calves and making them unable to run away. Seeing Li Yu catch the 2 thieves, Wang Jin accelerated his pace and soon arrived in front of the 2 thieves. Walking up to the thieves, Wang Jin could see their screaming faces. The 2 men were not very old, about the same age as Wang Jin, but they were pale and thin due to long-term hunger, and looked more than 10 years older than Wang Jin. Is my stuff easy to steal? Wang Jin saw the dried meat and rice scattered on the ground, picked up a thief who was still screaming, and asked with a kind smile. Sir, spare us. We stole because we were so hungry. Please spare us, we won't dare to do it again. Although Wang Jin smiled kindly, the thief was still scared to death. Few strong men in the end times are merciful. I'm hungry. Well, that's a good reason. I understand. After all, food is the most important thing for people. Wang Jin's smile gradually turned cold. He tightened his hand around the thief's neck and sneered, "Is it true that anyone who is hungry in the future can steal from me to get a share? Since you like to eat so much, I'll treat you to a food you've never eaten before. What do you think?" "No, no." The thief was pinched by Wang Jin and had difficulty breathing. He couldn't speak clearly. Although he didn't know what food Wang Jin was talking about, it was definitely not a good thing. How could he dare to nod and agree? "I think you want it." Wang Jin threw the thief to the ground, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and put the bullets into the magazine again. He said cruelly to the thief, "You've never eaten peanuts made of bullets, right? Today I'll let you eat your fill. Spare me, spare my life, Alan, save me." The thief was so scared that he didn't care about his broken calf. He grabbed the ground with both hands and crawled towards his other companion, scaring his companion to death, and kept retreating. "You are so audacious, can you touch our things?" Jia Ding kicked the thief back, and kicked him a few more times. Food is so precious in the end times, it is the second life of the survivors. If you go to steal, you must be prepared to risk your life. The Type 54 pistol was pointed at the thief, and his left hand pulled the barrel, loaded it with a click, and his finger was on the edge of the trigger. Just as Wang Jin was about to press the trigger, a shout suddenly came from the front, "Stop! Uncle Chen." The thief's face was happy, and before the smile on his face faded, Wang Jin's fingers moved. Bang 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 bang. 7 crisp gunshots in a row. Wang Jin fired all the bullets of the Type 54 pistol, and shot the thief who still had hope of survival to death. The thief who was hit by 2 bullets on the head was full of unwillingness. He didn't expect Wang Jin to be so cruel and shoot without listening to the explanation of the person who came. "Stop, you are not qualified to order me." Wang Jin looked at the 3 people running from a distance with disdain, and winked at Hiyushi and the others. After receiving Wang Jin's order, Hiyushi and the others raised their rifles and surrounded the 3 people running from a distance. The 3 newcomers were companions of the 2 thieves. It was after the quarrel with the 2 thieves that Wang Jin guessed that the 3 people and the thieves had a disagreement, so the 2 thieves came to steal things from the dump truck. The 3 people were an old man in his 50s, a young man in his 20s, and a girl of 15 or 16 years old. The old man had an old-fashioned gun in his hand and was holding it to confront Hiyushi and the others. "Why did you kill Mayor Zhang? He was just a child who stole some things from you when he was hungry, and you actually killed him cruelly. Fools, do you still have any humanity?" Seeing Wang Jin shooting the thief, the old man holding the shotgun was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Hiyushi and the others and cursed. Although the old man is over 50 years old, he is tall and strong. There are no age spots or wrinkles on his face. Instead, there are several hideous scars. His every move is like a soldier. It seems that he was probably a soldier when he was young. "Old man, have you ever seen a child in his 20s? If you dare to steal our things, you must be prepared to die. I advise you to put down the gun quickly, otherwise it will be bad if you force me to do it. I am a typical villain who respects the elderly and loves the young." Hiyushi smoked and carried a gun in a sloppy manner. His yellow hair and tattoos on his arms and neck made people know that he was not a good person at a glance. "You bad guys. Grandpa Chen was a soldier, so he is not afraid of you." The pretty girl of 15 or 16 years old stared with big eyes, holding a simple short spear made of a wooden stick and a blade tied together, and confronted Jia Ding and others without showing any weakness. Although her weak body looked ridiculous, she had a sense of not admitting defeat. "Little sister, don't talk nonsense. I told you not to come over. Mayor Zhang and Lin Dai are completely to blame. If we come over now, we will get ourselves into trouble. They will think we are accomplices. The last man in his 20s should be the girl's brother." Seeing his sister's actions, he was so scared that he quickly blocked his sister behind him, fearing that Hiyushi and others would hurt her. "Confiscate their weapons for me. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to resist, just kill them. Eat them as breakfast for the mutant beasts outside." Wang Jin was waiting impatiently behind him, and walked forward and said coldly. There was no reason to talk in the end times. The strong are respected here. Click, click, click. Hiyushi and others all opened the safety of their guns and aimed at the 3 people. Thousands of insects approached with their bloody mouths wide open, putting pressure on the other side. As soon as Wang Jin finished speaking, Li Yu turned into a shadow and passed by. In less than a second, she returned to the original place, with a hunting rifle, a short spear and a machete in her hands. They are not in the same group as those two. Li Yu threw down the weapon in her hand and looked at Wang Jin with a sharp look. She was afraid that these people would resist and be killed by Wang Jin, so she took the initiative to attack. When Li Yu spoke, the three people realized that their weapons were gone, and they all looked at Li Yu with their mouths open. You are still so willful. It is normal for a few people to die in the end of the world. Wang Jin shook his head, and all he got was a roll of his eyes from Li Yu. Bad murderer, you quickly let brother Lin Dai go, otherwise I will fight with you, I am not afraid of you. The pretty girl stuck her head out from behind her brother, looked at Wang Jin angrily, and waved her little fists at Wang Jin. There are many people who are not afraid of me, but they are all buried in the ground now. Wang Jin aimed his pistol with no bullets at the girl, and uttered a threatening, bang, sound, which frightened the girl so much that her face turned pale and she grabbed her brother's clothes tightly and hid behind him. Ha ha, He Yushi, Ji Ding and others laughed. Dare to talk big in front of Wang Jin. Little girl, you have never seen a real ruthless person. Brother, let's talk. My sister has no ill will towards you. The young man's heart tightened and he blocked his sister firmly behind him. He didn't know that Wang Jin's gun had no bullets, and he was worried to death. Young man, who are you trying to scare with a gun without bullets? I just heard 7 gunshots. Your Type 54 pistol has been out of bullets for a long time. The old man surnamed Chen was slightly angry. As expected of a soldier, he actually knew that Wang Jin's gun had no bullets. Oh, Wang Jin turned his head and looked over. You are their leader, tell me your origins, otherwise. What else? I, old Chen, fought with Vietnamese devils in the past, and I have seen all kinds of battles. The old man glared at Wang Jin angrily, pointing at the remaining thief. You release Lin Dai first, otherwise there is no need to talk. Release him. Good. As long as you can get in front of him, I will let this guy go. Wang Jin stepped aside, pointed at the thief behind him, and mocked the old man. Roar. Thousands of Zergs bared their teeth and surrounded the thief. There was no way to get through the dense crowd. If you want to rescue the thief, you have to enter the swarm and walk on the swarm. The swarm that had just finished fighting was covered in blood, and there were zombies in their mouths. It looked extremely ferocious and cruel. Thousands of such Zergs gathered together. Ordinary people would be frightened even if they just looked at them, not to mention getting close. Anyone who dared to go in would be eaten by the swarm without leaving any bones. Bad guy, the pretty girl whispered, looking at Wang Jin hatefully, revealing her 2 small canine teeth, as if she wanted to bite Wang Jin's hand. It's not that I won't let them go, it's you who won't save them. Wang Jin looked at the 3 people with livid faces and sneered, you steal things when you're hungry, do you think my food is blown by the wind? Young man, I beg you, even if Shaolin and the others are wrong, they are not guilty of death. They are really starving, otherwise they wouldn't dare to steal your things. The old man seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and pleaded with Wang Jin with great pain. Wang Jin. Li Yu seemed a little reluctant, looking at Wang Jin with big eyes. Wang Jin glanced at the old man and laughed, the end of the world has its own rules. Since you say being hungry is a reason, my pet hasn't eaten enough yet, so let's pay him back. He stole my food, so let him eat his own body. What? The old man was shocked. Before he could speak, Wang Jin's swarm of insects had already pounced on him, drowned the thief, and ate him in a scream. Now it's even. Wang Jin spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Murderer. Big bad guy. Be careful. Wang Jin didn't take the shouting of the 3 people to heart at all. He lit a cigarette for himself and said to the old man, tell me your origins quickly. My patience is limited, unless you want to end up like him. Don't even think about it. The old man's face was livid, and he rejected Wang Jin's words without hesitation. What about you? Wang Jin turned his head and looked at the young man, his eyes a little cold. Me too. Seeing that the old man didn't say anything, the young man also refused. Bang! You don't know how to behave. Wang Jin threw down his cigarette and stomped it out, then walked towards the man. Before Wang Jin, He Yushi and Jia Ding had already held the man down, preventing him from resisting. However, Wang Jin did not trouble the man, but came to the pretty girl, showing a self-proclaimed kind smile and said, "Little girl, can you tell me your name?" "Sister." The young man was anxious and struggled violently, but his malnourished body was no match for Hiyushi and Jia Ding, and he was still held down no matter how he struggled. "Stop, what are you doing? Don't do anything to a child." The old man was still very agile, and he jumped over. Bang! The old man's move did not succeed, and he was stopped by Chen Dong halfway. His rough and broad palm directly grabbed the old man's arm and lifted him up. Chen Dong, who had thousands of pounds of strength in his body, was extremely powerful, and 10 old men could not break free from Chen Dong's grasp. "If you tell me, I'll give you candy." Wang Jin seemed to have not seen the shouting of the young man and the old man. He took out a piece of chocolate that he had prepared to coax Wenwen and put it in front of the little girl to tempt her. The little girl moved her throat and turned her head with difficulty to refuse. "Bad guy, I won't tell you the name of this bad guy." "Do I look like a bad guy?" Wang Jin asked the person next to him after hearing this. Hiyushi nodded repeatedly. "More than that, what you did just now, Brother Wang, is worse than a bad guy." "Uncle is not a bad guy, he is a good guy." Wenwen shouted angrily when she heard Hiyushi say this, looking like she was determined to protect Wang Jin's bright image, which made Wang Jin really want to hug Wenwen's red face and kiss her. It was not in vain that he loved this girl. "Little girl, look at what this is." Wang Jin controlled a velociraptor to come to his side, touched the ferocious head of the velociraptor and smiled. "Brother, my pet has just eaten more than a dozen zombies, but it seems that it is not full. If your brother does not tell me the information, I will have to let you play a game with my pet." Roar! The velociraptor opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth and residual meat. The ferocious appearance and the smell of blood made the little girl very scared. She trembled constantly and cried anxiously, "Brother, I'm scared." "What do you think? Do you say it or not? I'll count to 3. If you don't say it, I can't predict what the consequences will be." Wang Jin looked at the young man with a grim smile and gave him an ultimatum. 3, 2. I say, you let my sister go." As soon as Wang Jin counted to 2, the young man said his answer dejectedly. Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction. Although it was a bit immoral to intimidate the little girl, it was good as long as the purpose was achieved. "Let him go." Wang Jin asked Hiyushi and the others to let the young man go, and he also let the little girl go to reunite with her brother. "Yangqing, you, hey." The old man sighed, wanting to say something but unable to say it. He couldn't let him ignore his sister's life and death. "Uncle Chen, I can't help it." The young man hugged his sister tightly. Although the old man didn't blame him, he understood what the old man wanted to express and felt very guilty. "Tell me." Wang Jin lit another cigarette and shouted to the young man, "Where are you from?" "We come from a cave 30 kilometers away from here." "Are there anyone else in the cave besides you?" "There are more than 3,000 people living in the cave. It is a small survivor base." "Who is the leader? What ability does he have?" "The leader is Police Officer Zhang Tianrui. He is a mutant and his ability is to transform into a rock giant." Wang Jin and the young man asked and answered, and gradually understood their situation and origin. Wang Jin guessed correctly that these people really came from a small survivor gathering place nearby. "What are you doing here? You don't need to run so far to find food. We are here to monitor the movement of the zombies. Later, we heard the sound of you fighting with the zombies, so we rushed over to check." Monitoring the zombies. Wang Jin suddenly heard interesting information, and he was delighted. He hurriedly asked, "Are you monitoring the zombies? Since several large zombies appeared nearby not long ago, we have never been peaceful here, because these zombies are running around and approaching our cave accidentally. In that case, they will find the survivors looking for food and working outside our cave, and then give us the cave base brought a catastrophe, so our leader, Officer Zhang Tianrui, arranged to send several teams to monitor the zombies wandering nearby, and give early warning when the zombies approach the base to prevent the base from being attacked by the zombies. The 5 of us are the team that monitored the zombies that you eliminated." Quote. Hearing this explanation, Wang Jin's joy turned into surprise. "I didn't expect that God would help me. I used to waste time looking for the zombies. Now that the cave base knows the movements of the zombies, I can save the time wasted on searching and directly track the zombies to hunt, greatly improving my efficiency in collecting brain cores. How many zombie groups have you monitored in total, and how big are they?" Tell me. Wang Jin's eyes were burning, and he leaned forward to stare at the young man, waiting for him to give the answer. I don't know. Only the leader knows these things. Our team only knows the situation of the zombie group we are responsible for. And now the zombie group we are responsible for has also been destroyed by you. The young man shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Wang Jin thought about it and was anxious. How could these minions know so much information? He had to go to their base. I will lead the way to your base later. Don't play tricks on me. Your sister is in my hands. Wang Jin asked Chen Dong to let the old man go. There were thousands of insect swarms surrounding the periphery, and they would definitely not be able to escape. What are you going to do? The old man was very alert when he heard Wang Jin's words. They all saw Wang Jin's strength. If Wang Jin was really bad for the base, the thousands of mutant beasts in the base would not be able to beat him. He didn't want to invite wolves into the house and become the sinner of the base. Don't worry, I don't care about a base of thousands of people. Wang Jin glanced at him and said disdainfully, I went there for the information about the movement of the zombies controlled by your base. You also saw us hunting the zombies. As long as you hand over the information about the zombies, I will ensure that you are safe. I can also help you clear the nearby zombies and eliminate the threat to your base. Huh. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know whether what Wang Jin said was true or false, judging from Wang Jin's previous actions of hunting the zombies, it was very credible. What Wang Jin said was right. Their base was poor and had basically no food and supplies. Such a base would not only be useless if robbed, but also cause trouble. Thousands of hungry survivors would be tossed enough. He Shin took a few people back to the dump truck and started a fire to make breakfast. He had been busy tracking the zombies all night and fighting the zombies in the early morning. Later, he encountered thieves and tossed until now. Wang Jin and his stomachs were already starving. When they returned to the dump truck, they couldn't wait to help He Shin wash rice and cut vegetables, and try to make breakfast as soon as possible to fill their stomachs. Half an hour later, a pot of fragrant lean meat porridge was brought to the table. The thick porridge with lots of meat was extremely tempting. With chopped scallions, it was like a piece of topaz decorated with jadeite, making people drool. After He Shin filled a bowl of porridge for Wang Jin first, everyone filled their own bowls and drank it happily. The warm lean meat porridge was just right. After Wang Jin took a sip, he felt the lingering fragrance in his mouth. The strong fragrance of the meat and the fragrance of the scallions blended perfectly together, making Wang Jin extremely satisfied. He drank up the porridge in the bowl in a few big gulps, and after filling his dry stomach a little, he continued to fill it up and drink it. The same was true for others. Wang Jin and his friends were eating happily here, but the three captives over there were uncomfortable. They could only starve and watch Wang Jin and others eat and drink. Gurgle. The little girl smelled the strong fragrance in the air, and her stomach protested loudly. Her innocent little face was bitter, and she was trying hard to resist the growing hunger in her stomach. Little sister, are you hungry? Seeing her sister's expression, the man helped her to sit on the ground with heartache, and said with self-blame, It's all my fault that I'm incompetent, and let you suffer so much at such a young age. Brother, Ling Ling is fine, don't worry. Seeing her brother's sad expression, the little girl also shed 2 lines of tears with heartache. Alas, this end of the world, we don't know that we will starve to death that day. Come, Ling Ling, I'll give you this roasted grasshopper, and you won't cry after eating it. The old man sighed and took out a roasted grasshopper wrapped in newspaper from his tattered clothes. The grasshopper was not big, only the size of a little finger, but it was the last bit of food on the old man. Grandpa Chen, this is your last food, Ling Ling can't eat it. Although the little girl was starving, she still resolutely refused the old man's food. She knew that this was the last bit of food the old man had kept. Silly child, don't worry, when we return to the base, we will have food to eat. Think of this grasshopper as a loan from your grandpa. Just return it to your grandpa when we return to the base. The old man stuffed the grasshopper into the little girl's arms and persuaded her with a kind smile. He knew that the little girl was stubborn and she would definitely not eat it if he didn't say so. Uncle Chen, you. The young man opened his mouth to speak. He knew that the old man was lying. There was no food in the base for a long time. They returned to the base and faced an empty bowl. They volunteered to come out to monitor the zombies at the risk of their lives just to find more food. If there was food in the base, they would not have to take the risk. Thank you, Grandpa. The little girl didn't quite understand this. After hearing the old man's explanation and being so hungry, she couldn't help but put the roasted grasshopper in her mouth, as if she was eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea. The little girl swallowed the roasted grasshopper in just 2 bites, and her face was full of aftertaste. Gurgle. Unfortunately, the roasted grasshoppers were too few and too small. For someone who hadn't eaten for 2 days, the grasshoppers the size of a little finger were no different from filling the gaps between teeth, and they couldn't even fill the stomach. So after eating the grasshoppers, the little girl's stomach still kept growling. Eat it. At this time, Li Yu, He Shinwenwen and 3 other girls came over with 3 bowls of lean meat porridge and handed them the lean meat porridge. What are you doing? The 3 were very surprised. They didn't expect that they could be treated so well as captives. This was really beyond their expectations. He Shin stuffed the rice bowl into the little girl's arms, touched her little head and smiled. You were scared just now, right? In fact, Wang Jin is not as bad as you think. He will only treat especially if he is hostile to us. Uncle is the best. Wenwen nodded desperately with a look of approval. The little girl looked at the lean meat porridge stuffed into her hands with greedy eyes, and felt that her stomach was even more upset. Seeing his sister's expression, the young man stood up suddenly and shouted to Wang Jin at the table, "Thank you for your gift. Although you killed my 2 companions, I will not forgive you, but I will remember this kindness. You think too much. I'm just afraid that you will starve to death on the way and can't let us. Otherwise, who will care about your life or death?" Wang Jin said with a cold face, and He Yushi and others beside him laughed secretly. Eat, can you tell us some of your stories? I still don't know your names. He Shin said with a smile, and Li Yu and Wenwen beside her also handed the bowls in their hands to the old man and the young man. Thank you, sister. Smelling the tempting aroma of lean meat porridge, the little girl could no longer hold back and opened her mouth. She held the bowl and drank it up, her face full of intoxication. Compared with roasted grasshoppers, lean meat porridge far exceeded the former in terms of taste and quantity. The little girl didn't know how long she hadn't eaten such delicious food. Now she was drinking lean meat porridge and almost swallowed her tongue. Seeing the little girl eating happily, the old man and the young man also started eating. While they were satisfied with the deliciousness of the lean meat porridge, they chatted with He-shin and told He-shin and the others more secret information. Under the silent attack of the food, these little secrets were unconsciously blurted out, allowing Wang Jin to have a more comprehensive understanding of the situation of their base. This is exactly what Wang Jin hoped to see. It seems that this meal is not unfair, Wang Jin thought to himself. Except for the humans who steal and rob food, Wang Jin, an ordinary survivor, is still easy to talk to. He usually does not rely on his strength to bully the weak to vent his anger. Wang Jin killed those who stole and robbed food. In the end times, food is the second life of people. If you steal and rob others' hard-earned food, it is no less than forcing others to starve to death. It is okay for strong people like Wang Jin who have a lot of food, but ordinary survivors will probably be stolen and robbed, and finally starved to death. If the 2 thieves are not killed today, they will probably continue to steal next time. By then, others may not have Wang Jin's ability and a lot of food. In troubled times, heavy punishments should be used, and mercy should be used on other survivors, not on these thieves who survive by sucking other people's blood. Chapter 91. Through some communication, Wang Jin learned the names of these 3 people. The old man was called Chen Jun, the young man was called Yang Jian, and the girl was called Yang Ling. In addition, through the fragmentary information of the communication, it was concluded that their cave base was extremely short of food and weak in force, but the control over the cave base was very strong, and all the force was concentrated in the hands of the leader. Unlike Mengchuan's base, there was a mutant alliance and the army to compete. This may be the case that when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is king. The entire cave base did not have much force, so naturally there was no division and infighting. Wang Jin thought, if this cave base was not well hidden, and if it was not united and did not cause chaos, I am afraid that it would have been wiped out by mutant beasts in this dangerous wilderness. After eating and drinking, Wang Jin looked at the sky, took the 3 captives on the dump truck, and rumbled to the cave base 30 kilometers away. On the dump truck, Yongling looked at the decoration and supplies in the car with envy. This dump truck was really a small mobile fortress. Not only was there plenty of food, but there were also beds and quilts for people to rest, and even fans and air conditioners were ready. All of this was beyond Yongling's imagination. It turned out that this was the real strong man. He could live so comfortably in the wild. Compared with Yongling, the old man Chen Jun paid more attention to the defense of the dump truck. The heightened and thickened defense and weapons made the dump truck a steel hedgehog. Anyone who took a bite would have their teeth broken. Yang Jian wanted to climb onto the roof to see the vegetables planted on it. After being scolded by He Yushi, he came down reluctantly with a depressed look on his face. Compared with their bitter and unpalatable wild vegetables, these crisp vegetables were the real delicacies. In the amazement and envy of the three people, the dump truck drove out 20 kilometers. There was no road left for the last 10 kilometers. Wang Jin and others took their equipment and got off the car to walk to the cave base. Although the cave base is small, there are still patrol officers on the periphery. When these patrol officers suddenly saw Wang Jin and others rushing in with 4,000 insect swarms, they were so scared that their legs went weak. They hurriedly ran back to the base to report the news. Wang Jin just smiled and did not stop them. He walked out openly to let them know, otherwise Wang Jin, who had the host in hand, could easily deal with these patrol officers. This trip to the cave base was just a transaction, not a war, so there was no need to be cautious. Of course, the weakness of the cave base was also a key factor. A base with thousands of people did not require Wang Jin to be on guard. After spending some time, Wang Jin finally arrived at the cave base. He saw that the cave base was not worthy of its name. It was indeed built in a natural cave at the foot of a high mountain. The 10-meter-wide cave entrance was covered with weeds and transplanted trees. It was very hidden and ordinary people could not find this cave entrance at all. Through the host's reconnaissance, Wang Jin discovered that the cave was getting bigger as he went deeper. When he reached a depth of 100 meters, it was already as big as 10 football fields. 3,000 survivors lived here, and this was far from the end of the cave, but Wang Jin's host could no longer detect it. When Wang Jin arrived at the cave base, it was already heavily guarded. The entire base's military forces came out in full force and gathered in the open ground in front, staring at Wang Jin and others and the insect swarm. Except for the few mutants who took the lead, there were only more than 300 armed personnel. In addition to dozens of people with guns, the others were holding cold weapons such as machetes and spears. Even the dozens of guns were mostly shotguns and pistols, and there were less than 10 real rifles. Such force made Wang Jin laugh and cry. With such a small number of people, they dared to confront him. This was really ignorant and fearless. The other side obviously found something wrong. The intelligence said that a mutant was coming with a large number of mutant beasts, but it didn't say that a large number would be thousands. As a result, when they saw Wang Jin's insect swarm, apart from fear, they only had the left to curse the intelligence personnel. Can you explain it clearly? The other side is so powerful and has so many mutant beasts. Wouldn't it be a suicide for you to let us come out to fight? Originally, we could defend ourselves by relying on the favorable terrain of the cave, but now it's all over. Friend in front, I am the leader of the cave base, Zhang Tianrui. I don't know why you came here. A middle-aged man in police uniform shouted loudly, and he bowed to Wang Jin in an ancient style, warning, if it's a friend, we will treat him with wine and meat, if it's an enemy, we can only use bullets. As soon as Zhang Tianrui, the leader of the base, finished speaking, the 300 armed personnel behind him raised their weapons and shouted, kill, 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 3 times. The uniform shouting coupled with various cold weapons and hot weapons made this ragtag army look quite powerful. Although they were afraid and worried, the armed personnel knew that they could not give in at a critical moment. Seeing the opponent's show of strength, Wang Jin crossed his arms and said nothing, just looking at the opponent with a mocking face. Roar! But behind Wang Jin, more than 3,000 velociraptors roared suddenly, and the roar full of wildness and ferocity was amazing, soaring into the sky. More than 3,000 velociraptors roared in unison, and all animals within a radius of 10 miles fled in panic. The armed personnel on the opposite side were also trembling all over. Many people were so scared that their weapons fell to the ground, and there were wet marks on their crotches. They were scared to urinate by Wang Jin's velociraptors. The swift beasts with bared fangs and claws are so powerful. The lion-like body, the bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, the claws with cold light, and the strong muscles all show the terrible strength of this creature. The soldiers on the opposite side have no doubt that they will be torn to pieces by these mutant beasts if they really fight. Bang bang bang. At this time, the hydralisk also opened its mouth, and bone spurs shot out one by one, hitting the open space between the two sides, making football-sized holes in the ground. Hundreds of bone spurs directly shot pits and bumps on the ground of 100 meters. The power comparable to that of a heavy sniper rifle made everyone who saw it sweat. The 8-meter-long body of the hydralisk made the armed personnel even more frightened. With such a large body, I am afraid that the close combat strength is stronger. They and others are not enough for the opponent's charge. Many armed personnel thought self-righteously. 3 minutes, I can kill all of you. Wang Jin held up 3 fingers, sneered at the armed personnel who were frightened and kept retreating, and said, "You are demonstrating to me, you are really showing off your sword in front of Guangdong. Now let's see who is frightened." Zhang Tianrui's face turned pale. He knew that Wang Jin did have this strength, so he did not show off, but bowed his head and said bitterly, "This strong man, our base has no food. Look at how thin we are. There is really no food." He thought Wang Jin was here to beg for food, otherwise why would he bring a large number of mutant beasts here aggressively? Behind Zhang Tianrui, the thin armed personnel nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was really no food. Usually, the food situation of a base can be seen from the armed personnel of a base. If ordinary survivors are hungry and thin, but the armed personnel are strong and rosy, then this base must have a large amount of food stored, just like Meng Quan and others. If the armed personnel are not much better than the survivors, and are also thin and hungry, then this base must have no oil and water, and food is scarce. After all, if you have food, but the armed personnel eat as badly as dogs, who will fight for you? It's good enough if they don't overthrow you and kill you. So even if they are stingy leaders, they will not deduct too much food from the armed personnel. They still rely on the armed personnel to control the base and suppress the resistance of the survivors. If you cheat the armed personnel, you will be alone and no one will help you. Unless there is really no food in the base, ordinary people will not do that. Wang Jin certainly knew that they had no food, and he didn't come for food. If he had this spare time, he might as well go hunting. Killing mutants to get meat would be more than the food he could get from this small base. After all, the mutants killed by Wang Jin were mainly level 1, and they weighed several tons. After hearing Zhang Tianrui's words, Wang Jin said with a black face, "Who said I want your food? I don't even care about your little stock. I came here to help you this time and help you solve the zombies." When Wang Jin said this, Zhang Tianrui's chin almost fell to the ground, and so did the armed personnel behind him. "Help me to deal with the zombies. Did you hear me right? Don't doubt it. You heard me right. I am here to help you deal with the zombies. Please call me from now on," Wang Jin said with a smile, as if he was a chivalrous knight. Only he Yushi, Li Yu and other people who knew him rolled their eyes. They really thought he was. "I know you are suspicious. These people are from your base. You will know if you ask them." Wang Jin handed Chen Jun and the other 2 to Zhang Tianrui. They had seen Wang Jin hunting zombies, and there was someone to verify it, so Zhang Tianrui didn't believe it. The 3 people who regained their freedom were very happy and told Zhang Tianrui everything they saw. After listening to them, Zhang Tianrui believed that Wang Jin really came for the zombies. As for the 2 dead people, Zhang Tianrui didn't care at all. He couldn't offend such a strong man for 2 ordinary survivors, not to mention that their death was deserved. "I heard that you sent people to track and monitor the movements of the zombies. Tell me the movements of the zombies, and I will solve the zombies for you," Wang Jin said with a smile, his eyes fixed on Zhang Tianrui. If the other party dared to say no, he would let him taste the power of the insect swarm. Zhang Tianrui certainly didn't dare to say no. He immediately understood what Wang Jin was doing. It must be for the brain cores in the zombies' heads. The zombies that he avoided became someone else's brain core cache machine. Zhang Tianrui was full of emotion, but he immediately agreed. These zombies were a big threat to the cave base. It would be best if someone was willing to take action. As for the brain cores of the zombies, they were capable of it. Even if Zhang Tianrui had ideas about brain cores, he would not die in vain. A zombie group of more than 10,000 people was not something they could deal with. I promise you, but Zhang has an unwelcome request here. I hope Mr. Wang can give us a batch of food so that we can survive longer. We are willing to exchange brain core crystal cores. Zhang Tianrui took out a small box containing 200 brain cores and more than a dozen zero-level crystal cores. Wang Jin glanced at it and really didn't like such a small number of brain cores. He pushed away the box handed over by the other party and said, "No need, you should keep these brain cores for yourself." Zhang Tianrui's face was pale. He knew that Wang Jin didn't like it. How could a strong man who was capable of killing tens of thousands of zombies like this resource? If the base had not been too little food to sustain it, he would not have begged like this. But Wang Jin suddenly changed the subject, patted Zhang Tianrui on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I didn't intend to take advantage of you this time. Telling me the movement of the zombies is equivalent to helping me a lot. I won't treat you unfairly. I will give you 2,000 kilograms of food as a reward for this time." Zhang Tianrui couldn't believe it. This was really a bright future. He didn't expect Wang Jin to give him food directly. You know, for the strong, it is natural to ask for information from the weak. Zhang Tianrui dared not give it even if he had a big heart. Moreover, Wang Jin's move to kill the zombies also helped them to remove the threat to the base. Under such circumstances, Wang Jin actually said that he would not take advantage of him and gave him 2,000 kilograms of food. This was beyond his expectation. You know, this is 2,000 kilograms of food. This is a huge fortune for their small base. He originally just wanted to ask for a few hundred kilograms of food to last longer in this winter. Now not only has it been realized, but it has also greatly exceeded his expectations. Wang Jin smiled. He knew about this kind of small base that survived in the wild. Usually, they could barely survive by collecting wild vegetables and catching small animals and insects. Now it was winter, and a large number of animals and insects hibernated, and wild vegetables and trees withered and died. The survivors who survived by relying on wild vegetables and small animals were in trouble. It was difficult to find food, and without food reserves, they were in trouble all of a sudden. Wang Jin's move was a ray of hope for them. Although 2,000 kilograms of food was not much for 3,000 people, it greatly increased their hope of surviving the difficult winter. In addition to the idea of helping them, Wang Jin did this for another reason. He still needed these people to do things and find more corpses and powerful mutant beasts for himself. They had lived here for so long and must be very familiar with the situation nearby. Finding corpses and mutant beasts was definitely much better than finding a host. After all, although the host had a wide range of reconnaissance, its flying speed was not fast, and there was only one host, which was not as efficient as a large number of people in reconnaissance intelligence for himself. "Thank you, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang is a very kind person," Zhang Tianrui said with tears of gratitude, his big face flushed with excitement. This middle-aged man had not been so excited and happy for a long time. "Okay, give me the information about the zombies you control." Wang Jin waved his hand, and said that he would get the information first, and it would not be too late to flatter him later. Yes. Zhang Tianrui ran back to the cave quickly and personally went in to get the information for Wang Jin. Soon, a notebook was put in Wang Jin's hand. Wang Jin opened it and saw that there were 5 zombies in total, ranging from 10,000 to 30,000. Excluding the zombie that was eliminated by Wang Jin, the remaining zombies added up to 70,000. Quote. Wang Jin was flipping through the notebook, and Zhang Tianrui beside him acted as an interpreter. "We update the movement of the zombies every 3 days to ensure the accuracy of the information. We just updated the record once the day before yesterday. Mr. Wang, you just have to wait until tomorrow, when our team tracking the zombies comes back, and we can get the latest position of the zombies." Not bad. Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Tianrui was indeed a policeman by profession. He did things with reason and evidence, and was a talented person. "I'll give you a task. Find more corpses and powerful mutant beasts for me. As long as you give me the information you find, I'll give you food in exchange. I know you've had a hard time this winter. Now as long as you work hard, it's not difficult to find enough information to get through this winter." Wang Jin finally showed his fangs and told the reason why he gave food. In order to collect resources more efficiently and improve strength, sufficient and accurate information is essential. The thousands of people in this cave base just meet this condition. They are familiar with the terrain and can provide Wang Jin with information continuously, which is much more efficient than Wang Jin relying on the host to obtain information alone. These words sounded like heavenly music to Zhang Tianrui. Although many people will be sacrificed for this, as long as they get food, they can survive this winter. It's better to die than to starve to death. Zhang Tianrui almost knelt down to Wang Jin. What a good man. As a strong man, he doesn't bully the weak. He is willing to exchange precious food with them for information to help them get through this winter. If this is not a good man, what is it? Zhang Tianrui now really believes what Wang Jin said before, my name is Asterisk. Bring some people with me to get food. You guys are starving. Let's have a good meal today. Yes, I'll ask them to go right away. Mr. Wang, please wait. Hearing about moving food, Zhang Tianrui was shocked. He nodded repeatedly with green eyes, and ran towards the group of armed men, roaring excitedly, brothers, follow our Mr. Wang to move food. We can have a good meal today. Boom. Hearing this, hundreds of armed men were excited. They shouted loudly with green eyes, asking if this was true. Wang Jin stood up and came to the armed men to explain, you heard me right. I am not an unreasonable person. You gave me the information about the zombies, and I will exchange food with you. Now follow me. My convoy is 10 kilometers away. You can follow me to get food. After Wang Jin's reply, the armed men finally believed that there was no need for a strong man like Wang Jin to lie to them. They had nothing to lie to, and it was useless to lie to them when they were poor. Hundreds of people went out and followed Wang Jin's steps. 2,000 kilograms of food did not require hundreds of people, but these guys did not listen at all. They did not feel tired even if they walked 10 kilometers. They were really afraid of hunger. Without seeing the food with their own eyes, their hearts could not really settle down. Under the temptation of food, these armed men were full of motivation and walked very fast. They arrived at the dump truck in less than 2 hours. When they saw the huge dump truck, the soldiers finally believed that Wang Jin was not lying. As barrels of rice and meat were moved out, many people were so excited that they shed tears. They rushed to carry the food regardless of the fatigue, just to eat the delicious rice and meat earlier. Wang Jin gave Zhang Tianrui a total of 1,000 kilograms of rice and 1,000 kilograms of meat. Although meat is much more precious than rice, it is nothing to Wang Jin who can hunt powerful mutant beasts. Anyway, they will definitely hunt powerful mutant beasts in a few days. By then, they will not be able to eat all the mutant beasts killed by themselves and the dump truck will not be able to put them in. Now they can't take the mutant beasts back to the base to sell. Instead of wasting them, it is better to use them as a favor to make these people work harder to collect intelligence for themselves. 2,000 kilograms of food accounted for 1/5 of the food stored in Wang Jin's 2 dump trucks. Even though a large amount of food was unloaded from the truck, the food in Wang Jin's dump truck did not seem to have decreased much, so people were secretly surprised. 10 tons of food were stored when going out hunting. Zhang Tianrui finally understood what it meant to be rich and powerful, and no longer worried that Wang Jin would have no food to exchange intelligence with him in the future. After all the food was unloaded from the truck, Wang Jin patted Zhang Tianrui on the shoulder and said solemnly, 2,000 kilograms of food are given to you. If you want to get food in the future, you can only exchange it with enough intelligence. Remember, I will not stay here for a long time. Whether you can get enough food to survive the winter before I leave depends on your own efforts. I will definitely not let you down. Zhang Tianrui also nodded solemnly, and took the cheerful armed personnel to carry the food back to the cave base. He would send the latest intelligence tomorrow, and Wang Jin would not go back with them. After all, their hot and humid cave was not as comfortable as the dump truck, and Wang Jin did not want to treat himself badly. Meng Quan, Luo Cheng, just wait and see, I won't let you wait too long. Wang Jin secretly clenched his fists, a gentleman's revenge is too late 10 years, I am not a gentleman, 10 days will be enough. In an open area in the wild, the weeds are withered and yellow, and a few trees are as high as 50 or 60 meters, with the canopy covering a radius of 100 meters. If it weren't for the fallen leaves and only bare branches, this scene would be extremely beautiful. A gust of cold wind blew, bringing with it a biting chill and a strong smell of blood. Following the source of the bloody smell, a massacre was about to end a few hundred meters ahead. Zombies fell to the ground in all directions, and cold blood flowed out, forming streams of blood. The dry and hard ground was softened by the blood, and one step was enough to sink into the heel, just like entering a swamp. The fact that the hard ground can be turned into a muddy swamp shows how many dead zombies there are. A full 30,000 zombies fell to the ground. They were either bitten in the head or poisoned by bone spurs, becoming nutrients to fertilize this land. In the center of this zombie corpse, there are still thousands of surviving zombies who are resisting stubbornly. Fighting with them are ferocious insect beasts, with a number of as many as 8 or 9,000, fiercely attacking the zombies that are still resisting. Next to the abandoned highway outside the battlefield, there are 2 modified and fully armed dump trucks parked, and some humans standing next to them are closely watching the battle on the battlefield. The group of people is undoubtedly Wang Jin who is hunting, and the ones fighting on the battlefield are also Wang Jin's Zerg velociraptors and hydralisks. At this time, 10 days have passed since Wang Jin and Zhang Tianrui met last time. During these 10 days, Wang Jin first eliminated the 4 known zombie groups, and then eliminated 5 newly found zombie groups one after another through the intelligence that Zhang Tianrui continuously provided to him. In addition, Wang Jin also hunted a large number of powerful mutant beasts. He collected 30 or 40 first-level crystal cores alone, and there were also a large number of zero-level crystal cores, so that Wang Jin had enough crystal cores to transform into gas mines to summon hydralisks. Wang Jin was extremely happy with the double harvest of brain cores and crystal cores, and his strength was greatly improved. Now he had more than 8,000 velociraptors and 1,000 hydralisks, with a total force of more than 9,000. He only needed a few hundred Zergs to have more than 10,000 troops, which greatly increased his strength. The biggest credit for Wang Jin's rapid improvement was Zhang Tianrui's cave base. Under the temptation of Wang Jin's food, thousands of people from the entire cave base went out to search for corpses and powerful mutants for Wang Jin all over the mountains and plains, saving Wang Jin a lot of time in searching. He only needed to send troops to wipe them out. In this case, Wang Jin could harvest a large number of brain cores and crystal cores every day, and doubled his strength in just 10 days. Wang Jin did not treat them badly. He not only gave Zhang Tianrui and his men a lot of food, but also gave them all the mutants he hunted, so that they no longer had to worry about how to survive this winter. In comparison, the hundreds of people who sacrificed in searching for corpses and mutants were insignificant. As the last zombie fell, only the ferocious swarm of insects stood on the battlefield, so the zombies became Wang Jin's resources. Seeing the end of the battle, Wang Jin nodded slightly, feeling very happy. Now he had earned tens of thousands of brain cores, and his swarm of insects could finally exceed 10,000. He could not wait to collect all the brain cores. After counting, Wang Jin got more than 40,000 brain cores in total. Of course, he converted the brain cores into silicon ore to summon velociraptors. When Wang Jin summoned hundreds of velociraptors and the number of troops reached 10,000, several long-lost reminders suddenly sounded in Wang Jin's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the Overlord for reaching a scale of 10,000. Please keep up the good work. Ding! Please hatch the mother nest as soon as possible. Only when the mother nest appears can the Overlord accept transformation to improve personal strength, add more new Zerg soldiers, and use Zerg to ignore distance restrictions, reduce the resource cost of producing Zerg, and get Zerg general transformation quota. Ding! The mother nest is the core of the Zerg. Only when the Overlord hatches the mother nest can he truly show the strength of the Zerg. 3 prompts sounded in a row, and Wang Jin was shocked. Is this urging him to hatch the mother nest as soon as possible? Seeing the benefits of hatching the mother nest in the prompt, Wang Jin almost drooled. Prompt personal strength. Wang Jin is not afraid of others implementing decapitation tactics against him. Adding new Zerg soldiers will make his own strength stronger, and his tactics will be more diverse, greatly improving his overall strength. Using Zerg to ignore distance restrictions, Wang Jin could only use the Zerg within 50 kilometers of himself before, and he could not control it if he was far away. If he hatched the mother nest, he could ignore this distance. No matter how far away, he could control the Zerg to fight. Reducing the cost of Zerg production is easy to understand. It means that Zerg produced by the hive are cheaper than those summoned by oneself, so that one can produce more Zerg with the same resources. As for the final Zerg transformation, Wang Jin did not understand. Judging from the literal meaning, this may be to increase the strength of Zerg and improve his high-end military power. After reading the transformation several times, Wang Jin was so excited that he wanted to hatch the hive immediately. However, there were not many brain cores left. After thinking about it, Wang Jin saved the remaining more than 10,000 brain cores for backup. At this time, Wang Jin's attributes are Zerg Overlord, Wang Jin. Resources: Silicon ore, 16,211. Gas ore, 276. Troops: Worker B2 Velociraptor 9,000 Hydralisk 1,000 Host 1. Currently summonable creatures: Worker B10 Silicon Velociraptor 25 Silicon Hydralisk 75 Silicon 25 Gas Host 100 Silicon. Hatching Zerg Nest 100,000 Silicon. With over 10,000 troops, Wang Jin's confidence and ambition have grown wildly. Now there is not enough silicon ore to hatch the nest, and the zombies within a radius of 100 miles have been cleared by Wang Jin, and there will be basically no fish that slip through the net. In addition to slowly hunting scattered zombies to accumulate, there is another shortcut to get brain cores, that is, Meng Quan's base. As long as they capture the brain core stocks of the army and the Mutant Alliance, they will have the resources to hatch the nest. The brain core resources of these two major forces will definitely meet their needs for hatching the nest. Of course, Wang Jin would not slowly hunt scattered zombies to accumulate brain cores. If he wants to do it, he will do it big. Wang Jin naturally chooses the latter. In this way, he can not only hatch the base as soon as possible, but also avenge the original One Arrow, and get a base of 100,000 people. Where can you find such a good thing of killing 3 birds with 1 stone? If you want to do it, do it. Wang Jin immediately said to He-Shin and others, "Get in the car and go back to the base." "It's still early. Why are you going back to the cave base so soon?" He-Shin was a little surprised. "We are not going back to the cave base, we are going back to the Lishan base this time." Wang Jin glanced at everyone and shouted majestically, "Is it finally here?" He-Yushi and others trembled and looked at each other, their eyes full of tension and excitement. The tension was because they had to face 2 powerful forces, and the excitement was that once they succeeded, they would become the big shots of the Lishan base. Danger always coexists with opportunities. As the dump truck went to the Lishan base, what would be waiting for Wang Jin this time? "Li Yu, be careful." 3 days later in the afternoon, 20 kilometers away from the mountain base, 2 dump trucks stopped here. Wang Jin took the mantis knife handed by Li Yu and whispered. Li Yu went into the city to assassinate Luo Fei according to the original plan. This mission was very important. If it succeeded, Wang Jin's success rate in seizing the power base would increase by 30%. During the 3 days on the way back from the cave base, Wang Jin discussed with Li Yu many times and formulated many assassination plans and escape plans after failure. Now it is finally time to implement them. Wearing a set of ordinary clothes with stains, and her pretty face was covered by dust, Li Yu now looks no different from ordinary survivors. Li Yu did not bring guns and mantis knives. These weapons could easily expose her identity. Except for some small gadgets, Li Yu only carried out the task of assassinating Luo Fei empty-handed this time. Li Yu looked at Wang Jin deeply, said nothing, and suddenly accelerated, rushing out like a phantom. "Everyone, take a rest. We are waiting for good news from Li Yu here." Wang Jin asked everyone to sit down, but he controlled the host in the sky to track Li Yu, ensuring that he could keep up with Li Yu's situation at any time. Will Li Yu succeed? The base may be very heavily guarded now, not to mention that we have to go to the nest of the Mutant Alliance to assassinate Luo Fei, an important figure. It's very dangerous. He-Shin hugged Wenwen and whispered in Wang Jin's ear, very worried about Li Yu's actions this time. "Don't worry, Li Yu will succeed," Wang Jin said without doubt, looking in the direction of the base, thinking in his heart, if he fails, he will attack directly, and he must not let Li Yu's life be in danger. For this reason, Wang Jin has arranged for 5,000 insect swarms to hide in a hidden place several kilometers outside the base. Only if Li Yu has an accident, the insect swarm can reach the base within a few minutes to support Li Yu. The distance of 20 kilometers is nothing to Li Yu. In less than an hour, Li Yu came to the outskirts of the base, hiding in a crater blasted by a shell, quietly waiting for the arrival of night. Wang Jin saw through the host at this time that the battle in the Lishan base had completely calmed down, and even sporadic battles had disappeared. The army and the Mutant Alliance each stayed in the half of the city they controlled. Except for the city center where the two sides were in contact with each other, which was still on high alert, other places had relaxed. A few survivors began to walk on the streets, and the patrolling soldiers no longer drove away and captured these survivors who took to the streets. Except that they could not leave the city, everything was no different from before the war. It seemed that the battle between the Mutant Alliance and the army was tending to a stalemate. However, Wang Jin had seen that under the calm surface of the base was a more turbulent wave. In the mutant base camp, more than 100 mutants devoured brain cores without hesitation, and stopped only after reaching their limits, and went all out to increase their strength. Kong Guan continued to train thousands of recruits, taking out the remaining pistols and cracked and obsolete firearms to arm the recruits, providing more cannon fodder for the next battle. In several military camps, thousands of recruits began to pick up rifles for live fire training after simple training. Bullets were wasted in training without cost, just to use the recruits on the battlefield as soon as possible. Although these roughly trained recruits may also be cannon fodder on the battlefield, they are much better than Kong Guan's recruits with less than 10 rounds of bullets. In terms of firearms and other military supplies, the Mutant Alliance cannot compare with the army. In addition, the armored vehicles and artillery that were previously damaged by both sides are also being repaired. In key locations in the city, bunkers are rising rapidly. These reinforced concrete fortresses will continue to consume the enemy's flesh and blood, achieve the purpose of stabilizing the front and destroying the enemy's living forces. Seeing this situation, Wang Jin felt that the base was already in a storm. Even if he did not intervene to assassinate Luo Fei to provoke and intensify the conflict, the two sides would resume the life and death battle after preparation. However, Wang Jin showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He could not wait that long. After tonight, you will fight each other to death. When dusk fell, night fell quietly, and it was completely dark. Li Yu, who had been staying in the crater, finally moved. Like a silent mantis, Li Yu jumped forward, and when the searchlight on the city wall shone over, he quickly sped up to avoid it. Although more than a dozen high-power searchlights swung around irregularly, they could not find Li Yu's flexible figure. 100 meters passed in a flash, and Li Yu easily avoided the blockade of the searchlight and came to the bottom of the city wall. This is a blind spot for searchlights, and the incandescent lamps on the city wall cannot illuminate this place across a distance of more than 10 meters, making the city wall and the ground dim and dark. Li Yu here is very safe, and the soldiers on the city wall can't find Li Yu in the shadow at all. But this is not the end. The city wall more than 10 meters high has to be climbed, which is a huge challenge for everyone except Li Yu. Li Yu's eyes flashed with golden light, and his eyes had turned light golden, as did his arms. With the flowing cloud patterns on his arms, they looked like two sharp golden swords. Swish! Li Yu thrust his left hand into the wall, and the hard wall was easily inserted. As Li Yu's left hand supported, Li Yu's body rose a little, and his right hand suddenly thrust into the wall, and then he pulled out his left hand and thrust it back into the wall. In this way, Li Yu climbed higher and higher, and his speed became slower and slower, so as to avoid making too loud noise and attracting the attention of the patrolling soldiers on the wall. At this time, Li Yu seemed to have turned into a humanoid gecko, firmly fixed on the wall. The patrolling soldiers could never imagine that someone could climb up the wall in this way. When he was 3 meters away from the top of the wall, Li Yu stopped. If he climbed up, he would be illuminated by the light, and it would be easy to expose his figure. Li Yu quietly lay here, waiting for an opportunity. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Li Yu finally found an opportunity. While a nearby guard was shaking and rubbing his face to keep away the cold, Li Yu suddenly exerted force with his arms, somersaulted and flew 3 meters to the city wall. Without waiting for the soldier to react, Li Yu ran behind a group of soldiers who had just patrolled, did an agile somersault, hid in the inner wall, and climbed down the city wall as before, heading into the city. Why is it so windy? A soldier walking behind the patrol team shuddered, turned his head and looked behind him, but found nothing except a guard who was shivering from the cold. He muttered strangely and followed the team to patrol again. The soldier didn't know that if he turned his head a second faster, he would understand that the wind was caused by a human being who was too fast. After entering the base, Li Yu slowed down in vain, lurking in the shadows of the building like a civet cat, hiding when she saw patrolling soldiers passing by. With Li Yu's skills, these ordinary soldiers could not find her at all. After arriving safely in front of a high-end club, Li Yu stopped and looked at the heavily guarded club with cold eyes. This is the headquarters of the Mutant Alliance, where Luo Fei is. After arriving here, Li Yu was not in a hurry to go in, but hid in a private house, quietly knocked out 2 survivors, and took off her ordinary clothes. The clothes fell off, revealing the green military uniform. Li Yu actually wore a military uniform inside. Then Li Yu took out cosmetics from her body and disguised herself to avoid being recognized. After all, Li Yu was a celebrity in the base with Wang Jin. Li Yu is very familiar with disguise. She disguised herself a lot in order to catch criminals as a plainclothes officer. Otherwise, some old-timers who often come to the police station can find out that she is running away. Soon, as the cosmetics were put down, Li Yu's heroic face was made up into a handsome man with heroic spirit, and a larger military uniform covered her slender figure. If you don't look carefully, no one can find that this is a woman. This military uniform was given to Wang Jin by Qin Fei and others when they were carrying out the task of killing the zombie king. After the task was completed, Qin Fei did not ask to return it, so Wang Jin accepted it with peace of mind. To perform a full set of plays, Wang Jin gave this camouflage military uniform to Li Yu before leaving, and with the disguise, there was no need to worry that the Mutant Alliance would not misunderstand and point the anger at the army. After the preparations were completed, Li Yu threw all the clothes and cosmetics into the sewer, and slowly approached the high-end club with hundreds of elite soldiers patrolling and protecting, and various bunkers and machine guns lined up. In the face of such defense, Li Yu did not dare to be arrogant. The club was more difficult to enter than the city wall, but Li Yu was not afraid. The mantis was famous for its lurking camouflage, and the club could not stop her. With almost no breathing, beating every few minutes, and the sound of footsteps was inaudible, Li Yu crouched low, hiding in the green belt outside the club, and moved swiftly towards the club. The soldiers patrolling around did not find Li Yu's figure. The camouflage uniform gave Li Yu a good camouflage. In addition, when she inherited the ability of the mutant mantis, she also brought a little camouflage instinct of the mantis. When someone passed by, she hid in the trees or flowers, restrained her breath, and integrated with the surrounding environment. Not to mention those soldiers, even the military dogs brought by the soldiers did not smell Li Yu's scent. Although the patrolling soldiers were all elite soldiers, it was difficult to find the hidden Li Yu under the protection of the night and Li Yu's superb skills, allowing Li Yu to approach the club smoothly. After approaching the club, Li Yu climbed up a tall tree, waited for a group of patrol soldiers to pass by, and suddenly jumped over a distance of more than 10 meters. His arms were inserted into the wall of the 3rd floor of the club, and then he climbed up to the window swiftly. With a sharp cut of his arms, he opened the window and slipped in. The sound of Li Yu cutting the window was too loud, which alarmed the people in the room. A man with red eyes wearing the uniform of the Mutant Alliance came over and bumped into Li Yu. Thief, assassin. The red-eyed man was startled and instinctively became nervous and alert. At the same time, Li Yu also found that his whereabouts were exposed, and suddenly rushed towards the red-eyed man, wanting to get rid of him to avoid alarming others. Swish! The red-eyed man shot a red light from his eyes, shooting at Li Yu like a laser. All the wall irons he encountered on the way were pierced by the red light, revealing 2 thumb-sized small holes with green smoke. It can be seen how strong the penetrating power of this red light is. Facing the red light, Li Yu did not dodge or evade. She raised her pale golden hands and slashed at the red light fiercely. She wanted to make a quick decision, otherwise if the red-eyed man ran out of the room and shouted, her mission would fail. Looking for death, the red-eyed man sneered. He dared to use his arms to resist his superpowers. Although his strength was only ranked in the middle of the Mutant Alliance, the red light superpower had extremely strong penetration, which was several times more powerful than the heavy punishment sniper rifle. Even the mutants at the peak of the 1st level did not dare to resist it. They could only dodge and look for opportunities. Now Li Yu not only resisted it, but also used her hands to resist it. The red-eyed man looked at Li Yu with the same eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. Bang! To the red-eyed man's surprise, the red light disappeared, and Li Yu rushed through the red light shooting safely, rapidly closing the distance between the two sides. How is it possible? The red-eyed man stared with his eyes wide open, looking at this scene in disbelief. Could it be that Li Yu is a second-level mutant? It shouldn't be. I only heard that Luo Chang and Wang Jin were the second-level mutants in the base before, how come there is one more now? The red-eyed man didn't know that because of the characteristics of the mutant mantis, the arms were the hardest and sharpest part of Li Yu's body. At the beginning, the mutant mantis could use its arms to resist Wang Jin's hydralisk spines thousands of times without any damage, which shows how hard and sharp the mantis arms are. Although Li Yu's arms are not as good as the mantis knife now, they are not something that a small first-level mutant can break. The red-eyed man didn't believe it and wanted to emit red light to block it. But Li Yu didn't give him the chance. After closing the distance, he punched the red-eyed man in the stomach, causing blood to flow out of his mouth. Before he could scream, Li Yu had already slapped him, causing stars to appear in his eyes. He swallowed the scream back into his stomach. If you dare to move or scream, I will kill you now. Li Yu changed his voice and said in a neutral voice, staring coldly at the red-eyed man, with his sharp right hand placed in front of his neck. If the red-eyed man dared to move, he would be decapitated. Please spare my life, please spare my life. The red-eyed man shuddered all over, feeling the cold blade on his neck. He did not doubt Li Yu's words at all, and knelt down to beg for mercy, fearing that Li Yu would kill him with one knife. Shut up, did I ask you to speak? Li Yu glared and kicked the other party to the ground. Now I ask you, Luo Fei is in that room. Master Luo Fei. You want to assassinate Master Luo Fei? The red-eyed man looked up in surprise, and met Li Yu's murderous eyes. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing, he quickly made amends. I know, a hero was killed. Master Luo Fei should be resting in room 504 on the 5th floor. He goes there every night. It must be right. In the face of life and death, all masters are nothing. The red-eyed man sold Luo Fei without saying a word. It can be seen that Luo Fei is not popular in the Mutant Alliance. Most other mutants are respectful to him because they are afraid of his father's power. Li Yu observed the red-eyed man's expression. With years of interrogation experience, she knew that the man was not lying, and she chopped him down with a knife. Killing to silence. This soldier is so cruel. As soon as the red-eyed man thought of this, his eyes wanted to go dark. Li Yu knocked the red-eyed man unconscious, which was more valuable than killing him. This was a good, human witness, and would be of great help in pointing out the murderer as the army. Li Yu was on the 3rd floor, and Luo Fei lived on the 5th floor, so he had to go up 5 floors to get close. However, there were a lot of people walking in the corridor outside, and there were soldiers checking their ID cards at the stairs. There was a surveillance camera every 10 meters, so it was almost impossible to get away with it. Bang! Li Yu closed the crack in the door, retracted his head, thought for a while, calculated the location of 504 upstairs according to the arrangement of the house numbers on this floor, guessed the approximate location, and jumped out of the window without hesitation and continued to climb up. Teams of soldiers patrolled the outside of the club alternately, like a huge spider web protecting the club, and Li Yu climbed on the club they were protecting. The soldiers didn't know that there was an uninvited guest in the club they were protecting. These elite soldiers were very disciplined, and no one was absent to look at the scenery on the roof. In addition, the night was dark, and even if a soldier looked up, it would be difficult to find Li Yu lying quietly like a gecko. Soon Li Yu climbed to the 5th floor, found the approximate location predicted before, and then carefully explored outside the window to look for Luo Fei's trace. 3 brothers, please taste a new dish tonight. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the next room. After listening carefully, it was 80% similar to Luo Fei's voice he had heard before. Ordinary people can never remember the voice of someone they have met once. Only a policeman like Li Yu can distinguish them. Brother Luo, if you have any good stuff, take it out. I can't wait. That's right, I still have endless aftertastes for the brain tofu I ate last time. Brother Luo has been kept in suspense. Reveal the answer quickly. Li Yu heard 3 more voices, which should be Luo Fei's friends. Carefully approaching the window, Li Yu crouched and looked at the brightly lit room. In the huge room, a large table was placed in the middle, with 4 young men sitting beside it, including Luo Fei. The other 3 seemed to be the sons of high-ranking figures in the Mutant Alliance. They were dressed in brocade clothes, and their faces were pale due to excessive indulgence. Luo Fei was just laughing and talking loudly. Everyone, you are in for a treat tonight. Human heart hot pot, I guarantee you have never eaten it before. Luo Fei lifted the lid of the plate, revealing the food inside, which turned out to be more than a dozen bright red hearts. Li Yu didn't need to look closely at the sliced hearts to know that they were human hearts. After following Wang Jin to kill for so long, she had seen many human or zombie hearts and would never make a mistake. She felt nauseous and wanted to kill these 4 inhuman guys immediately. Everyone, please. Luo Fei took the lead in picking up a piece of heart, put it into the boiling hot pot and rolled it casually, dipped it in the seasoning and put the heart with blood in his mouth, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. The other 3 high-level disciples were so greedy that they couldn't wait to reach out their chopsticks and swallow the heart slices. They praised the food while eating, and didn't feel nauseous or unnatural at all. It can be seen that this is not the first time they have eaten like this. Li Yu had heard Wang Jin say that people's hearts are sinister, but she had never seen such a crazy guy. It was the first time she saw someone eating people, and she was indescribably angry and murderous. If she hadn't been worried that Luo Fei was a top-level mutant, she would have been unable to resist taking action. Wang Jin, who saw this scene from afar through the host, sneered in his heart. Although there was warmth in the end times, it was more cruel. He had seen people eating human flesh, so there was nothing to be surprised about. But it was the first time she saw these playboys treating human flesh as a delicacy and making various dishes. She was also angry in her heart. Such scum must die. Li Yu just lay outside the window, gritting her teeth and looking at these scumbags. After waiting for 20 minutes, Li Yu finally got the chance. Luo Fei left the room to go to the toilet, leaving only 3 ordinary playboys on the table. With a flash of cold light in Li Yu's eyes, she easily cut the window open and rolled into the room swiftly. Before the 3 playboys could react, she waved her right arm and cut their throats. The 3 playboys stared at the blood spurting from their necks, trying to make a cry for help, but because their throats were cut, they could only make a slight gurgling sound. Finally, they fell to the ground unwillingly and twitched to death. It took Li Yu less than 10 seconds from cutting the window to killing the 3 playboys. At this time, Luo Fei had not walked out of the toilet yet, and his 3 good friends had died. After killing the 3 playboys, Li Yu turned over and hid at the door of the room, waiting for Luo Fei to return so that he could kill them. As footsteps came, Li Yu held his breath and raised his right arm. Luo Fei, who was in a cheerful mood, felt uneasy after using the toilet. There was no sound of friends talking in the room. It was quiet, and this uneasiness became more and more obvious. When he approached the room, a faint smell of blood came. Luo Fei's face changed drastically, and he stepped back suddenly, opening his mouth to shout. Although Luo Fei was a dandy boy, he was also a top-level mutant. He still had this alertness. After all, Li Yu was not a professional killer, and Luo Fei was not an ordinary person. This perfect assassination plan still had loopholes in the end. Assassinations are full of unknowns. 3 unexpected dandies, the smell of blood was not dealt with in time, etc. Although Li Yu is good at fighting, an assassin is not someone who is good at fighting. Li Yu felt that the footsteps were getting slower and slower. Finally, he heard the sound of running. Knowing that the matter was exposed, he no longer hid his body, rushed out from behind the door, and attacked Luo Fei with a residual shadow. There is an assassin. Luo Fei, who was shouting, saw Li Yu attacking, and quickly used his supernatural power to raise an ice wall to block Li Yu, and he quickly retreated and fled. Bang! The arm slashed, and the hard ice wall was instantly broken by Li Yu, making a loud bang. The fleeing Luo Fei was scared to death and used the fastest speed in his life. As long as he held on for a while, the soldiers and mutants would come, and then the assassin would definitely die. Luo Fei's idea was good, but he ignored Li Yu's speed and overestimated his own speed. At this critical moment, Li Yu used the fastest speed and chased Luo Fei behind him like a gust of wind. With a wave of his right arm, Luo Fei was beheaded by Li Yu before he could use his supernatural power again. Bang! The round head fell to the ground, and Luo Fei's eyes were full of resentment. He couldn't believe that he would die here. He had a good life, food, drink, and women. In the future, even the Lishan base would belong to him. He was unwilling to die like this. But what if he was unwilling? No matter how much wealth and glory he had, he couldn't enjoy it after death. It's just that you offended someone you can't afford to offend. After killing Luo Fei, Li Yu knew that he had alarmed the guards and didn't dare to stay. He climbed out of the window and climbed down the clubhouse, passing the patrolling soldiers, and quickly went out of the city. As soon as Li Yu left, a large number of fully armed soldiers and mutants rushed into the room, staring at the 4 people lying in a pool of blood in amazement, and quickly ordered to seal off the clubhouse and send more people to capture the murderer, and at the same time notified Luo Cheng, who was practicing. The entire half of the city controlled by the Mutant Alliance was under martial law, and teams of soldiers ran through the streets, searching for the murderer from house to house. At the same time, a slender figure landed outside the base wall and merged into the dark night. Li Yu was much faster than the soldiers. Before the soldiers sealed off the base, he had already escaped from the city, leaving the Mutant Alliance empty-handed. 20 kilometers outside the base, Wang Jin's mouth curled up, and the show began. Who did this? A roar of anger sounded. Luo Cheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, holding Luo Fei's head, like a volcano about to erupt. The soldiers and mutants present looked at each other. No one dared to answer, fearing that they would get into trouble. Moreover, they did not see Li Yu's figure, and did not know how to answer. They only looked at a red-eyed man kneeling on the ground, who was the mutant who had fought with Li Yu before. Chief, it was the army who did it. I saw that the murderer was wearing a military uniform. It must be the army retaliating against us. The red-eyed man lowered his head and dared not look at Luo Cheng. He tried his best to throw dirty water on the army to shirk his responsibility. How could the assassin know that my son was in this room? You told the assassin where my son was. Luo Cheng's face became more and more gloomy. He put the head into the box and turned his head to stare at the red-eyed man. No, how could I betray the alliance? The assassin must have been well prepared, which is why the young master was killed. The red-eyed man trembled. His hands and feet were cold. If Luo Cheng knew what he did, it would be miserable, and he shook his head to deny it. Do you think I will believe it? Luo Cheng didn't listen, and lightly pointed. Black molten iron gushed out from his fingers, instantly covering the red-eyed man, and then the molten iron cooled, turning him into a kneeling iron sculpture, with a lifelike expression of fear on his face. Pass my order, assemble the troops, and launch an attack on the army after dawn. Luo Cheng was so angry that he couldn't suppress it, and issued an order that should have been issued half a month later. His only son was killed by the army, and his anger towards the army reached its peak. This feeling of heartache was incomparable to the losses in the previous battle. He just wanted the army to pay blood debts and avenge Luo Fei. Chief, this matter is full of doubts. Why would the army want to assassinate the young master? The young master is insignificant to them. Could it be that someone else is playing tricks? The shadow mutant who had always been inseparable from Luo Cheng appeared from the shadow of the corner and spoke calmly. Who else would attack us in this base except the army? Luo Cheng looked over with a sharp look and said with a sullen face. Under the pain of losing his son, he did not have a good face for his confidants. Shadow was silent for a moment. Indeed, except for the army, no one in the base had the ability and reason to attack the Mutant Alliance. If that Wang Jin was still there, Shadow's heart moved, but he immediately dismissed the idea. That Wang Jin had already fled far away from the base. At the beginning, he personally tracked and obtained the information. If he said it now, wouldn't it be a slap in his face? Chief, I will go to prepare now, but it is difficult to explain to Kong Guan. We are not well prepared now, and he may not agree to start a war rashly. Shadow said. His eyes were a little cold. How have we infiltrated his troops? How many officers have turned to us? Luo Cheng asked after sending away the others. Most of the low-level officers have turned to us. If Kong Guan is gone, we can still take over his army. Then let this assumption come true. This matter is left to you. Get rid of him cleanly and neatly. We must control his troops before dawn. Understood. Kong Guan will not survive tonight. Reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. 20 kilometers away from the base, Wang Jin and his group stood outside the dump truck to welcome Li Yu, who returned victoriously. Well done. Wang Jin laughed and stepped forward, giving Li Yu a warm hug. Li Yu blushed, but she didn't push Wang Jin away. She whispered, "I should thank you. If I didn't have the crystal core you gave me, I wouldn't be able to complete such a task." "No, a blacksmith must be strong himself. This crystal core is suitable for you, and you haven't wasted the power given to you by the crystal core." Wang Jin let go of Li Yu, and smiled and said to everyone, "Let's celebrate. Let's wait and see tomorrow. I don't believe that Luo Chang, this old ghost, can't bear not to do it." Others also laughed together. The table had been prepared with rich food, waiting for Li Yu to return. Wang Jin turned and walked towards the dining table. Suddenly, he saw He Shin's eyes were a little resentful. When she saw Wang Jin coming, she glared at him fiercely, which made Wang Jin smile bitterly in his heart. Isn't it just a hug? Women's jealousy should not be underestimated. Everyone was satisfied with a rich supper. After eating, Wang Jin sat in the car and controlled the host to observe the situation of the base. As expected by Wang Jin, the Mutant Alliance in the base had begun to deploy troops, and Meng Quan still knew nothing. Wang Jin also found an interesting thing, that is, Kong Guan was assassinated by the Mutant Alliance. His entire army was taken over by the Mutant Alliance, which made Wang Jin secretly shocked. This Mutant Alliance really can't be underestimated. It can quietly infiltrate the army. This strength and ambition can't be underestimated. I'm afraid Luo Chang has been preparing for this since the day of the alliance. Today, Wang Jin assassinated Luo Fei just to detonate this conspiracy in advance. Poor Kong Guan didn't understand why he died until he died. How can others sleep peacefully beside my bed? If the base is really taken, how can Luo Chang control it together with Kong Guan? If so, what base will he fight with the army for? So Kong Guan must die. Kong Guan underestimated Luo Chang's ambition. At the same time, a large number of new recruits were stuffed into the army, which reduced the army's discipline. Coupled with the material temptation of the Mutant Alliance, the army eventually fell into corruption and was controlled by the Mutant Alliance. Everything Kong Guan did was to help Luo Chang. Wang Jin just observed the every move of the Mutant Alliance and did not sleep all night until the first ray of sunlight shone into the base. When dawn fell, guns and cannons rang in the base. Teams of soldiers relied on armored vehicles to capture the streets. The solid bunkers began to spray the flames of death, and then were blown up and flattened in the artillery fire. The base was shaking, and humans were afraid. Every survivor dared not go out. They hid at home and hugged their bodies, fearing that shells would fall on their heads, or they would be slaughtered by the bloodthirsty soldiers and caught as cannon fodder. From the attack of the Mutant Alliance to the counterattack of the army, the war entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. All kinds of heavy firepower of both sides were brought out to compete. The streets became a battlefield for armored vehicles. Dozens of artillery bombarded each other, knocking down buildings and plowing up pieces of land. Many survivors suffered unexpected disasters, torn into pieces in the attack of artillery fire, and were blown into a charred corpse. Because of the sudden attack of the Mutant Alliance, the army was caught off guard. Many streets were occupied, especially some commanding heights were captured, causing heavy losses to the army. In addition, a large number of mutants joined the battlefield, which put pressure on the army. Although the army had more heavy weapons, it lost the advantage of the terrain. In addition, it was facing complex street battles, and the power of heavy firepower could not be fully exerted, and it fell into a disadvantage for a while. In this case, the army put dozens of mutants it had collected into the battlefield, and filled in a large number of new recruits, and finally stabilized the situation. Once the situation was stabilized and no longer lost ground and retreated, the advantage of the army's large number of people was reflected, and it was not afraid of attrition with the Mutant Alliance. Moreover, in order to deal with the powerful mutants of the Mutant Alliance, the army began to go crazy. As long as they found mutants, dozens of artillery pieces would immediately bombard the area and carpet bomb the area. If they didn't die, they would be awesome. Later, the mutants of the Mutant Alliance did not dare to show up on the battlefield. No one was confident that they could withstand the dozens of shells. In terms of artillery, the Mutant Alliance was no match for the army. Their dozen artillery pieces could not suppress the dozens of artillery pieces of the army. Instead, after attacking twice, the army found their coordinates and bombed 5 or 6 artillery pieces. The remaining artillery pieces were all muted. They could only retreat away from the artillery range of the army and cover and defend their own troops from behind, unable to attack. By noon, tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides were involved in the battlefield. At this time, it was no longer a fight between individual forces, but the overall strength level of the troops on both sides. Even powerful mutants are in great danger of death in such a chaotic battlefield. The ubiquitous bullets, the roar of heavy machine guns, the kiss of death shot by snipers hiding in the dark, the crushing of armored vehicles, the roar of artillery fire, the Lycian base seems to have become a meat grinder, constantly devouring lives on and off the battlefield. The two sides are still in a balance. After the army stabilized its position, it began to counterattack its original territory. The Mutant Alliance was not to be outdone and launched a greater offensive against the army. Both sides were angry. The Mutant Alliance won because the mutants were strong and could often influence the situation in a small area. The various supernatural powers made the army defenseless. The strong mutants could fight against hundreds of soldiers and kill soldiers like slaughtering dogs. The army has the advantage of heavy firepower, more troops and better quality. On the battlefield, although the strength of a veteran is not strong, the tacit cooperation of dozens or hundreds of veterans often makes even powerful mutants dare not fight hard. The army is composed of 3,000 such veterans, which is the core of the army and the capital to compete with mutants. In comparison, a large number of recruits and heavy firepower are auxiliary. From morning to night, although the scale and firepower are much smaller, not as good as the full-scale attack during the day, both sides still have no intention of stopping. Sporadic battles at the junction continue to sound and quickly disappear. In this case, the army sent out their special forces to lurk on the battlefield to snipe the soldiers of the Mutant Alliance. Even many mutants are on the Special Forces prey list. Large-caliber anti-material sniper bullets are fired, and few mutants can resist, let alone ordinary soldiers. These special forces were like a sophisticated killing machine, killing the enemy swiftly and cruelly. The night gave them the best protection. When the mutants and soldiers came to reinforce, they only saw a pile of fallen bodies. They didn't know where to start in the dark night. There were also elites among the special forces who boldly sneaked into the city of the Mutant Alliance and destroyed their arsenals and barracks. Many soldiers who were resting after a day of fighting had their necks cut in their sleep. Like ghosts in the night, the special forces made the enemy extremely scared. Half of the company would explode at the slightest disturbance, and they would panic and hold weapons to guard against non-existent enemies. No one could sleep well at night. Kong Guan's troops did not have special forces. After all, they were only a regiment-level unit, unlike the division-level unit controlled by Meng Quan. Although there were only a few thousand people, they were fully equipped with various arms, including pilots and missile soldiers, and special forces were naturally no problem. If it were not for the chaos at the beginning of the apocalypse and the lack of armed helicopters and missile vehicles, these arms would have abused the Mutant Alliance with advanced weapons. After a night, both sides tacitly stopped fighting, and then fought again at noon to compete for the ownership of the base. Wang Jin, who was outside the base, sneered and said, "Fight, fight, the more miserable the better. I will clear the field for you in a few days." In just 3 days, the Lycian base was destroyed and the death toll exceeded 10,000, including survivors and soldiers. It can be said that the blood flowed like a river. The Mutant Alliance and the army refused to give in to each other. After 3 days of brutal fighting, neither side could do anything to the other. Their strength was greatly damaged. Now, the two sides are no longer as fierce as before, but restraining each other to avoid a final fight. Up to now, the Mutant Alliance has lost more than 2,000 soldiers, and more than 100 mutants have died. The strength has been reduced by half. The army is not doing well either. More than 3,000 soldiers have died, heavy firepower has been greatly damaged, and the few remaining mutants have been killed. Now both sides are exhausted, and even the soldiers are generally tired of fighting and stop fighting. When Wang Jin was still at the base, the Mutant Alliance and the army were concerned about Wang Jin's existence. In addition, the battle was mostly exploratory, and the casualties and intensity were not great. But now, in 3 days, most of their troops have been killed. The fierceness of the battle makes everyone feel lingering fear. Faced with this situation, the army and the Mutant Alliance consciously contracted their defenses and only sent small forces to engage in firefights. The army sent out special forces, and the Mutant Alliance naturally sent out mutants to harass the enemy's positions and troops. Large-scale firefights never happened again. Meng Quan and Luo Cheng both understood that they had to accumulate strength again and wait for an opportunity. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, even if they won in the end, they would not have enough power to control the Lishan base. By then, some of the 100,000 survivors would definitely rise up and beat the fallen dogs to seize control of the base. There are always many ambitious people. In the mountain without tigers, monkeys are kings. Without the two fierce tigers of the Mutant Alliance and the army, the base is likely to rise up and divide the 100,000-person base into small pieces of territory, fighting each other. Seeing that the Mutant Alliance and the army contracted their defenses and no longer attacked desperately, Wang Jin knew that the time for him to fight had come. In 3 days, the Mutant Alliance and the army had been seriously injured. With his own tens of thousands of insect swarms, it would not be a problem to capture the base. It's a nice day today. Outside the base, Wang Jin looked at the blazing sun in the sky, summoned all the Zerg, and swore in a loud voice, "From today on, the Lishan base will be named Wang. Whether it is the Mutant Alliance or the army, they will tremble at my feet." Roar! Tens of thousands of velociraptors and hydralisks howled, facing the base with their fangs and claws. They couldn't wait to drink blood, tear apart all enemies, and show the horror of the Zerg to the world. He Yushi, Ji Ding and others were excited and shouted, "Follow the leader to the death and capture the Lishan base. Attack and kill all resistors." Wang Jin pulled out his machete and pointed at the base. Tens of thousands of Zergs passed by Wang Jin on both sides, turned into a torrent, and rushed towards the base. The earth was shaking, the sounds of insects and birds disappeared, and only the constant roar and ferocious figures were left in the wilderness. The Zerg army followed Wang Jin's footsteps and stepped onto the stage of the earth for the first time, letting the world experience the horror of the sea of insects. "Squad leader, how long do you think this war will last? When will it end?" asked a young soldier with a childish face. He was a new recruit who had just been recruited. "It's hard to say. Maybe a few days, maybe a month, maybe when we die, the war will still continue," said the old squad leader who was squatting on the city wall and smoking a pipe. The cruel battle made him as hard as a rock. His face in his 20s looked like he was in his 30s. There was no fear on his face when he talked about death, as if he was talking about eating and drinking water. "Squad leader, I don't want to die yet, The young soldier shuddered. Suddenly his eyes widened, pointed outside the city wall and trembled, saying, "Squad leader, what is that?" The old squad leader frowned, put down his pipe and stood up. He saw hundreds of meters away from the base, smoke and dust billowed, the earth shook, and tens of thousands of ferocious mutant beasts roared towards the base. "The mutant beasts are attacking the city. Go and sound the alarm." The old squad leader's face changed drastically, and he suddenly picked up a rifle and shouted. "Yes." The soldier just finished speaking when he suddenly saw a white light coming. Before he could react, he saw a bloody flower burst out of the neck of the old squad leader standing in front of him. A 10-centimeter long bone spur shot through the old squad leader's neck. The huge power almost shot the neck in two, leaving only a thin layer of skin connected, and the head collapsed on the chest without support. This little soldier was extremely respectful. The squad leader who had killed more than a dozen people died in such an unclear way. The same was true for other parts of the city wall. Many soldiers were shot by the attacking bone spurs and screamed, but after just a few seconds, the screams disappeared. Even if the bone spurs shot their arms and scratched their skin, these soldiers would bleed from all 7 orifices and die in just a few seconds. Hundreds of soldiers died under the bone spurs, and the blood stained the city wall red. The bloody smell was filled, accompanied by the terrifying roar of the mutant beasts outside the city wall, which made people terrified. The little soldier seemed to be frightened and stunned for a while before he came to his senses. He crawled into the beacon tower and rang a huge bronze bell. At the same time, he picked up the intercom and shouted anxiously, "The mutants are attacking the city, come to support." The bell rang throughout the base. The entire base, Whether it was the Mutant Alliance or the army, or even ordinary survivors, all looked up at the city wall in shock. That was the bronze bell that could only be rung when the foreign enemy invaded and threatened to destroy the city. Bang bang bang. The mutant beasts surged like a tide. After being attacked, the soldiers on the city wall began to react, raised their guns and pulled the trigger to attack the mutant beasts. Wang Jin stood a few kilometers away, watching the insect swarm attack from afar. There were only a few hundred soldiers on the city wall. He had to capture the city wall before the arrival of reinforcements, otherwise the base soldiers would defend the city, which would greatly increase casualties. As the soldiers on the city wall opened fire to fight back, the rushing velociraptors began to suffer casualties. Once they were shot in the head, even if the velociraptors had strong vitality, they could only fall to the ground and die. Da da da. The dull sound of heavy machine guns rang out, and the thick 12.7 mm machine gun bullets were fired, hitting the velociraptors and making a big hole. Some velociraptors were even hit by multiple machine gun bullets, breaking their waists and breaking into two pieces. Along with the sound of machine guns, several mortars on the city wall spewed out flames, blasting out several blank areas in the insect swarm, and more than a dozen velociraptors were blown into pieces and splashed everywhere. But in an instant, these blank areas were filled with swarms of insects. The dense swarms of insects seemed endless and came like waves. Every soldier on the wall was numbed. There were too many mutant beasts. They could not resist with just a few people. They could only hope that reinforcements would come to support them quickly. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the host looked at the base with blood-red eyes, and found the heavy firepower points on the wall for Wang Jin. Then, under Wang Jin's control, hundreds of hydralisks spewed bone spurs and concentrated on attacking the machine gun points and artillery on the wall to suppress them. These heavy firepowers cause the most damage to the swarms and must be dealt with first. Machine gun points were attacked by hydralisk bone spurs, and many machine gunners and artillery were shot into hornets' nests by hydralisks, making these heavy firepowers silent. Under the extremely high accuracy of the hydralisks, the soldiers could not resist. Whoever controlled the machine guns and artillery would be shot. Almost no one could fire the heavy firepower for more than 3 seconds, and they would be shot to death by the attacking bone spurs. A large number of heavy firepower points were eliminated. Without the suppression of heavy firepower, the velociraptors seized the time and made a final sprint towards the city wall. The rifles of ordinary soldiers were simply not enough in front of the swarm of insects, and they could only watch the velociraptors rushing closer and closer. What's going on? After the bell rang throughout the city, Meng Quan anxiously walked back and forth in the office. The city wall was guarded by his soldiers. Report to the division commander, it is the mutant beasts that are attacking the city. The battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment on the city wall is asking us for help. According to him, there are at least 10,000 mutant beasts outside the base, and they can't resist. A soldier said. Tens of thousands of mutant beasts, what are you still doing? Hurry up and support, mobilize the 39th and 2nd Regiments to the city wall, and don't let the mutant beasts enter the city. Meng Quan was shocked. Even the worst zero-level mutant beasts are comparable to lions and tigers. Tens of thousands of such beasts are definitely a disaster for the base. Division Commander, the 39th Regiment of Lufangbei in the South District is still on the front line to guard against the Mutant Alliance. I know, let him come back. Luo Chang will not fight with us now. Let's repel the mutant beasts first. Understood. Teams of fully armed soldiers ran through the streets, and armored vehicles drove towards the city gate. The artillerymen were moving the artillery positions so that they could bomb the mutant beasts outside the city. The whole base was tense, and rumors were flying everywhere. The news of the mutant beasts attacking the city had spread, and the continuous terrifying roars outside the city wall were witnesses. The army couldn't hide the news even if they wanted to. The survivors were panicked, and they were more afraid than the Mutant Alliance and the army going to war. The Mutant Alliance and the army would not kill innocent people at will in the battle, and it would be even more impossible to kill them all after taking control of the base, but the mutant beasts would. If the mutant beasts were allowed to enter the city, they would all be eaten by the mutant beasts, and there would be no chance of survival. People's hearts began to get confused. Many survivors ignored the military blockade and martial law and rushed to the streets to run to another city gate. Someone took the lead, and more survivors began to follow suit. Streams of people filled the streets of the base and ran desperately to the city gate. Because the survivors filled the streets, the soldiers who were rushing to support the city wall were greatly hindered. Even if the soldiers shot and killed the survivors to establish their authority, they still couldn't disperse the survivors. Under the threat of mutant beasts, people understood who was the real threat. The soldiers had no choice. They couldn't slaughter the survivors. That would cause riots. They could suppress them at ordinary times. At this juncture, the survivors would only provoke a bigger riot, and finally cause the base to collapse in chaos. When the reinforcements were blocked, Wang Jin's swarm had already begun to attack the city wall. One by one, the velociraptors passed through the hail of bullets and came to the bottom of the city wall. Their sharp claws clasped the city wall, and their claws sank deep into the concrete wall. They climbed up step by step, which was similar to Li Yu. The soldiers on the wall were stunned. What kind of mutant beast was this? It could actually climb the wall. They wanted to shoot, but the hydralisk's bone spikes were too fierce. The soldiers had been hiding behind the wall and shooting before, but the hydralisk had no way to deal with them. Now the soldiers dared to stick their heads out to attack the velociraptors climbing the wall, and the hydralisks were not polite. They sprayed bone spikes to shoot the soldiers who showed up one by one. It was very easy for thousands of hydralisks to suppress hundreds of soldiers. And now, more than 300 soldiers on the wall have been killed by 200 hydralisks, and only the last 100 soldiers are still resisting. In this case, the soldiers with greatly reduced firepower and suppressed by the hydralisks could not stop the velociraptors from climbing. Soon, a velociraptor climbed up the wall more than 10 meters high and attacked the soldiers on the wall. Roar! A soldier just wanted to stick his head out to shoot at the velociraptor, and happened to face the velociraptor that climbed to the top of the wall. The soldier was terrified when he met the fierce eyes of the velociraptor. He was about to pull the trigger to shoot, but the velociraptor was faster than him. With its claws, the velociraptor leapt up and bit the soldier's head with its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The soldier's head was bitten off by the velociraptor. The wounded neck was spraying blood, and the headless body fell straight off the wall and smashed into a meat paste. After killing the soldier, the velociraptor climbed up the wall completely and launched a swift attack on the surrounding soldiers. Several soldiers who were hiding behind the bunkers on the wall were not spared. They were ripped open and bitten to death by the velociraptor. The other soldiers panicked and aimed more than a dozen guns at the velociraptor. Under the attack of more than a dozen soldiers, the velociraptor could not escape the bad luck. It was shot through the head and died. Before dying, it also frantically replaced a soldier. The soldiers who saw this scene were all terrified. What kind of monster is this? Roar, roar, roar. More roars sounded, and hideous heads began to emerge from the top of the city wall. More velociraptors climbed up the city wall and launched a brutal massacre on the soldiers. A large number of soldiers were killed by velociraptors, either with their heads bitten or their stomachs ripped open. The short distance of a few meters from the city wall did not allow the soldiers to exert the power of their guns, and once the velociraptors, known for their swiftness, got close, the soldiers would only have one way to go: death. Most of the last 100 soldiers who resisted were killed by the velociraptors. The remaining soldiers could no longer bear it, and ran down the city wall crying and abandoning the most important position of the city wall. These soldiers did not run out of the city wall in the end. Except for a few lucky ones, they were all devoured by the velociraptors, and their blood dyed the city wall even redder. The bodies of the dead soldiers fell towards the base, their eyes full of unwillingness. Why were there no reinforcements? The soldiers did not know that the reinforcements they had been waiting for were still halfway, struggling to advance among the survivors. Wang Jin was not in a hurry to send the Zerglings down the city wall to continue the attack. Instead, he found the gate switch through the host and controlled the Zerglings to open the heavy pure iron gate. Hydralisks cannot climb walls, so Wang Jin must open the gate to let the hydralisks in. The generator roared, and power was transmitted to the gate motor. As the gears turned, the tall and heavy gate was slowly pulled up, and the surging swarm of insects roared into the base. What? The wall was broken, and the mutant beasts entered the city. What are you doing? Where are the reinforcements? In the government building, Meng Quan was shocked and shouted at the chief of staff. Report to the division commander. The reinforcements were hindered by the panicked survivors and did not provide timely support. Now the entire east wall is controlled by the mutant beasts and began to rush towards the base. Division Commander, we can only rely on the base streets to build defense. Quote. The chief of staff was also pale. No one expected the survivors to flee in chaos, and no one expected the mutant beasts to take down the city wall so quickly. There were 300 soldiers stationed there. They had all kinds of light and heavy weapons, and they were defending from a high position. What kind of mutant beast could do this? It was too late to say anything now. After losing the most important defensive position, the city wall, they could only fight and retreat, relying on the streets to fight the mutants, and try to eliminate the mutant beasts with street defense. When the news of the mutant beasts entering the city reached the base, the survivors became even more panicked and frightened. They crowded to a place far away from the insect swarm, and even the soldiers' guns were ignored. It was terrible. The chaotic survivors caused great trouble for the army to mobilize supplies and manpower. Later, if the armored vehicles had not forced their way through the crowd and opened a bloody passage, the soldiers would not have been able to rush to the position to join the defense. The survivor army no longer left it alone, otherwise it would cause a lot of trouble. So the soldiers began to organize the survivors to retreat, away from the battle zone, to make way for a smooth road, to ensure the support and retreat of the frontline battlefield. Wang Jin saw the army building a position from a distance through the host, and he would not miss this opportunity. Before the soldiers built the position, Wang Jin's swarm of insects had already rolled in. This is Wang Jin. Lu Yuanwei, who was organizing the defense line in the position, saw the swarm of insects through the telescope and opened his mouth in surprise. He had seen the appearance of Wang Jin's swarm of insects and recognized at a glance that these mutant beasts attacking the city were undoubtedly summoned by Wang Jin. How could this happen? Lu Yuanwei muttered to himself, looking very lonely. When another regiment leader heard Lu Yuanwei's words, he frowned and cursed. Wang Jin, didn't that guy run away? This fool dared to be a traitor and attack us. I will skin him alive. As the retribution for the feud we took on now. I should have guessed it long ago. With Wang Jin's character, how could he let it go? Lu Yuanwei sighed. Old Lu, what are you worried about? Our army is not just for free. I will make these mutant beasts come and never come back. The two regiments responsible for blocking Wang Jin's swarm of insects have a total of more than 3,000 people and more than a dozen armored vehicles. This is the confidence of this regiment leader. But Wang Jin knew through the host's observation that most of these soldiers were new recruits who had held guns for less than a month. From their actions and terrified expressions, it can be seen that there are only a few hundred veterans. Wang Jin's swarm is about to arrive, and the army is now relying on the streets to step up the construction of defensive positions. Trenches appeared one after another, heavy machine guns were set up, and snipers were lurking on the roofs and other commanding heights. Behind the positions, dozens of small-caliber artillery were set up, and armored vehicles were lined up on the streets to block the intersections. Before the army was deployed, Wang Jin's swarm had already surged in, with more than 8,000 velociraptors leading the charge, followed by thousands of hydralisks, launching a fierce charge towards the army. Target 800 meters. Elevation 37 degrees. Load, check all parameters. 1 shot is good, 2 shots are good, 3 shots. Ready, fire. Boom boom boom. The artillery group raised dust, and dozens of artillery fired at the same time. In less than a second, the surging Zerg was blown out of a large blank area, where blood and flesh turned into paste, and broken limbs and arms covered the ground. Even the nearby buildings were mostly destroyed, and nearly 200 Zerg were killed into slag. Artillery, the king of war of mankind, began to show its power. Velociraptors and hydralisks were only the basic arms of the Zerg, and the power of artillery was too great. As long as they were hit, there was no chance of survival. Dozens of large pits were blown out of the concrete street, but the number of Zerg was large enough, and they were covered by the Zerg again in an instant, and continued to charge forward. The artillery sounded again, and the Zerg was bloody and fleshy. The artillery group bombed 3 times, killing more than 500 velociraptors, which made Wang Jin secretly distressed. This was because the Zerg was fast enough, otherwise it was unknown how many would be blown up. The distance was shortened to within 300 meters, and the soldiers in the position began to get nervous, even the veterans were no exception, not to mention the recruits. Facing such hideous creatures as the Zerg, no one was not afraid. The hands holding the guns trembled slightly. If it weren't for the veterans who shocked the scene, the recruits would probably drop their weapons and run away. Chirp chirp. The distance of 300 meters was already within the range of the hydralisk. Under Wang Jin's control, the hydralisk ran and shot, spraying bone spurs at the army's position. Many soldiers didn't know that the hydralisk had this skill. Under the attack of the bone spurs, their bodies were pierced and their heads were shot. More soldiers died after being poisoned by the bone spurs, with black blood gushing out of their 7 orifices. They looked very scary. Other soldiers were scared to death and quickly retracted their heads into the trenches, never daring to show their heads again. After the hydralisk attacked, the army's armored vehicles also fired shells, shelling the velociraptors in front, and snipers sniped the hydralisk from a distance. But these could not stop the advance of the Zerg. The Zerg was like a torrent, roaring and making the final sprint. As long as the velociraptors approached, human soldiers were no match for the velociraptors in hand-to-hand combat. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of soldiers stretched their heads out of the trenches, risking the threat of bone spurs, and attacked the swarm of insects. The entire position was filled with smoke, and the fire from the muzzle was endless, like an invisible barrier. A large number of rushing velociraptors were smashed into pieces by bullets. This was the metal storm of mankind. Facing this situation, Wang Jin was not worried, but a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Jin suddenly controlled the swarm of insects to disperse and crawl towards the houses on both sides of the street. Except for the hydralisks in the distance, there were few velociraptors left on the street. A large number of velociraptors climbed up the house and jumped forward on the roof, leaving the soldiers helpless. They could not shoot the velociraptors on the roof. Except for the bombardment of artillery and the shooting of snipers at high altitudes, no one could threaten the velociraptors. The army never thought that the velociraptors had this ability. The cement wall was pierced by the velociraptors, as if it was made of tofu, allowing the velociraptors to easily climb up the wall. This is also because the army does not understand the Zerg's fighting method. Soldiers who have seen the Zerg's trick before are basically dead. The army thought that the Zerg would charge head-on, so the positions they built did not consider demolishing the surrounding buildings. It is too late to demolish the house now. Thousands of velociraptors are running and jumping from the roof, and a small number of snipers can't kill them at all. Moreover, these snipers are suppressed by the hydralisks, and many snipers are shot to death by the hydralisk's thorns. Although the accuracy of hydralisks is not as good as that of snipers, hydralisks win in numbers. In addition, the sky host can see through the positions of snipers. 1,000 hydralisks are enough to suppress snipers and have spare energy to shoot at the soldiers in the front position. The unblocked velociraptors are extremely fast. When the soldiers find that the situation is not good and want to retreat, it is too late. Groups of velociraptors fall from the sky and rush into the positions set up by the army on the street. The killing began. The velociraptors that rushed into the positions bit the soldiers crazily. At close range, the velociraptors are as fast as ghosts. The soldiers turn their guns faster than the velociraptors. Often, they are knocked down and their necks are bitten off by the velociraptors before they pull the trigger. Like wolves entering a flock of sheep, the soldiers have no power to fight back and are slaughtered at will by the velociraptors. The position was in chaos, with soldiers crying and screaming, and the velociraptors roaring horribly. Soldiers with their stomachs ripped open and their internal organs spilling out could be seen everywhere. Many soldiers had their necks bitten off by velociraptors, and their bodies and heads were separated, becoming headless corpses. The army's position was built on the streets, with a long depth. The velociraptors jumped down from the roofs one after another along the army's position, and the entire position was caught in the killing of the velociraptors. The armored vehicles were also surrounded and bitten by the velociraptors. Their bloody mouths that could tear through steel tore through the armor, and they got into the vehicles and bit the terrified passengers to death. The armored vehicles surrounded by velociraptors were like a wriggling honeycomb, and would soon go silent. When the velociraptors left, the majestic armored vehicles had been bitten into potholes and pits, worse than abandoned cars, and the drivers inside were minced meat. The armored vehicles not only failed to protect them, but became iron coffins. Even the snipers at the commanding heights could not escape the fate, being bitten to death by the Zerglings climbing onto the roof or drilling into the windows. This is the horror of the Zerglings. The Zerglings at close range can break through any enemy's battle formation. The sound of gunfire gradually became sparse, the roar of heavy machine guns could no longer be heard, and the snipers at the commanding heights were left with only dead bodies. The boiling position gradually cooled down, and a large number of soldiers were killed by the Zerglings. The other soldiers were terrified and ran away with desperate howls, which accelerated their death. Who could outrun the Zerglings in speed? Instead, they exposed their backs to be easily killed by the Zerglings. The defeat was like a landslide. The blocking troops were mostly recruits, and they had never seen such a bloody scene. Compared with the massacre of the Zerg, the Battle of the Mutant Alliance became a game of house. Many soldiers were scared crazy, and more soldiers threw away their armor and fled in panic. The battlefield became the world of the insect swarm. The fleeing soldiers were killed one by Wang Jin's insect swarm. Many soldiers who fell behind closed their eyes in despair, waiting to be torn to pieces by the insect swarm. Unexpectedly, the insect swarm did not kill these soldiers waiting to die, but ran past them and continued to chase and kill the soldiers who fled. No killing if you surrender your guns, no killing if you surrender your guns, all those who dare to resist will be killed. At the same time, a huge trumpet sounded, and Hiyushi held a big trumpet and shouted at the defeated soldiers, his face full of excitement. Hiyushi's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Seeing that the surrendered soldiers were really safe, the fleeing soldiers threw down their rifles and raised their hands to surrender. At this point, Mengchuan's 2 regiments were completely wiped out, with 1,000 killed, and the remaining 2,000 soldiers were all captured by Wang Jin. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.